Published at 20th of March 2019 4:05 and 56 seconds AM. Chapter 1290. Well. Look who it is. Empty witch. Why are you here? And if my eyes really aren't playing tricks on me, please tell me there's a good reason for your presence here. Last I recall, you weren't the fondest of company one could keep. Han Sen was surprised, seeing the mini lady. Back in the second god's sanctuary, the empty witch had used the empty vine to access the third god's sanctuary. That was the first and last time Han Sen had met her, and it followed hot on the heels of a grueling adventure. The circumstances of their first encounter were not very pleasant, that was for sure. Empty witch stuttered to say, "Well, can I just be the first to congratulate you on your accomplishments? I can't believe you've managed to take down as many emperor shelters as the tales tell." "Well, you're not the first. And for all you know, I just got a little lucky. I caught one emperor when he was napping," Han Sen said. Empty witch proceeded to tell him, "If you think these attempts at a jest are charming, I can only admit that you are gravely mistaken." Han Sen merely smiled and said, "Jokes aside then, come on, tell me why you're here. The holy baby fruit is going to ripen soon. Miss Lotus wants every emperor to try it. You may not be a spirit, but you're an emperor all the same. Because of this, she has extended you a very special invitation," Empty Witch explained. Then, after a brief pause, she jumped to ask, "Where is the Holy Spirit?" "She's not here," Han Sen plainly stated. Ji Yanran had joined an aircraft expedition, along with Bauer. Empty Witch looked disappointed, but she moved forward to ask, "Can you bring her here? I would very much like to see her. Bauer is too busy to come right now." "Anyway, keep explaining," Han Sen said. "That's disappointing. Ugh, I don't know why I came all this way." Empty Witch rolled her eyes. Han Sen said, "Why is the Lotus Empress being so kind as to invite us all to eat this fruit? Holy baby fruit is an emperor-class geno plant. Only she can grow these, and every 10,000 years, she invites emperors from all across the sanctuary to taste them. It's your lucky day, it would seem," Empty Witch finished saying. Han Sen did not say anything in response. It was a very strange proposition, one Han Sen thought to be a little fishy. Plus, if he went, he'd be a sole human venturing into all-spirit territory. It could have been a trap. Even if he was to consider going, he knew he'd have to take many precautions. Empty Witch could see the expression of doubt lurking behind Han Sen's cold facade, and she tried to bring him ease by saying, "Don't worry, there are many people there who despise each other. In the shadows of evil Lotus Shelter, though, none would dare cause a scene. You'll be safe." "Roger that, but I think I'll pass," Han Sen said. Han Sen wasn't going to willingly place his life in the hands of others and take someone like her at her word. Normal geno fruit no longer worked on Han Sen, and if Lotus Empress was willing to issue it out as a gift, he didn't think it could be anything all that special. "I suspected you might look upon such an event with suspicion, and I'd wager that is because you don't really know what this whole thing is. But don't worry, I have a sneaking suspicion of my own. A suspicion that suggests you will change your mind." Empty Witch then threw something to Han Sen. Han Sen examined the item and noticed it to be a lotus flower. "This is her invitation. I suggest you ask your spirit buddies what holy baby fruit is. I'm sure you are more inclined to believe them than me. And once you change your mind, this is your ticket." Empty Witch paused, and then with bright and glittering eyes, jumped to say, "Bring the Holy Spirit, too. I still want to meet her. I'm off now to go visit another emperor and hand him his invitation. He's a grumpy fellow, but thankfully, they don't shoot the messengers. Anyway, Mr. Han Sen, I implore that you take the time to ask around and think about it." Empty Witch then swiftly flew away. Han Sen frowned. Empty Witch was able to sneak inside the shelter without being detected, she was good. Becoming this strong in such a short time meant Lotus Empress must have been quite something. Empty Witch didn't seem particularly special, yet her Empress had trained her extremely well. Han Sen asked his companions about holy baby fruit and whether or not Lotus Empress could be trusted. This event had been going on for a long time, and it was confirmed to be safe. No deaths or dangers had ever been reported as occurring there before either. Every holy baby fruit bestowed upon someone gave them one self-geno point. And emperors had actually received 2 at the last event. And one holy baby fruit, out of all the ones to be given out, possessed a holy baby inside. If you were lucky enough to receive that one, you could open a gene lock. If you had already opened 10 gene locks, you could open the door and become a demigod. 40,000 years ago, an emperor ate the holy baby and immediately became a demigod. There were 3,000 fruits up for grabs, though. Getting the right one was sheer luck. Why doesn't she eat the fruit herself, then? Han Sen found it too good to be true. Han Sen thought only a crazy fool would hand out such wondrous gifts willy-nilly. Dry Bone King, the source of Han Sen's information, explained, the legends say it is because she is unable to eat them. Instead of letting them go to waste, though, she charitably hands them out. Pretty much every emperor has tasted her fruit, and it kind of means they owe her one in return. It's a way for her to earn respect more than anything. If spirits want more fruit, they must maintain their pleasantness with her. That's interesting, Han Sen thought. Baby Ghost told Han Sen, some berserk super creatures receive invitations, too. And while you hold that invitation of hers, you won't be provoked when you're out and about. Unless you go looking for a fight and start one, of course. Published at 20th of March 2019 4:05 and 26 seconds AM Chapter 1291, it sounds like quite the fruit, Han Sen said with a smile. If you were an emperor who had not opened 10 gene locks, you wouldn't get invited. Oh, what I wouldn't give to try it out myself, Baby Ghost said. I'm afraid I'd be killed before my lips ever touched the skin of the fruit, Han Sen said. It was obvious Han Sen's invitation was not one of simple courtesy. Lotus Empress had, after all, marked him back in the second god's sanctuary. He was a human with only 9 gene locks open, so that alone was enough for the sirens in his head to start wailing. While Han Sen thought about what he should do, the item given to him by Lotus Empress lit up. A video played before him, like some botanical hologram. Han Sen watched it intently, and recognized the figure in the image before him as Lotus Empress herself. This is just a recording. I am concerned that you will not attend, and if you are not planning to, I would like to assuage your fears and tell you something. Understanding it was a simple video, Han Sen did not respond. Lotus Empress went on to say, I would like to make a deal. You are strong, there is no doubt about that, but you cannot open 10 gene locks. If you attend, you can come speak with me. I will elucidate the reasons why. One way or another, however, we will meet again. If you do not show up at the Holy Baby Fruit event, I will be paying you a visit instead. After that, the video disappeared. There's a proper reason why I can't open 10 gene locks. Han Sen frowned at the thought. Han Sen thought she could have been bluffing, enticing him to come, but then again, it made sense. He hadn't had the 9th gene lock for the Dongxian Sutra and Jade Skin open for long, but Bloodpulse Sutra's 9th gene lock was opened years ago, and it had yet to improve. There had to be some sort of issue prohibiting his advancement. With his talent, and the geno treasures he possessed, it only seemed natural that he'd have gone further by now. The fact he hadn't was plain weird. Perhaps there was truth to her words, and just maybe, she'd be able to help him. Saint Fan Emperor was dead, but Han Sen wished he could ask him a thing or two about why he had been chosen. So, curious about this entire thing, Han Sen decided to scope the event out. He wasn't afraid. But just in case, Han Sen decided to bring along his most trusted companions. His OG, his old guard, was to come along, in the event that a conflict arose. With them there, he'd feel a lot more secure, and if things turned sour, the chances of flight were much higher. With the silver fox by his side, in particular, there was no danger on the road there. And Han Sen even had the invitation from the Lotus Empress on full display. It would take a long time to get where they had to go, and in the midst of their journey, Empty Witch appeared out of nowhere. She came and pledged her desire to escort Han Sen and his fellows the rest of the way. Evil Lotus Shelter had been constructed on an island, situated in the middle of a vast lake. There were many lotuses around it. Its construct was quite different from other shelters Han Sen had been to, such as Blood River Shelter. It was also far prettier and a whole lot grander than the likes of St. Fan's Shelter. Han Sen did not bring Bower, which disappointed Empty Witch once again. Aside from that, the journey was uneventful. When they arrived, they were led into the gardens without a problem. They were to wait on the green for the event to begin. Han Sen and the Silver Fox had to live in the garden for a while, but the entire time they were there, they could not see Lotus Empress. Han Sen asked Empty Witch about her perpetual absence, and he was told that Lotus Empress was in the middle of practice, and that she'd only reveal herself when the fruit was ripe. Since the trip had gone so smoothly, Han Sen had made good time. He had traveled so quickly, he had arrived 10 days early. Empty Witch suggested Han Sen bring the rest of his companions to observe a curiosity of the shelter. "What strange thing do you want us to see?" Han Sen asked. "This is Evil Lotus Shelter now, but this was where Night Empress was born. This is the site where she became a demigod, as well. She left a luminous stone behind when she left," Empty Witch explained. "And what is so fascinating about a stone that glows?" Han Sen asked. Even in the Alliance, glowing rocks were nothing special. Empty Witch rolled her eyes and pleaded, "This is not a normal stone. This is a Geno treasure, as a matter of fact." She cherished it, and wanted nothing more than to bring it to the fourth god's sanctuary. Unfortunately, it could not withstand the fires of the 10 steps of the holy door, and it rolled back and fell to where it now still lies. It fell into the lake and became the luminous stone that we now know it as. Unfortunately, the flames did a number on it, and the power it once possessed has waned. Many emperors see it and become inspired. "If it wasn't for the Holy Spirit, I wouldn't have brought you." "I'll give it a look, then." Han Sen followed after Empty Witch, alongside the Silver Fox. Before he reached there, however, Han Sen felt something vibrate inside his pocket. It was the Jew, and Han Sen had no idea why it was behaving so strangely. Han Sen knew it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, and it could trigger the demigod altar. It could also bring demigods back into the third god's sanctuary. Now that the Jew was shaking, Han Sen thought, is it setting up a demigod altar? Published at 20th of March 2019 4:05 and 6 seconds AM Chapter 1292. Fortunately, the Jew was only shaking. Nothing else happened. Han Sen knew that, for as long as there was no alcohol inside it, there shouldn't be any more incidents. For all he knew, it could have been having alcoholic withdrawals. But as he continued to walk, the shaking of the Jew became more vigorous. When Empty Witch brought Han Sen over to the west side of the shelter, it started to vibrate like mad. "There it is. When it is dark, you can see it shining bright like a comet," Empty Witch said, as she pointed towards the object. Han Sen looked in that direction and saw a very smooth black rock. If Empty Witch had not mentioned it to Han Sen, he never would have guessed it was once a treasure. "That must be the luminous stone. If I pour wine into the Jew, I bet you I can summon her," Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen did not know if there was any particular use to summoning demigods. He had asked Moment Queen about it, and she had no clue. All she could tell him was that various treasures, belonging to demigods, were known to have been left over in the third god's sanctuary, and that was it. "If I want to know the answer to this, it looks like I'll have to accept Dragon King's proposal," Han Sen thought to himself. If it was an ordinary king's spirit, Han Sen would have gladly given him the egg already. But he was one of the 8 generals, and he had a connection to Azura. Han Sen wasn't entirely sure if he should be trusted. And Yiksha, all this time, had not said a word to Han Sen about what happened with ancient Devil Emperor either. Even under the threat of death, he remained silent. This made Han Sen even more curious over the events that had transpired. Han Sen thought that if he could figure out what had occurred, he'd understand a lot more. Azura might have been related to the Shura, and the Shura were related to the Luo family. Zero could practice the Azura Sutra and the falsified Sky Sutra, and on her back, she possessed a 9-life cat tattoo. Furthermore, there was a connection between Blood Legion and Han Jinji. Han Sen felt all this was connected somehow, and it was all just one big jigsaw puzzle. There was only one problem: he didn't know what the whole picture looked like. And he wasn't even sure if he had all the pieces of the puzzle. Han Sen needed more information, he felt. He had ownership over 2 key figures in this plot, but they refused to loosen their tongues about it. All he knew was that Azura betrayed ancient Devil Emperor somehow. The only other lead Han Sen had was in Baby Ghost. He once told Han Sen he was the vice leader of Blood Legion, despite being a spirit. Han Sen wished he could crack open Baby Ghost's brain to get a peek at what hidden knowledge he possessed and refused to reveal. As it got dark now, though, Han Sen heard footsteps approaching. There was a spirit coming. He looked colder than the black of space, and many star-like orbs surrounded his presence. He did not look like the friendly sort. When he saw who this spirit was, he knew why, too. He was Moving Star Emperor, and he had ranked 10th place in Divinity's bout. He was also Han Sen's biggest enemy in the northwestern regions that he was practically ruling. He was Han Sen's roadblock for expansion, and after 2 years of skirmishes and fighting, neither side had yet to prevail over the other. The spirits all whispered how powerful he was. But Moving Star Emperor was not one sole spirit. He had a host of powerful subordinates, hanging on his beck and call. It was through their support that Han Sen was unable to defeat him. Moving Star Emperor would have liked nothing more than to kill Han Sen then and there. Many of his subordinates had died during the battles he and Han Sen had waged, and it brought him great pain and anguish. He thought Han Sen was a cheater, too, since he frequently used Holy Rhino and Little Silver for healing during their fights. Han Sen's tactics were infuriating. How could a pathetic human have been invited here? Moving Star Emperor said, with a cold half-rhetorical question of insult and disdain. Moving Star Emperor didn't start a fight, though. It just went to show how much influence Lotus Empress had over those who were attending. She can invite whoever she wishes to, Empty Witch answered. Han Sen was quite shocked, following this. Moving Star Emperor did nothing to Empty Witch. Empty Witch had only opened 9 gene locks, but she could talk down to whoever visited there because she knew Lotus Empress had her back. Moving Star Emperor looked over to the luminous stone, though. And due to the night starting to settle in, it was beginning to glow. The darker it became, the brighter the light was. The light it emitted was warm, and it was beautiful in the way it scattered across all the lotuses around it. Han Sen felt as if there was a rhythm to the way that light pulsated, but he couldn't hear anything to suggest there might have been music playing. Perhaps silence is the greatest music. Han Sen could feel it, but he could not hear it. He wasn't quite sure what he was witnessing, truth be told. But it was more than just a simple glowing rock. This dirty, downtrodden, filthy race can understand. Moving Star Emperor said, with a clear effort to provoke Han Sen. He didn't dare to attack physically, but sticks and stones and all that. Han Sen did not participate in their battles, and he allowed Purple Emperor to lead. Therefore, Moving Star Emperor only had second-hand tales to estimate just how powerful Han Sen might have been. He was eager to learn the truth firsthand. If he could instigate a conflict right then and there, he thought it would be brilliant. Published at 22nd of March 2019, 4:54 and 19 seconds AM. Chapter 1293. Han Sen looked at Moving Star Emperor and said, "Are you saying those that don't understand are filthy? Why don't you go ahead and explain what the luminous stone is, then?" Moving Star Emperor rebutted with, "Pa. You don't deserve to know. Wow, now you look like some pompous idiot who is only pretending to be superior. You shouldn't go around telling people you're an emperor, much less a spirit. Even talking to someone as thick as you has me feeling embarrassed." Han Sen wasn't willing to let this go so easily, and so he said a lot of mean things. Before his enemy, he'd never concede. Moving Star Emperor was notorious, but he had quite the reputation, though. Between spirits, disputes were often settled through battle. The opportunity to sort things out through discussions, as most humans did, rarely arose. Knowing he might be at a disadvantage made Moving Star Emperor extremely angry. If he wasn't an evil lotus shelter, he'd already would have been trying to kill Han Sen through the tried and true method of a pummeling. He wanted to provoke Han Sen and get the human to attack him first so he could feign being the victim. But now, he found himself being the one ready to instigate a fight. Moving Star Emperor managed to swallow that big, bitter pill and reversed the dialogue instead. He said, "If you think it is that simple, then why don't you tell me?" Han Sen explained it succinctly, "The luminous stone is a path of light." Moving Star Emperor addressed that hypothesis with disdain. "Nonsense. Night Empress practiced the path of darkness. It is a Geno treasure attuned with the element of dark. Dark is the complete opposite of light." Pa. What a cheap race, only capable of talking crap. Han Sen was not mad. Humans knew a lot, and the Alliance possessed swathes of knowledge. Spirits could not understand things beyond the surface, and they could not understand things on a deeper level. Their development was in a whole different ballpark. Perhaps no human could beat Moving Star Emperor through physical means, but giving him a verbal beatdown was nearly child's play. Han Sen smiled and told the Emperor, "You are ignorant. Light and dark are two sides of the same coin. They both exist at the expense of each other. Light is dark, and dark is light. She may have practiced along a path of darkness, but she could also use the light element. It's simple. Light is light, dark is dark. How can the two exist together? If she was still here, she'd kill you for talking such drivel." Moving Star Emperor rebutted. Han Sen pointed at the lotus plants which were bathing in the soft glow, then he pointed to the darkness the light did not reach. He said, "Now tell me, which is dark and which is light?" Moving Star Emperor said, "Of course the area with the luminous stone is light." "Are you sure it's light?" Han Sen asked, with a smile. "Of course, do you think I'm blind?" "I'm not." Moving Star Emperor said with frustration. Han Sen then cast fire and lit up the other side of the lake. The luminous stone could glow, but its glow was rather faint. The light it emitted was not very strong. But Han Sen's fireball was so bright, it made the stone's side dark. "Now you tell me, which side is dark, and which side is light?" Han Sen smiled again. Moving Star Emperor gave an ugly look, and it prompted Han Sen to explain, "Dark and light are one and the same, see? Light is the absence of darkness, and darkness is the absence of light. They are two sides of the same coin, but both are dependent on each other. Night Empress sought darkness, but used light to guide her practice. She sought darkness through the light she possessed. A dumb *SS like you would never understand, my boy." Moving Star Emperor's face turned green. He was not an expert when it came to analyses like this, and so he had no clue how he should respond. Clap. 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 Han Sen turned around and saw a spirit clapping her hands gently. It was Lotus Empress herself. Lotus Empress spoke, saying, seeking darkness through the light. If my mother was still here in the third god's sanctuary, she'd be very fond of you. She'd relish the opportunity to meet someone else who understood her. Empty Witch flew close to her master and said, Miss Lotus. The luminous stone really is of the light element. Due to the fact the luminous stone was blackened and charred by the fires of Holy Door, and its life force had been depleted, and it looked to be of dark. Lotus nodded and said, this was her only light element treasure. She left all the dark treasures here, but she only wished to take this one. It was once called the Stone of Light. The light was merely drained due to its incineration. When Moving Star Emperor heard this, he looked even worse. He looked as if he was going to faint. He didn't expect her most important treasure was not of the element of dark. I thought it was pretty simple, really. I was just bringing it up in idle chit-chat, Han Sen said. Han Sen really was just saying it simply, without meaning for it to come across as a lesson. His knowledge was vast, and so it made him go above and beyond a simple explanation. Still, he couldn't really learn much from observing the stone. It wasn't that Han Sen was stupid, it was just that he hadn't reached that level of genius yet. Many dark and light emperors had visited this shelter in the past, but they only learned a small amount. The melody and rhythm of the pulsating light came from the fourth god's sanctuary, so not being able to understand it was normal for someone who wasn't a demigod. Published at 22nd of March 2019 4:54 and 11 seconds AM Chapter 1294 Moving Star Emperor greeted Lotus Empress and then left, thinking it was pointless for him to remain there with them. He was more than a little embarrassed, too, more fuel to the fire of hatred he kept stoked for Han Sen. When Moving Star Emperor took his leave, Lotus Empress sat down. Softly, she bid for Han Sen to do the same, sit down. Han Sen approached her and did as she told him. Lotus Empress looked at Han Sen and said, to be honest, when I first saw you in the second god's sanctuary, I didn't think too highly of you. I didn't think you'd go on to become what you are today. You killed Saint Fan, that is something many spirits have tried to do before, but always failed in their attempts. For my deeds to impress a gorgeous empress such as you, I can only say that it is a most magnificent honor, Han Sen said. Lotus Empress said, you have conquered 3 emperor shelters. We are on the same level, practically. There is no need for you to be so gracious and polite. Today is a great day, and you should allow for some informality to take precedence. And feel free to simply call me Lotus. You said in your video thingy that you wanted to make some sort of deal. What kind of deal did you have in mind? Han Sen asked. Wow! You are very forward, and perhaps that is why you have achieved so much in the short time you have occupied the third god's sanctuary, but there is no need to rush, I assure you. That being said, there is much to discuss. So, our talk of it might take a while when the time comes. After the fruit event, maybe? Lotus Empress suggested, and then went on to ask Han Sen, do you know why I hold this event? I'm not entirely sure. If I had this amount of fruit, I'd eat them all myself. And if I couldn't, I'd make a bed out of them and just sleep on the things. And yes, if you think charity isn't exactly one of my strong suits, well, you're right. Han Sen said, in a half-jest. Lotus Empress found it funny. She giggled a little and said, you humans are quite hilarious, I must say. A little weak overall, but you are an exception to that rule. I'll take that as a compliment, thank you. Han Sen smiled. Lotus Empress returned to the conversation and said, the reason why I hold this event is because I must choose a helper. Yes, that is how I might best describe it. And this time, you are the one I have had my eye on. This thing you need help with, is it associated with the deal you wish to make? Han Sen asked. Lotus nodded and said, when I first saw you, I knew you could help me. That is why I left a mark on you. I was going to bring you straight to my shelter, but somehow, your mark was erased. I was worried, for a time. She then went on to say, I didn't expect that you not only survived, but you achieved so much by starting from scratch. With your help, I will definitely succeed in what I am planning to do, I am sure of it. But I haven't agreed to anything yet, Han Sen said, with a slight smile. Lotus said, you will. And that is because what I am planning to give you cannot be given by anyone else, and it is precisely what you need. Really? What is it? Han Sen's curiosity was most certainly piqued. You'll find out soon enough. First, the event. Then, I will tell you. And if you think I am being coy because the task I want your help with is something sordid, allay those fears. It is not all that bad, I can guarantee it. She sounded confident. To have such confidence was rare, and she must have earned quite a bit of experience from making similar deals in the past, to be so sure. Han Sen asked, what is so special about me, then? What made you take notice of me? Lotus said, you're special because you aren't. Is that a compliment? Han Sen asked with a wry smile, as it was an oxymoron. Lotus Empress went on to explain. Yes. As spirits, we are all attuned to a certain element in particular. Your body, however, isn't. And I need someone as flexible as you. But all humans are like this, Han Sen said. Lotus shook her head and said, I have examined many humans, since long before you stepped foot in even the first God's sanctuary. Humans have no elements to begin with, that is true, but by the time they reach the second God's sanctuary, they start to become associated with one in particular. And when you reach the third God's sanctuary, that association is settled and fixed. You are different in this regard. I initially thought you'd be like every other human, but your body still has no element it focuses on. That's not right. I have absorbed many spirit genes, and even maxed out my fire gene tally, Han Sen said. That's different, but your body is still the same. Lotus stood up, then went on to say, enjoy your time here. For as long as you remain on these grounds, no one will dare attempt to bring you harm. Han Sen did not understand why his body was special. And he wasn't sure why he was special for not being special, as she had mentioned. Han Sen looked over to the luminous stone, and without earning any inspiration, he decided to return to his quarters where he could rest. Han Sen summoned Dragon King and said, okay, listen up you. I am ready and willing to give you this egg, even if you don't want to open up about this entire kerfuffle with your general buddies, but you must serve me for 100 years. Okay. Dragon King did not hesitate to agree. 100 years might have been a long time for humans, but it wasn't for spirits. Han Sen summoned Thorn Queen to take the egg and give it to Dragon King. Dragon King was exuberantly happy now. He inspected the egg and immediately wished to drill into it. Not yet. If you go in now, heaven knows when you'll finally come out. Tell me first, what is the point of summoning demigods? Han Sen asked. Published at 22nd of March 2019 4:54 a.m. Chapter 1295 Dragon King told Han Sen, demigods return for genes. Why would demigods require genes from the third God's sanctuary? Han Sen wasn't sure how or why this would be. Dragon King admitted, I'm not sure either. I have only seen this transpire once, in which a demigod returned and went on a search for genes. To return, a sacrifice of many super creatures and king spirit stones was necessary. What can demigods do? Han Sen asked. The demigod I saw would fulfill the wishes of the person who aided them in gathering the components of a sacrifice and doing the ritual. Often that service took the form of killing someone. But you must collect a lot for sacrifice, and I can only suggest that you don't do it, Dragon King said. Han Sen said, the demigod you saw, was it a spirit summoned by ancient devil emperor? I cannot comment on that, Dragon King answered. Han Sen rebutted with a theory, saying, if these sacrifices are so costly, were you offered up as a component of the ritual? Is that why you rebelled and betrayed ancient devil emperor? Dragon King said nothing further, and simply went towards the egg. Han Sen didn't stop him, though. He believed he was getting closer to the truth, anyway, and he had answered what he had initially wanted to know. Han Sen did not know how long it would take for the egg to hatch, but he gave it back to Thorn Queen and told her to hold on to it. Han Sen stayed at Evil Lotus Shelter for a few days, and every spirit that arrived had their 10th gene lock open. Han Sen recognized a few of the emperors from Divinity's bout. 4 of the figures that were in the top 10 of Divinity's bout had come, which made Han Sen wonder about those who hadn't come. But since the spirits around came from all the different corners of the third god's sanctuary, Han Sen didn't stick out too much. Many hadn't a clue who he was or had never so much as heard his name. When the event started, super creatures and emperors were everywhere. Han Sen made a rough count of 500, but he knew there were countless emperors who hadn't made the guest list. It had to be a highly curated list, that much was certain. The top 3 from Divinity's bout were not seen there, and Han Sen couldn't imagine why emperors so strong would not be invited or would choose not to come. And it was quite disappointing for him, too, as he really wanted to catch a glimpse of the notorious no-god emperor. It was time for Lotus Empress to announce and reveal herself to all those who had come, and when she appeared before them all, everyone went silent. You could have heard a pin drop in the stillness that preceded her speech. When she did finally talk, she issued a command to her subordinates to begin distributing 2 fruits to each of the guests that had come. Han Sen and the Silver Fox received 2 each. While Little Silver gobbled them both up with nary a moment to breathe, Han Sen decided to spend some time inspecting them. The fruits were creamy and semi-transparent, but they had the faint outlines of delicate patterns etched all across them. They were pretty things, almost like jewels. And what's more, Han Sen was able to see a hidden energy radiating from within. Then, Han Sen decided to take a bite. It was juicy and incredibly sweet. After Han Sen ate the first fruit in its entirety, he heard a message play, gaining self-geno point. So, he proceeded to eat the other. He heard the same message play again. I only need 15 more to max out. It's a shame one person can only receive 2, Han Sen thought. Han Sen looked around and noticed everyone had finished their fruit lunch before him. They all stood where they were, but they were turning left and right as if they were searching for something or someone, but what it was, Han Sen wasn't too sure. Then he remembered there was supposed to be a fruit that allowed one emperor to become a demigod. The spirits were all looking around, hoping to find out who was fortunate enough to receive it. Whether they'd congratulate or scorn that fortunate person was another matter entirely. I can only suppose this is not your first time here. I have 3,000 of these fruits, but I have only distributed 1,000. The other 2,000 will have to be earned, Lotus Empress said aloud, when no winner seemed to arise. We know the rules, hurry up, an emperor boldly shouted back. Lotus Empress smiled, and then a monster bearing a jade drum walked out. Han Sen was both surprised and amused by the creature's appearance, as it looked something like a cross between a turtle and a kirin. The jade drum it possessed was actually a part of the creature, too. It was attached, growing out of the creature's back. Its life force was strong, though, and it was clear that it had opened 10 gene locks. Han Sen had already guessed she possessed creatures with 10 gene locks open, but this just confirmed it. His admiration for Lotus Empress was starting to grow. If you hit it once, you can earn a fruit. Who would like to give it a try? Lotus Empress announced. Let me try. An eager emperor jumped before the drum beast and tried striking the instrument with all his might. Han Sen was curious, wondering what was going on. This game that they were all playing seemed too simple to be true, and he was curious to learn if there was a catch. He imagined there would have to be, but that was just his suspicious nature. The emperor was a moody-looking sort, and he wielded the element of fire. He leaped towards the drum, ready to unleash an impressive amount of power on it, with a fire that was even greater than the flames that wreathed Han Sen in his gold raven form. Han Sen heard the beat of a drum sound, but it had almost completely escaped his hearing. It was very quiet, for some strange reason. Is that really a drum? Han Sen thought it didn't seem right for so much power to result in such a small amount of noise. Published at 22nd of March 2019, 4:53 and 34 seconds AM. Chapter 1296. 1296. The Emperor frowned. Then he interlocked the fingers of both hands to form some sort of dome around a new flame he was conjuring. With great fervor, he unleashed another fireborn punch at the drum. The power used was frightening, but the sound emitted by the drum was even quieter than the first time he had hit it. The Emperor hit the drum a third time, then, to the greeting of silence. Failing to sound the drum at all, the spirit looked embarrassed and tried to avoid eye contact with the feverish crowd that had gathered to watch the proceedings. Han Sen was surprised. The Emperor had 10 open gene locks, and he had thrown a punch carried by terrible fire. Why could he not sound the drum? After this Emperor, a few other emperors decided to give the drum a few shots of their own. They all failed to make any sound worth noting. Even a few super creatures were giving it a go, but most of them lacked the ability to play the drum, same as the rest. But then came one super creature that managed to hit the drum 7 times, and produced 7 firm acoustical sounds. This earned the creature 7 baby fruits. The super creature gobbled them all up at once, but it wasn't lucky enough to earn the real holy baby fruit. That was something that came as a relief to those who had yet to try their hand. Many emperors and super creatures followed, and it was startling to see that only a few were able to play the drum properly and earn themselves a reward. But Han Sen noticed the ones that could produce sound with the drum were the ones that were lacking in strength compared to the others. Whether that was by design or not, he could not tell. With Han Sen's Dongxian aura, he could read their individual strength. And it told him that the emperors with the most strength were the ones that could barely register a sound when hitting the drum. Han Sen observed the event, but he could not establish any logical reason as to why this was. So, what do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Empty Witch asked Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head and responded, not many people can knock it and create a sound, but I'll give it a go sometime later, I suppose. Han Sen wanted to watch for a little longer. Once he figured out the trick, he believed, he'd have a greater chance of success. There is no skill involved. It's all luck, Empty Witch said, suspecting his goal. But then she went on to say, I know you'll succeed, though. Why? Han Sen asked. Lotus Empress was sure, Empty Witch said. Han Sen looked over at Lotus Empress, watching members of the audience step forward to try to beat the drum. By now, only 10 of them had managed to successfully sound the drum 7 times. Seeing no one else eager to try, Han Sen thought now was as good a time as any to test his luck. Han Sen was the only human attending the event. A lot of people looked upon him with disdain, particularly so when they realized he only had 9 gene locks open. Han Sen walked in front of the drum and used jade skin, which made his fist look like jade. Jade skin was much stronger than the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he had started using it more often now. Pang! An explosive drumbeat reverberated across the entire plaza. It was ear-poundingly loud, and nobody else had come remotely close to producing a sound as shocking as that. Pang! 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 Han Sen kept on hitting the drum, and he hit it 7 times in no time at all. If he was able to go any further, he believed he'd be kicking up one heck of a drum solo. Weird. I didn't apply any special techniques, so why did everyone else seem to struggle? Han Sen pondered the strange turn of events. Everyone looked on Han Sen with disbelief, none too sure of what they should be thinking about the boy. He was the first being that had ever managed to hit it so loudly. You can now accept the fruit you earned, Lotus Empress said. Han Sen walked over to the pile of fruit and examined the trove, wondering which he should take. All the fruit was here, and he could select it himself and try his luck. Han Sen wanted to find the real fruit, so he used his Dongxian aura to see if he could spot something the others couldn't. His Dongxian Sutra had 9 gene locks open, so he was able to sense and observe a lot more with the aura. When it came to detecting, analyzing, and understanding life forces, the Dongxian Sutra had proved exceptional since opening 9 gene locks. With the Dongxian aura, nothing was a hazy blur of lights anymore. Everything was like a 3D image or model for him to examine with stunning clarity in his mind. This also included the energy flow, which he could examine with far greater depth. Han Sen compared it to having X-ray vision goggles designed for looking at women. Others saw them dressed up all fancy, but he could see exactly what their naked bodies were like. But truthfully, it went even further than that, and Han Sen had the proficiency to examine their internal organs, even. In the past, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the fruit, and their life forces would practically have been indistinguishable from each other. But now, Han Sen could detect the one that looked different from the rest. The fruit that snagged his attention possessed a life force that was weaker than the rest, and what's more, it felt human. It wasn't just a mere fruit. It had life inside it. This must be it, Han Sen assumed. Han Sen went forward and grabbed the fruit he determined to be the special one. After taking hold of it, though, he was suddenly overwhelmed with a most frightening feeling. This horrible aura began to suffocate the entire shelter. A person was descending onto the plaza, and seeing him, everyone was shocked. Even Lotus Empress was. This person must be quite special, for his presence to influence the dull expression on her face, Han Sen thought to himself, as he turned to look at the scene. Han Sen knew about this shadow, though. He was no god emperor, the spirit who had ranked first place in Divinity's bout. Published at 24th of March 2019 4:41 and 13 seconds AM. Chapter 1297. No god emperor was robed in black, and his hair was tied up. His figure was intimidatingly tall and wide. It is a great honor for me to know I am now hosting the almighty No God Emperor. I implore you to take a seat, and I hope you find the hospitality to your liking, Lotus Empress stated. No God Emperor was not there to participate like the rest, however. He responded by saying, I am here for the fruit, each and every one. The guests and hosts alike were shocked at hearing the demand. Lotus Empress was not too surprised, and she never expected him to be the sort who would join in the merriment of the event. Seemingly prepared for this, and having no fear, she said, in this place, there are rules. If you have come all this way, you must abide them. I will grant you 2. If you want any more, you will beat the drum. Rules were meant to be broken, was No God Emperor's callous reply. Lotus Empress's face turned to fright, not expecting him to shoot her down like that, twice. She cast a wall of lotus flowers around the fruit to prevent No God Emperor from reaching them. If Night Empress was still here, I might not be so brash. No God Emperor was now walking, speaking as he went. No God Emperor stepped before the fruit. Han Sen had only just picked up one when No God Emperor arrived before him and said, put it back. Han Sen ignored him, then took the 6 others he had won via the drumming. Everyone was in shock as they witnessed someone disregard what No God Emperor had told them. There was no competition, and no one there could stand up to that bully. Han Sen had to be insane. Many emperors had been killed by No God Emperor, some for merely sneezing in his presence. Han Sen was only just a human, too. Such behavior was suicidal. Moving Star Emperor was amongst the gasping audience, but he thought to himself, nice. He's going to get rid of that annoying human once and for all. No God Emperor did not say a word. He teleported directly in front of Han Sen and broadened his stance. Pang! A lotus appeared in front of Han Sen, but it was quickly shattered. Lotus Empress looked at No God Emperor and said, "This is not your shelter." No God looked at Lotus Empress, and then she summoned a host of additional lotuses. No God did not even move. It seemed his eyes were enough to kill a foe, as the protective flowers were cut down wherever his eyes trailed. Han Sen was surprised. If he had to make battle with No God Emperor, he'd have no choice but to open his 10th gene lock. The drum beast waddled over towards Lotus Empress and spawned a dome of green vines to shield her from what might occur next. "Do you really want to make yourself an enemy of mine?" No God Emperor coldly half-asked. "You started this," Lotus Empress responded. No God Emperor's hands turned upwards to reveal a black hole on each palm. He looked ready to suck in everything in the vicinity. The drum beast did its best to stand strong and not fall prey to the creepy, cosmic wind that sought to pull it away, but its grip was failing. And as it was, the drum upon its back was pounding with a noise. It was so loud and continuous, it was giving the collected audience a headache. The vines were slipping away, releasing the protective shield it had tried to use to encapsulate Lotus Empress. Realizing this, Lotus Empress knew she had to move away, and to do this, she stepped on a raised lotus flower like a platform. Everyone in the audience was falling back, not wanting to get themselves involved and potentially invoke the ire of No God Emperor upon themselves. This No God is an arrogant chump. Han Sen held the fruit and took a few steps back himself, eager to watch what might soon occur. Of course he is. He became the top son of God by ranking first in Divinity's bout. That's a feat that would inflate anyone's ego. And you know how spirits can be. Empty Witch paused for a brief moment, before going on to say, "Even I don't know if Lotus Empress can repel him." The dimensions of the plaza, and the plane of reality it stood in, was beginning to distort and twist. Without his Dongxian aura, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to see a single thing with even a remote modicum of clarity. Suddenly, Han Sen found himself without words. He wasn't sure what he could say. It was 2 versus 1 already, and it would be a horrible, awry thing if she were to still lose. Empty Witch knew things were going bad, and so she shouted at everyone there, requesting their aid. "You have all come here as guests. You have received the fruits, should you not help your hostess who has been so charitable to you all?" But the spirits there acted as if they had not heard her plea, and one by one, they began to slip away and leave the shelter. No one was willing to defy No God Emperor and make him their enemy, all for the reward of only a few fruit. "I need to help her," then, Han Sen thought to himself. He was still suspicious of whatever Lotus Empress wanted with him, and he knew he shouldn't be trusting her fully, but No God Emperor was a figure who he hated. He knew if one of them had to die that night, it should be him. And besides, if Lotus Empress did die, Han Sen might not learn the reason for his inability to open his 10th gene locks. And what's more, this fight had all started because Han Sen had defied No God Emperor's command to drop the fruit he had picked up. Han Sen decided to join in. "Pa! Fool," Moving Star Emperor said aloud. He had remained there, keen to see what his most despised human might do. Published at 24th of March 2019 4:41 and 1 a.m. Chapter 1298. Han Sen ran towards the battleground, but he felt something was amiss. The plaza looked bigger than it had earlier, and the illusion of a greater size seemed to expand until the cobbled ground stretched on for a distance that could only be assumed to be infinite. Has the battle twisted the dimension this much? It is no wonder I couldn't feel the shockwaves earlier. Han Sen saw No God approaching Lotus Empress, each step a cruel and merciless stride. Han Sen hadn't opened his 10th gene lock, so unless he used Super King Spirit Mode and combined with Little Angel, he didn't think he stood much of a chance. Han Sen didn't go right up to No God Emperor yet, though. First, he approached the wounded beast with a stealthy run. When he neared it, he whispered, "I'm here to help." Lotus Empress thought Han Sen was using the creature for cover and merely hiding. She thought that was a futile and silly endeavor. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Night next. The halo appeared, imbuing its boons upon Lotus Empress, the Drum Beast, and the Green Vines. Lotus Empress was delighted to see him chip in. Han Sen allowed Disloyal Night to remain behind the creature, but he was surprised he had not weakened No God Emperor. It looks like he's immune to the halo, Han Sen realized. Great, still, it was better to have the halo active than not. Disloyal Night would still be supporting Han Sen and his allies, and that was better than not having him out. Han Sen, however, knew this fight was truly being waged between No God and Lotus Empress. Without Lotus Empress there, the Drum Beast and its vines would have been killed in no time. Han Sen felt that, even if he did have 10 gene locks active, he wouldn't be able to defeat No God Emperor. There was a frightening aura of menace around that spirit. No God was almost indestructible, and every move it made was lethal. He thought it'd only take a disapproving look from No God Emperor to take down even the mightiest of super creatures. Where such power came from intrigued Han Sen. And further, he wondered what element No God Emperor was attuned to, which element fueled such gross amounts of strength. But amidst all this, Han Sen could tell Lotus Empress was not an unworthy opponent. Her delicate grace belied the truth of her power, and she was special in more ways than one. No matter how much power No God Emperor applied to his strikes, he could not damage Lotus Empress in the least. While the lotuses she created for protection were destroyed, replacements were created with just as much ease. The Drum Beast and Green Vines were hiding behind the lotus shields, however, hardly even attempting to attack their foe. The lotus flowers also seemed to be applying strain to the dimension they inhabited, as well, and the twisting dimension wasn't entirely the work of No God Emperor. It made Han Sen think to himself, if I open 10 gene locks, will I be as powerful as them? As Han Sen imagined himself carrying such power, he saw No God Emperor reach a hand up to his head. Strange. What in the sanctuaries is he doing? It'd be nice if he wanted to kill himself. Han Sen watched him in curious confusion. Lotus Empress seemed to understand what he sought to do, though. And when she saw him lift his hand up, her face turned grim as she and her subordinates took a step back. No God Emperor unsheathed a sword. Out of his head. The sword was dull, sullen, and almost unremarkable to look at it with its lack of sheen and reflection. It was as if it chewed up all the light that sought to rest on it. When the sword was fully drawn, a new power seemed to manifest inside No God Emperor. It made Han Sen feel queasy when he tried to comprehend it. If what had just transpired was the image of a calm sea, now it was one in a typhoon of epic proportions. Han Sen now knew he had made a mistake by trying to join in. Looking back, he thought it'd be obvious that No God wouldn't show all his cards and reveal the true extent of his power at the beginning. But now he was, and Han Sen knew they were all in peril. No God Emperor swung his sword towards the Drum Beast. More accurately, it was aimed at Han Sen, who was still crouched behind it. Han Sen saw this attack, but he could not sense any power in its weight. If anything, that just added to his concern. Suddenly, the creeping of pain began to overwhelm his shoulder from behind. The pauldron of his armor was cut off. Han Sen then saw what had happened to the Drum Beast. It had been cut in two. It died. But strangely, even after understanding the extent of such power that had been unleashed from that one strike, Han Sen could not feel it. I can't believe he killed a 10-gene lock super creature with one strike. Han Sen was in utter disbelief. Go! Lotus Empress grabbed Han Sen and placed him on her lotus platform and then took off in flight, abandoning evil lotus shelter. Before Han Sen could understand what had happened, he woke up as if he had been restored to consciousness. He was in the mountains someplace. Han Sen saw Lotus Empress and asked, was it okay to just leave like that? Can't he take your spirit stone? Lotus Empress responded by saying, it's not my shelter. It is a copy of my mother's shelter that I occupy for show. Han Sen felt relief, knowing they had gotten away. He didn't want Lotus Empress to get killed on his behalf. I wanted to help you, but I just made it worse, Han Sen told her. Lotus Empress comforted him and brought ease to these thoughts, saying, it wasn't your fault he wanted all the fruit for himself. I wouldn't have allowed him to take it, anyway, and a battle such as that was bound to take place, no matter what. All that poor fruit, Han Sen said. That's fine. No one can eat more than 9, anyway. After that, your body doesn't receive any benefits, Lotus Empress explained. Han Sen patted the silver fox, telling him, I might not have been able to eat them, but this guy could. As they spoke, the space before them cracked. Like a vortex that had just opened in the fabric of the dimension, No God Emperor came stomping out. Published at 24th of March 2019 4:40 and 55 seconds AM Chapter 1299, No God Emperor. Empty Witch exclaimed. Han Sen and Lotus Empress's faces changed, both equally surprised to see he had been hunting them. You're really this persistent? Lotus Empress said. Leave me the fruit you took and go. No God Emperor was referring to Han Sen. I ain't leaving **T. Han Sen pulled out Taya, and with a burst of courage, he leaped towards No God Emperor. No God Emperor spun No God's sword and went forward to meet him. Arg! Han Sen's shoulder was cut, and if he had evaded him a split second later, his arm would have been hewn completely off. Han Sen's Taya managed to find its target, No God Emperor's chest. But it seemed to have been imbued with some sort of power that repelled direct attacks. Han Sen's sword pinged off like rubber after coming into contact. Han Sen's shoulder was starting to heal already, though, so there was no need for a period of rest. Han Sen's jade skin had opened 9 gene locks, so his passive recovery was better than ever. But now, Han Sen well and truly knew he could not defeat No God Emperor even if he made use of Super King's spirit. And with his transformation time still being limited, he couldn't use it indefinitely. He'd eventually run out, and it was at that point Han Sen would meet certain death. That being said, No God Emperor did not expect to get hit. And he was surprised he hadn't been able to break Taya's blade. A second later, though, No God Emperor was back to attacking. He swung his sword without delay, employing its magic of being nigh untraceable. Even with his 8th sense, Han Sen could not feel that blade coming. Go! Lotus Empress pulled Han Sen back and escaped with him just as they had earlier. But this time, after the smallest of a break, No God Emperor found them and was on them. Wherever they went, he followed. Han Sen still knew he'd have to open his 10th gene lock if he wished to have a chance in fighting their pursuant, but that didn't seem likely to happen anytime soon. Han Sen was still able to use the Dongxian Sutra to keep an eye on where No God Emperor would next appear, so that was sufficient to keep them on the lam for a while, despite knowing it would not last forever. But not even the Dongxian Sutra could guarantee his survival in face-to-face combat. Even with its usage, every evasion or dodge took extreme effort. And if all he could do against No God was dodge, then there'd be no point standing up to him. So they had to keep moving, with Lotus Empress teleporting them shortly after No God Emperor appeared. And it never took him long to show up. Let's go back to Evil Lotus Shelter, Han Sen suddenly said. Lotus replied, saying, why go there? There are emperors and super creatures there, but they don't want to help us. We don't need their help, but perhaps there is a way I can stop his rampage, Han Sen said. And what would that be? Lotus Empress asked with curiosity. It's hard for me to explain, so take us back and I'll show you. Han Sen was planning to use the Ju and summon the altar, using the emperors and super creatures there as a sacrifice. Lotus Empress nodded, and then they teleported back to the plaza. Han Sen saw that a lot of the emperors and super creatures had yet to leave, and the fruit was still there untouched. Han Sen started sucking them into the cruel bottle, in the event that he needed those as an extra sacrifice. Put them back. Moving Star Emperor bellowed, as he fired a number of star-like orbs at Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked at his sudden inability to break the stars that sought to slice him up. So Han Sen dodged them instead. And then, he said, "This is none of your business." Moving Star Emperor did not say anything, and there was no guarantee he was even listening. He just smiled queerly. Han Sen was surprised to see every spirit and creature close in on them, then. "We were tasked to guard these fruits. If even one is missing, no God Emperor vowed to kill us all. Leave the fruit and run," an emperor explained. "You're a bunch of pussies. You call yourselves emperors. Have some backbone and stand up for yourselves," Han Sen lectured them, while collecting every fruit there. "This entire thing is the fault of this cheap human. We should just kill him and be done with it," Moving Star Emperor proclaimed. Many of the emperors there were in agreement, and they walked towards him. Lotus Empress wished to say something, but she saw a vortex appear in the sky again. Just like before, no God Emperor came out, breathing a nasty fire. "Now, to the luminous stone at once," Han Sen commanded. She didn't know what Han Sen was thinking or what he was planning, but any plan was better than no plan. And with the confidence in his voice, she trusted him. Without hesitation, she took him to where he needed to go. "What are you planning to do?" Lotus Empress inquired. "Have a drink of wine," Han Sen said. Han Sen brought out his Jew and poured some wine into it. "Is now the best time for you and I to share a drink?" Lotus Empress wasn't sure if this was a jest or not. Their enemies were coming closer, yet it was rather perplexing to see Han Sen so calm when doing this. "Enjoy the swallow, because that'll be your last," Moving Star Emperor said. Han Sen looked at the crowd that had gathered, and raising a glass, he proclaimed, "Anytime's the only time, baby. And to all of you, leave now and you'll live. If you remain, you'll suffer the consequences." After that, Han Sen necked the wine. "This guy is so full of crap." Moving Star Emperor started to mock him again, but something took him by surprise. The entire shelter was suddenly trapped in a darkness that not even an emperor could see through. Published at 24th of March 2019, 4:40 and 14 seconds AM. Chapter 1300. The entire place had turned black, like an infinite, suffocating abyss. The only point of light was that of the Jew, a sole beacon in a sea of darkness. It guided Han Sen. And in turn, Han Sen guided Lotus Empress. He led her through the realm of black until he reached another point of light. They approached it, and there their eyes focused on a glowing goddess statue. "It looks like Mother." Lotus Empress spoke as if her mind was vacant, drifting in a far-off reverie. She couldn't take her eyes off it. Without the Jew, the other emperors and super creatures were frightened. They had unwittingly found themselves trapped in a dark place no eyes could pierce. No God Emperor frowned and swung his no God sword in an attempt to form of a vortex and exit the black prison he had been led to. Upon the altar, the Jew flew above the statue depicting a goddess and set the stone ablaze with a mesmerizing fire. The statue started to slowly come alive, with a single hand raised. A life force began to sputter through the dark, drifting into the palm of the hand as if it were accepting a blessing. The last time Han Sen triggered the altar, there was no sacrifice on offer. In retrospect, that may have been why the statues were displeased and wished to kill him. This time, things were different. There were countless emperors and super creatures in the area, and there were none of them that Han Sen and Lotus Empress were particularly fond of and wanted to keep around. From out of the dark behind them, screams now began to erupt. There were cries of fright and bellows of agony, as the collective felt their life forces being stolen. It wasn't happening too fast to stop, but it was going at a speed that would soon see it over if nothing drastic was done. "What's going on? What have you done? We can talk about this. We can talk things through. Why are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to offend you? No one could escape the darkness and the draining of their life, and all they could do now was fall to their knees, begging and pleading for a mercy they weren't going to receive. No God Emperor wasn't like them, though. He scanned what little of the darkness he could in an attempt to locate Han Sen and Lotus Empress. While his vision had been hampered by the darkness, his life force was the only one that wasn't draining. He could grip and hold it tight, not allowing the smallest modicum to seep out. Let me see what you're both up to, eh? No God Emperor was fearless. He hadn't seen what it was like for a demigod to arrive in the third god's sanctuary, though. He had no clue what was actually transpiring, and thus, that bravery could do him a disservice. Not many people had seen a demigod return to the third god's sanctuary. Even Moment Queen hadn't heard of such a ritual. Lotus Empress, in the midst of all that was going on, appeared to be just as clueless. She asked Han Sen, "What is going on?" Han Sen was fairly aware of what was happening, despite his surprise and awe at it all. The Blood River King he had unknowingly tried to summon before was so weak, he now assumed, because its sacrifice hadn't been strong enough. Now, things were very different. An incredible source of power was being drawn to the statue as if it were a conduit. This is an altar to summon a demigod. The person I am hoping to summon is the prior owner of the luminous stone. She herself, Night Empress, Han Sen explained. Lotus was extremely surprised to hear this, and almost found it difficult to believe. She asked him, "Can you really summon Mother?" "I hope so, and from what best I can tell, it seems to be working," Han Sen said. "This is great." Lotus Empress stared at the statue with utter glee, like a wide-eyed child on the precipice of seeing something awesome unfold. After absorbing the exorbitant amount of life forces, the statue was beginning to resemble an actual person. It seemed to be taking on the shape of Night Empress, alive and in the flesh. Suddenly, the statue's forehead began to glow and illuminate the entire area. Everyone could now see the altar Han Sen and Lotus Empress were situated near. Most of the creatures and spirits had suffered a loss of half their life force. Unfortunately for the two near the altar, no God Emperor was as powerful as ever. He came striding towards Han Sen now, swinging his sword with the immediate desire to cut him down. As this happened, a strong force landed on Han Sen just as it came. The power of no God Emperor finally started to get sapped, and the force and power the spirit had unleashed were absorbed by the statue that had previously brought the land pure darkness. No God Emperor could not believe his power had been robbed, just as he was about to kill the pestering human once and for all. The statue then opened its eyes to look upon the crowd that had gathered. Lotus Empress noticed the eyes were eyes that belonged to her mother, and without hesitation, she found herself running to the statue, calling, "Mother, I missed you so much." Night Empress held her hair as this occurred, and said, "I did not expect you'd be able to summon me here to the third god's sanctuary." "Oh, Mother. That wasn't me. That was Han Sen." Lotus Empress then went on to explain everything that had transpired that day. "How dare you disrespect my daughter and all she has built for herself?" Night Empress looked upon all the creatures and spirits in the vicinity with unparalleled anger. And in return, every other being felt incredibly frightened. Before Night Empress became a demigod, she was the strongest in the third god's sanctuary, without equal. If they had known Lotus Empress was her descendant, they wouldn't have dared to treat her as they had. Published at 25th of March 2019 5:04 and 3 seconds AM Chapter 13:01. It was too late for them to run now. Night Empress was wrathful, and she gestured with her hands to blanket the helpless spirits and creatures with a scornful darkness. They mustered every ounce of strength they had left in a bid to repel the malevolent dark, but it was a futile resistance. Their powers were consumed by the looming black, as if it fed on their offerings. And it wasn't long before the dark ravaged their bodies like a hungry beast before an open feast, in dire need of a feeding. "Pa, I see through your tricks. No God Emperor bellowed, thrusting forward towards Night Empress with his no God sword. His arrogance was blinding, and he did not believe demigods could return from the fourth god's sanctuary and enter the third god's sanctuary. He thought this was all a ruse, an illusion conjured by the trickster Lotus, or a doppelganger formed by some force through past memories and history. Seeing no god approach her, Night Empress was unconcerned. She was as real as the night, and as real as the darkness with which she swarmed the imperious emperor. This had all transpired over the course of a few measly seconds, and then, as quick as it had begun, it ended. The darkness was removed from the area. Han Sen looked around, noticing all the creatures and spirits had disappeared with the violent black. Where are they? Where did they go? Han Sen asked. They are dead, Night Empress said. Han Sen asked, can they respawn? No, such a killing is absolute, Night Empress answered, with perfect certainty. Night Empress then frowned, but that spirit stone can allow him a respawn. Not bad. Mother, are you referring to no God Emperor? Lotus Empress asked. Night Empress nodded, then told her, my time here is limited. Why don't you come with me to the fourth god's sanctuary? I can guarantee your safety there. I can come with you. As easily as that? Lotus Empress asked in wonder. Night Empress assured her, of course, you should know that. Why else would you summon a demigod? Why else would you summon me? I didn't summon you. After Lotus Empress said this, she eyed Han Sen. Night Empress said, then I'll bring him, too. Han Sen was quick to reject her offer. He told her, thanks, but no thanks. You should just take Miss Lotus with you. As pleasant as his words were, beneath the surface, Han Sen was hissing a fire directed at Dragon King. His information had been incorrect once more. Summoning a demigod was a shortcut into the fourth god's sanctuary, and a method in which a being wishing to ascend could bypass the 10 steps of the holy door and its cleansing flames. As much as Han Sen appreciated the offer, he would prefer to walk the purifying steps. And that aside, he had yet to open his 10th gene locks. And furthermore, Han Sen knew he could just step into the evolution pool for a shortcut of his own. Mother, I will take the steps as you did, Lotus Empress said. Night Empress ran her fingers through the hair of her daughter and smiled. She told her, it is good that you wish to pass through the holy fire. Not only does it speak to your strength of heart and resolve, the benefits are tremendous. Night Empress then proceeded to summon something dark. She handed it to Lotus, telling her, I don't have much time. Take this. If no God Emperor returns for you, use it. Use it to destroy that monster. Night Empress then walked back to the altar and became a statue of stone. Hey, don't go yet. I was the one who summoned you, after all. Where's my gift? Han Sen pleaded as she went, but she gave no heed. She was a statue before he finished, and he knew he wasn't going to receive a response. The altar then disappeared in a final flash of darkness, and the next time Han Sen and Lotus Empress looked around, they were back nearby the luminous stone. The luminous stone was webbed with cracks, unlike before. And after an uneasy tremble, it shattered completely, collapsing into a mound on the ground. The Jew Han Sen possessed finally stopped vibrating incessantly. Han Sen was gutted, though. Despite his efforts to summon Night Empress, he hadn't received a single goodie. Haha. Lotus Empress was laughing, in a cheery mood Han Sen had not known she could display. She went ahead to comfort him, offering, how about I give you a gift instead? What gift would that be? Han Sen thought getting something off Lotus Empress wouldn't be half bad. But then Han Sen's eyes drifted to the black jewel she had been gifted by her mother, Night Empress. A streak of envy crossed his mind, and he thought it'd be great if he could have it. Han Sen knew she wouldn't be giving that to him, though. Lotus Empress swung the jewelry in front of Han Sen and told him, it's this night gem. Wait, you're giving that to me? Han Sen was made exuberantly happy, but he was jumping to conclusions. Lotus Empress pulled back her hands that caressed the lovely thing, saying, "Of course not. Then why swing it in front of me? Are you taunting me?" Han Sen asked, with a dried attitude. Lotus Empress was emitting a vibrant radiance, and she seemed to be genuinely happy after all that had happened. She said, "Yes, ha. But don't worry, I have something better for you." "You can offer me something better?" Han Sen didn't think anything could beat a gift that was given by a demigod. "Yeah, do you want it? Yes or no?" Lotus Empress asked. "I'll take anything you are willing to give me," Han Sen answered. Since Han Sen had already taken a bunch of holy baby fruit, he was down for something else off her. Besides, he was the one who summoned Night Empress. Han Sen thought he was due a reward for that deed, for sure. Lotus Empress then walked around Han Sen in circles. He admired the delicate grace of her steps through an intense observation of her body. She was gorgeous. Before Han Sen could figure out what she was doing, though, Lotus Empress told him, "How about me as your gift?" "You mean?" Han Sen couldn't believe the stunning offer he had just received. "Yes. I am your gift. Isn't that better than a measly night gem?" Lotus Empress spoke with a seductive drawl to her words, in an attractive lure. "Oh, you're right about that. You're much better than a silly jewel. Do you need to pack a bag, or are you already prepared to come with me?" Han Sen looked at her with avaricious eyes. Published at 25th of March 2019 5:04 and 1 second AM. Chapter 1302. 1302 Lotus Empress followed Han Sen to the underground shelter. She brought Empty Witch and a super creature comprised of vines with her, too, the latter being named Green Vine. They were also told to adhere to Han Sen's authority whenever needed. Lotus Empress still required Han Sen's help, as she had dubiously explained during their initial conversation, and it prompted the formalities for a trade. It was something Han Sen agreed to. Before he opened 10 gene locks, the night gem would allow even him to defeat no god emperor easily. Regardless, Han Sen asked her about his body. She told him that when a body was attuned to and focused on one gene locks were easier to open. If a person could be proficient across a number of elements, the lack of an anchor made the process of opening gene locks much more difficult. Han Sen was stuck in a rut due to this, and over an extensive amount of time, no matter what he tried, he had been unable to open his 10th gene lock. It was revealed that it would take something like a holy baby fruit to help. But Han Sen was only able to eat 9 of them, and being lucky enough to eat the real one was all down to the roll of the dice. It would all be down to luck for most beings. After news of what had occurred in Evil Lotus Shelter spread, it felt as if the very foundation of the third god's sanctuary had been violently shaken. The thought of that vast number of emperors and super creatures being sacrificed was crazy to imagine, but it was a sad reality to most, with the rapid expansion of humanity. With Moving Star Emperor having been among those sacrificed, Han Sen was able to happily expand his growing empire and assert dominion over his shelters and lands. No god's shelter was nowhere close to there, and news about him had been scant since the day of the sacrifice. Regardless of what he was up to, he didn't show. Han Sen took Purple Emperor with him, and they did what they could until they reached Cup Demon Shelter. Then, they stopped their advance. Cup Demon Emperor was the third son of God. He was very powerful, and thinking he wouldn't be able to defeat the spirit, Han Sen thought he should play things a little safer and not invoke his ire just yet. Han Sen wanted to open his 10th gene lock next, focusing on that first and foremost. So, he shelved his plans for expansion until the day he grew stronger. Han Sen consulted Lotus Empress, and then decided upon opening Jadeskin's 10th gene lock. He did not want to open the Bloodpulse Sutra's 10th gene lock just yet, as its benefits weren't all that profound. They mainly strengthened his genes and provided him super sperm to benefit his future descendants. For the here and now, it was best avoided. And Han Sen wanted to level up the Dongxian Sutra by himself, as that was his bread and butter, his pride and joy. Therefore, it made the most sense to open Jadeskin's 10th gene lock. Han Sen kept 7 of the fruits and gave the rest out to his companions. And of course, Han Sen held on to the real one he had collected before No God Emperor Gate crashed the event like a big party pooper. While he went to a secluded spot to enjoy every last morsel of the genuine fruit, he told Zero and Silver Fox to go outside and guard the area. After consuming the juicy fruit, he quickly cast Jadeskin and allowed it to absorb. As soon as this occurred, he felt as if his body was crystallizing. The longer Jadeskin ran, the more Han Sen's body became like crystal. He was swiftly becoming what looked like a sculpture of ice. Han Sen's brains and organs could be seen via his body's transparency, and even they too were starting to appear crystallized. Eventually, he became a statue devoid of any life force. It took a while for something else to occur, and when it did, the crystal began to adopt the creamy color of jade. Catcha! A crack began to creep across the creamy jade, until it split and zigzagged across the entirety of Han Sen's new, statuesque form. Dring! The jade shattered, revealing Han Sen's true self once more. Han Sen felt as if he had just been reborn, and every aspect of his body had been replaced. His hair shone with the sparkling beauty of starlight. Han Sen's entire body was glowing, and he looked rather weird. Even a demigod wouldn't have been able to tell if Han Sen was a living person. It wasn't because Han Sen was dead, though, it was because his life force was now hidden inside his body. It had been cloaked. Han Sen opened his eyes, which now held the glittering beauty of jewelry. The holy baby fruit had indeed helped him open the 10th gene lock of Jadeskin. It might have only been 1 gene lock up, but the difference between a being with 9 gene locks and a being with 10 gene locks was staggering. And Han Sen could feel the power inside him now, almost to the point of scaring himself. It was frightening how mighty he had become. After opening this 10th gene lock, his senses were incredibly powerful, too, but in a different way than they were with the Dongxian Sutra. From what Han Sen could see now, the world looked different. Han Sen donned his armor and went outside, escaping the notice of Zero and the Silver Fox without even trying. To get them to notice him, Han Sen had to speak. Zero, attack me with your bone dagger, Han Sen asked. Zero seemed to hesitate, not wanting to hurt him. He saw this, so he told her, "Don't worry, little Silver is here." Zero nodded, and then a red light came flying towards Han Sen. He felt as if he was unable to dodge it. But Zero was aiming at his arm, not wanting to deal grievous harm to him. Han Sen raised his hand to cut across and deflect the red light. When he did this, it was as if the bone dagger itself was decloaked. It was the dagger itself that manifested like a small red light. Han Sen gave it back to her. When she killed Saint Fan, Han Sen could not even detect its presence, but now, Han Sen could do far more than notice its coming. He could catch it. Published at 28th of March 2019 4:05 and 11 seconds AM Chapter 1303. After opening 10 gene locks, Han Sen wanted to take down Cup Demon Shelter, but Lotus Empress needed his help before he could do that. She told Han Sen what she wanted to do. For an ordinary king spirit, 9 open gene locks was the max they could achieve. Obtaining 10 was a supremely rare thing. For an emperor, opening 10 was only the beginning. Once the figure of 10 had been achieved, they had to work on what was necessary for them to climb the 10 steps of the holy door. Walking the 10 steps was a great gamble, and beings that braved the door had to be certain they were strong enough to survive. If they couldn't withstand the purifying flames of the stairs, they would die. Even beings like Xiang Yin were almost unable to complete the ascension process and endure the fire. Lotus Empress was confident she had what it took to brave the steppes. Although she was the master of the holy baby fruit, she had no idea which one was the real one, same as all the others. So, to find out, she had to find another way. She had come to learn about the existence of a plant that was quite similar to holy baby fruit, and did what it said on the tin. There was no random selection process. But harvesting the fruit was difficult, to say the least. That was why she held these events. They were all for selecting individuals who would help her in this task. She wanted to collect a fruit called no dirt fruit, which was an emperor fruit. It wasn't aggressive, it was just difficult to pick. No dirt fruit required a being with no element to collect it. If it was collected by someone else, the fruit would be polluted and would become toxic. Those who wanted to collect the fruit were required to use their hands, as well. Tools were not permitted in its collection. So, she requested that Han Sen be the one to fetch the fruit for her. I found 6 super creatures and spirits to help me over the years, but they each ruined the fruit they tried to take. Now, there is only one left, Lotus explained. Sister Lotus, I can take the fruit as you ask. But I cannot promise you I am pure enough to collect it without issue, and please don't take it out on me if I fail. Han Sen agreed, but he didn't want to set her up for a disappointment. Han Sen was proficient with many different elements all at once, and the nature of his body was quite complex. He wasn't sure if that suited the criteria for being pure. If this doesn't work, I won't curse your name. I'll just attribute it to my bad luck, Lotus kindly replied. So, after that, Han Sen decided to follow her to where they needed to go. He himself was rather interested in seeing whether or not he'd be able to collect the fruit without making it toxic. The no-dirt fruit grew on an island situated someplace on the endless sea. Even with their teleportation-like speed, it was a far-off place to get to, and it'd take a while. Further, she could not use her skills forever to get them there. So, Han Sen asked Flying Fish King to take them to the endless sea. The Fish King was one speedy boy, and it carried them there at a pace that far exceeded their own teleportation capabilities. Ji Yanran had brought Bauer back as Han Sen was preparing to leave, so when she heard he was going off with the Fish King, she raced over to go with him. Han Sen asked Empty which why Bauer was what she called a holy spirit, and the answer he received was that Bauer was a pure being. Ordinary people couldn't sense this, and she herself only found out when the Empty vine itself was maturing. Empty which had thought Bauer was some powerful third god's sanctuary seed during their initial encounter. But when she came to the third god's sanctuary, it was only then that she realized Bauer was far stronger and far greater than she had imagined. The genes of the holy baby fruit were not as strong as Bauer, and the holy baby fruit tree was already the best in the third god's sanctuary, so who or what Bauer was perplexed her and Han Sen both. And now that she could see Bauer once again, she was unable to sense her genes. Han Sen knew Bauer was more than just the life spawn of some genoplant. There were many plants that could bear creatures, but none were able to exit the sanctuaries and visit the Alliance like Bauer could. The sea they ventured across was called the Endless Sea was because no one had yet sailed to the end and returned to tell their tale. Even stranger, the sea was in the sky. It was a ceiling to the ground below, where gravity did not operate correctly. When you entered the area, you had to remain close to the ground. If you didn't, you'd be sucked into the sea and fall into it as if it were the sky above. Across the years, few had returned following being sucked into that sea. To step away from the ground, you had to first reach the island. The reason Han Sen brought the Fish King was because it was the only creature that could survive the waters of that sea without issue. If they accidentally left the ground, they would not immediately lose their lives. Published at 28th of March 2019 4:05 and 10 seconds AM Chapter 1304. When Han Sen saw the endless sea, he was taken aback. He was mesmerized by the sea that hung overhead, with fish swimming below its glittering waves as if all was normal. Han Sen thought the primary threat would be those sea creatures. Ordinary super creatures could not force them away from the ground, but the presence of a berserk super creature could always rattle them enough to find themselves plunging upwards. Han Sen strode across the ground as the Fish King escorted them from above. It made Han Sen wonder if the endless sea's power was true. After all, the Fish King seemed to be unconcerned. "Fish King, catch me." Han Sen wanted to see what would happen if he jumped. Fish King lined up with Han Sen, so he could cushion the fall and be a vessel for Han Sen to sail upon. Then, after his feet left the ground, he felt an invisible force tug him upwards to the sea. He felt as if gravity was turned on its head and flipped, but then he had trouble reorienting himself. Bauer also made sure to go with him. Han Sen used jade skin, but he still fell fast. Han Sen grabbed Bauer and aimed at the Fish King's back, making sure not to miss. After landing, Han Sen was above the sea. It was like the blue sky and the earth had traded places with each other. It was a strange and rather amusing thing, watching Lotus Empress walk on the ground. To him, she was treading a ceiling upside down. "Let Fish King take us. It's faster this way," Han Sen called out to her, to hurry along the proceedings. Lotus Empress thought it would be best, too, so she jumped up/down and landed on the Fish King's back. The red bird still frequented Bauer's company, and it had tagged along for this little adventure. It fluttered its little wings and lifted itself to hover above the baby's head. Then, it transformed itself into a fish and swam alongside the Fish King. After turning into a fish and taking a brief swim, it hopped out of the water, turned back into a bird, and flew back to its perch on Bauer's head. Han Sen was surprised as he had been the first time he found the little creature, quite surprised something could wholly transform like that. It had kept following Han Sen and Bauer for the longest time, ever since it was first found in the pond with Xie Qing King. But aside from the ability to transform between a bird and a fish, it hadn't proven useful in any other capacity. It was pretty much a useless tagalong. The Fish King continued taking them to the island they wished to reach, but after a while, a sudden shadow coursed below the waves. The Fish King swung its tail, firing a gold light into the sea. Then it took itself airborne. There was a big, seemingly hostile creature tailing the Fish King. It looked like a shark with two heads, and it had left the water in a similar flight, too. Unfortunately, its intelligence was lacking. It tried to bite the Fish King. It was only a super creature with 9 gene locks open, so it was a futile attempt from the get-go. The Fish King swung its tail to smack the creature away, and it was reminiscent of an old-fashioned face-slapping. Mind you, it was stronger than the average one. And it occurred multiple times until the nasty squelch of a broken watermelon sounded. One of the heads was broken. The other shark head screamed in a display of fright. Then it tried to swim away. Han Sen didn't want to let it go, though. He finished the job with a sword, lopping the second head clean off. Super creature two-headed shark killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen wanted to grab its life geno essence, but the fish was sinking very fast. It was sinking far faster than was normal, as if it had been latched to an abyssal vortex that dragged it down quick. The bird suddenly turned back into a fish, though. Then it dove into the sea. Not long after, the fish came back with a life geno essence in its mouth. Not bad. It looks like you're good for something, at least. Han Sen was surprised, as not even the Fish King was willing to go down for it. The fish turned back into a bird and landed on Han Sen's shoulder, then it tweeted to him. "Let's return to the ground. If something bad happens to the Fish King, there's nowhere we'll be able to stand," Lotus said. Han Sen nodded in agreement, then the Fish King flew up and delivered them to the land. After landing, the gravity was switched. It was the sea that was overhead now. The Fish King returned to the sea and continued following them, just in case it had to catch them. After a half-day of travel, nothing else bothered them. But suddenly, a large group of fish came swimming their way. They kept on jumping up towards the surface. They looked like 3-meter-long swordfish, but they behaved like hungry piranhas. Are they coming to us? Han Sen wondered with a frown. They are the endless swordfish, quite common. Their ranks range from ordinary to super class, but they aren't hostile. There must be a reason why they're all scrambling in this direction, though. Lotus Empress was frowning, too. Published at 28th of March 2019 4:05 and 9 seconds AM Chapter 1305 In great haste, a swarm of endless swordfish was headed in Han Sen's direction. They didn't come for him, but simply sped past him as if they were attempting to get away from something that lay in the direction Han Sen was traveling. Han Sen understood their behavior, acknowledging that they were fleeing some unseen menace on the horizon. They weren't there to cause trouble. After peering into the distance all around him, Han Sen finally saw it, a shadow, accompanied by the sounds of disturbed water. When the endless swordfish passed by the Fish King above, the sound of restless waters became louder than ever. And that was when Han Sen saw it clearly. The monster was like an octopus. Reminiscent of the kraken, its arms writhed in unrest, hitting the water to create noise as if for fun. The arms and tentacles were peppered with countless suction cups, and it was clear that being grabbed by such a fiend would deny even the mightiest of creatures a chance of slipping its grasp. The octopus was blue, and on the other side of its arms were a number of eyes in asymmetrical distribution. The lack of cohesion in the placement of the eyes made the entire beast even scarier to look at. Another super creature. Han Sen was delighted. He didn't need life geno essences anymore, but he'd never shy away from the possibility of earning another beast soul. Although Han Sen had conquered many shelters and taken over many regions, he knew he wasn't going to be around in the third god sanctuary forever. There'd be a time when the protection and mantle for safeguarding the territories would fall to others, and when that time came, Han Sen had to know other humans were strong enough to succeed him. If they weren't, it'd only be a matter of time before spirits attempted to return and claim what had been lost to human occupation. Having more super beast souls would help even the odds, Han Sen believed. Just as this kraken looked ready to put up a fight, though, it stopped. All the swordfish, by this point, had fled far beyond its reach. And now, staying in one place, the octopus flailed its tentacles and arms around in a rather humorous display. What it was doing, Han Sen wasn't quite sure. Suddenly, something grabbed hold of the kraken and tugged it below the water with fierce strength. The octopus looked like a force to be reckoned with, but it was dragged below the waters with surprising ease, then taken deeper and deeper and deeper. It was gone almost as swiftly as it had first appeared. Han Sen hurriedly called for the Fish King to return to the land above, for he had caught a glimpse of a phantom shadow in the sea. In the place the kraken had been, there was now just a red mist sitting above the unervingly calmed sea. As for the octopus, it had obviously been killed. Let's go. Han Sen thought it was best not to linger, so with an increase of haste, he instructed everyone to move at a quicker pace. It was frightening, trying to comprehend what manner of being had managed to one-hit kill a terrifying super creature like that kraken. Han Sen still had the endless presence of the endless sea above his head, and it'd be there for a while longer. It was a realm that was as strange as it was dangerous, and the last thing he wanted to do was risk falling into the waters above. It seemed like a death sentence, with that unknown creature lurking beneath the blue. Lotus Empress felt no different, and she much appreciated the desire for an increased speed of travel. The shadow did not leave, though. They continued their journey, and whenever they looked up, there the shadow was. It seemed to be following them. Lotus Empress commented on its presence there, saying, "Don't fight it. Remember, I still have that night gem for protection." "Do you know what that creature is?" Han Sen asked. Lotus Empress said, I think so. I've heard tales of a wicked monster occupying these waters, and if I am correct in the assumption, that thing up there is what they call sea ghost. What can it do? Han Sen asked. Lotus Empress said, no one quite rightly knows, but it has an appetite for super creatures, that much is certain. It's a picky eater, so it doesn't eat less powerful beings. Many spirits have reported their sightings of sea ghost, and how it explicitly enjoys grabbing super creatures and dragging them below the water to feast. Lotus Empress paused for a moment, as if in thought, and then she went on to say, but it is supposed to appear in the deeper regions of the endless sea. We haven't traveled that far, and what's more, we are headed for an island. It shouldn't be here at all. Did the Fish King lure him here? Han Sen wondered aloud. Maybe. There's always the chance it's developed a new fancy for eating humans, and with a powerful human here, perhaps it was a rare opportunity it wished to test its mettle against, not to mention its taste buds, Lotus Empress said. Whether she spoke in jest, amusement, or unnerving sincerity, Han Sen wasn't sure. Well, if it shows its ugly mug, I've got a killing blow with its name on it, Han Sen said with stern resoluteness. If a fight between him and the unseen creature were to begin, Han Sen was at least prepared to take it on. He wasn't afraid. But for a long time, Sea Ghost merely followed them. It refused to show itself, but that just made the tension all the worse. And due to its appearance there, the entire region looked dead. No other life was to be seen. The sun was rising now, where it should have been sinking. It came up from the ground, melding with the horizon of the sea above. Nighttime was coming. Then, an extra-large moon appeared, alongside its retinue of silver stars. Han Sen thought the sea ghost would try its luck under the veil of night, but still, nothing came about. It remained where it was, as if it was watching them, studying their every movement. With a monster hiding above, Han Sen felt uncomfortable. He felt as if it could swoop down at any moment. Swooping was bad, after all. At midnight, Han Sen saw the faint image of a mountain in the distance. It was very tall, and its peak seemed to be poking the sea that was still their sky. That is God Mountain. 300 miles past that, we will reach the island, Lotus Empress explained, before Han Sen could ask. Han Sen then asked, can we walk up the mountain? Or will it prove too high and have us dropping up into the sea? Lotus Empress said, there are stranger things on that mountain to worry about than the distortion of gravity. Not even emperors dare brave that place. Why? What's so strange about it? Han Sen was going to heed her advice and stay away, but he was interested in learning what was supposed to be so scary about the mountain. Published at 28th of March 2019 4:05 and 8 seconds AM Chapter 1306, all I can say is, whoever ventures across that mountain does not return, Lotus Empress said solemnly. Although Han Sen was sometimes reckless, even he knew it was best to stay away from such a place. If a risk was justified or worthwhile, he would always be the first to take the plunge. But a fruitless risk was never something he'd commit to, as he wasn't a simple thrill-seeker. So, Han Sen decided it was best to take the long way around. He thought it would be better to walk additional miles than risk life and limb in the shortcut of cutting across the mountain. Before he could circle it, though, Han Sen suddenly heard something roar, and then, nearby footsteps. The source of the noise was not too far away, and the sound of footsteps was steadily increasing in volume. Something was already coming for them. Han Sen frowned, though, thinking there was something amiss about his entire venture thus far. Lotus Empress had been in this region many times in the past, but nothing like this had occurred in her previous visits. First, there was the ever-looming presence of Sea Ghost, in a portion of the sea it was not supposed to inhabit. Secondly, something from the mountain was descending down towards them, despite their desire to steer clear of the rise. Surely I cannot be this unlucky. To say things were going awry for Han Sen would be an understatement. And to make matters worse, there were thick forests dressing the mountainsides. Whatever was coming towards him was cloaked in the dense foliage, rendering Han Sen unable to see what it was. But it wasn't long before the creature emerged and revealed itself. It was a big elephant. It looked as if it was a beast forged from obsidian, and it appeared to be as strong and as sturdy as the material, as well. As the elephant trampled its way out of the forest, each footstep rocked the earth. Much to their surprise, though, the elephant was not stampeding towards them. It was actually chasing after another person. The person it was chasing had to be around 50 years old. For a surpasser, an age of 50 years was not too shabby, but he looked worn and beaten, with a ragged appearance befitting someone that was double that age. The man was clad in a battle suit of the Alliance, but it was so broken and torn, it looked like the rags of a beggar. Still, the man did not seem injured. The absence of wounds and blood, despite the tears in his clothing, suggested the man was just about lucky enough to amass a number of near misses. Fortunately for the man, the obsidian elephant was not the fastest creature. It was quick but lumbering, and it gave the man enough space to breathe and do what it took to remain alive. The man then started running towards Han Sen, screaming, "Han Sen, save me!" Han Sen was surprised the man knew who he was. He couldn't make the man's face out too clearly in the cover of night, but the voice was very familiar. Whoever it was someone he knew. The fact that the man was covered in dirt and a variety of different leaves didn't help Han Sen get a clear image of the man either. Holy sh*t. Why are you here, Professor Bai? At long last, Han Sen recognized him as Bai Shan of St. Hall. Bai Shan was Han Sen's teacher, to put it modestly. And when Han Sen's eyes registered who it was, he leapt forward to help him out. Be careful. It's a 9-gene lock obsidian elephant. It is frighteningly powerful. Bai Shan shouted at Han Sen, who was fearlessly joining the fray. His warnings did little to sway Han Sen's resolve, of course. Before he could even finish his speech, Bai Shan saw Han Sen neck deep in combat with it. With hands that looked like they were made of crystal, Han Sen turned into a figure of ice. Pang! The obsidian elephant was going at a blisteringly fast speed, and with a cobra-like reaction, Han Sen was able to snap forward and grab its tusk. When the two mighty fighters got into it with each other, the landscape was quickly turned into a mess. As if there was a violent earthquake that was causing a landslide, the region was turned upside down in a muddy, dusty haze. The elephant had more than met its match with Han Sen. Bai Shan's jaw was in the dirt. He had spent the last 10 years studying the creature, observing its energy flow. Needless to say, Bai Shan knew a lot about this creature. At the very least, he knew it was not the sort of creature a person should jovially jump into battle against. Of course, he knew it wasn't the greatest of creatures. While it did have immense strength, its speed was its Achilles heel. Still, its power was of such a height that it could one-hit kill any other 9-gene lock creature it came up against. He had seen many creatures unknowingly stumble across it, turn tail, and flee. It was a monster no creature or spirit was willing to mess with. Bai Shan wanted to study it and create a new hyper-geno art he'd tentatively titled the Elephant Sutra. Fortunately, its slower-than-ideal speed was exactly what enabled Bai Shan to study and investigate the creature for such a long time. But he had made a mistake this time and disturbed its rest. He had invoked its ire and angered it a great deal. Regardless, Bai Shan was shocked to see Han Sen do battle with it. I can't believe the power of a surpasser can equal or even exceed that of this elephant, Bai Shan said out loud. A second later, his eyeballs almost jumped out the comfort of their sockets. Han Sen's muscles quivered, as he picked up the entire elephant in his arms. Then, as if he were throwing logs at some Celtic event, he lobbed it onto the ground a good distance away. Boom! A 50-meter-wide crater was formed in the ground, which Han Sen quickly leapt into to re-engage the elephant. Bai Shan ran forward to catch a glimpse of what would happen next, and he accidentally stumbled into the hole. Han Sen wondered why the elephant, despite the height it had been thrown at, did not get pulled into the sea above. Han Sen, what have you been practicing? Bai Shan said, standing back up. He had been creating the Elephant Sutra in the hopes of formulating a hyper-geno art of incredibly raw, unbridled strength. After seeing the feat Han Sen had just performed, he was starting to think he had wasted his time. Published at 28th of March 2019 4:05 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 1307. Before Han Sen could answer, the elephant was back on its feet, charging towards him. To keep his teacher from getting hurt, Han Sen pushed Bai Shan out of the way. Then, with his fist primed, he launched a punch directly into the elephant's sturdy head. The elephant came to a sudden stop. It didn't fly away or even reel back. Like a car driving head-on into a concrete wall, it hit Han Sen's fist and stopped still. Silence returned to the ears of all there for a moment, right before the elephant slumped to the ground. Pang! Another crater was formed as it dropped. The obsidian elephant's body was incredibly strong. It stood up and looked at Han Sen with angry eyes that burned with a flame of hatred. Han Sen could sense the elephant's power growing, but strangely, its body was growing smaller. The progress of its metamorphosis went with its heartbeat, and after the 10th beat, the elephant's size had reduced to that of a cow. The obsidian body was hardier than ever now, due to its more condensed size. It has opened 10 gene locks. Lotus Empress called out. Han Sen acknowledged this, realizing that it had only opened its last gene lock after he had delivered the brutal hit it had just received. Bai Shan had long studied this elephant, but it was like a foreign creature now. It was surging with a power unlike anything he had ever seen before, and the terror made it difficult for him to observe the event. Bai Shan had also forgotten he was standing on what had become the arena for the two titans to fight upon. He was in harm's way, and he knew he had to remove himself from Han Sen's side for a time. Fortunately, the elephant was not attuned with a specific element that unleashed widespread damage. The creature was purely physical, and thus, Bai Shan had not been caught in the crossfire. Help me out by taking care of Professor Bai. Han Sen issued the command to Lotus Empress. Lotus Empress then cast her protective lotuses to shield Bai Shan. With Jade Skin firing on all cylinders, Han Sen was ready to fight the elephant. It was his first 10 versus 10 gene lock battle, and he was hyped. The conditions of this fight would be ideal, as well. The elephant wasn't a tricky being, and it relied purely on physical strength. It was the perfect environment for Han Sen to test the extent of his power. But unfortunately for him, the elephant did not come. Instead, it started to retreat, stepping backwards ever so slightly. Or at least, that's what it seemed like at first. The elephant looked to be as angry as ever, and its intent was to get a better run-up. After walking back a good distance, it was as if a levee had broken. The elephant came racing down towards Han Sen with the speed of a bullet train. Before it had opened its 10th gene lock, the elephant's might had been handicapped by its lesser speed. Now, speed was no longer an issue for it. In fact, it was coming towards Han Sen at a speed greater than anything he had fought against before. Han Sen did not need to rely solely on his fists, though. And he was confident he could still take it on, even at its own game. To test his mettle, he stood where he was, looked down, and put his head forward. He was going to butt heads with the rampaging beast. Pang! The two forces of nature collided. Han Sen fell backwards a bit and patted his forehead. He could not feel pain, he could not feel anything, in fact. How little harm he had been dealt was actually quite creepy, despite the relief. He didn't have time to dwell on or admire the extent of his might, however. After stumbling back a few steps, the elephant was keen to try its luck once more. It raced towards Han Sen again, like an arrow. Wanting to try something else to flex the might of his 10 gene locks, Han Sen ran forward to meet with the elephant halfway. Han Sen and the elephant went at each other like this for a long time. The region around started to look like a ruined and charred Hell's Cape. Rocks were broken, trees were uprooted, and large chunks of land were cast and flung into the air, to be dragged into the sea above. It was a mesmerizing sight to watch unfold. The stamping of their feet was enough to ruin and upturn the ground underfoot, as well. "You can do it, Dad," Bauer called out, in support of Han Sen. She waved her bottle around as if it were a foam finger. Bai Shan was frozen in shock. The obsidian elephant possessed a power unlike anything he had ever seen before, and he knew full well it had opened its 10th gene lock. But with that being said, he wouldn't be too surprised if Han Sen overcame such a foe. He was, after all, the person who had taken down an emperor's shelter. It didn't detract from the awe-generating spectacle that was their battle, though. It was incredible to watch him fight as he was. How in the sanctuaries did he become that strong? He's like a demigod that has cheated his way into the third god's sanctuary. This is amazing. Bai Shan's mind reveled in admiration for Han Sen. He had researched and worked on his Elephant Sutra for the longest time, and even if he was successful in creating a brilliant hyper-geno art, the technique alone wouldn't make a person as strong as Han Sen was. Pang! 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 Han Sen's forehead was a little red and sore, but the elephant's forehead was starting to bleed. Lotus Empress was in shock, too. Few emperors possessed the strength Han Sen did. The obsidian elephant now sought to return to the mountain it had initially descended from, fearful that it might lose. Han Sen thought about giving chase, but before he could commit to doing so, he saw the sea above become upset. The water was quickly thrown into turmoil, as something emerged from the blue and tried to grab the elephant Han Sen had been fighting. The monster was incredibly quick, and in a flash, it was on the elephant's head. When Han Sen saw it, he was shocked. It was a pitch-black bird that had come. Published at 28th of March 2019 4:05 and 4 seconds AM Chapter 1308. 1308 The elephant saw the bird come for it, and so it turned and used its trunk in an attempt to bat it away. The bird was swift with its talons, though, and it grabbed the trunk neatly. Then, with a quick turn, the elephant was pulled upwards into the sea. The elephant struggled the best it could, not wanting to go with it. But its resistance was futile, and it kept on getting pulled until the gravity flipped and it fell into the blue. Han Sen wished to stop it. The elephant was his prey, and Han Sen had exhausted quite a bit of effort in trying to defeat it mano a mano. But unfortunately for him, the bird was too fast, and it was too late for Han Sen to stop its snatch. The bird disappeared beneath the surface of the sea, taking the elephant with it. Strangely, Han Sen noticed something else this time, though. He saw the bird transform into a fish the moment it took back to the water. What the? That thing is just like the red bird. It can turn into a fish when it takes to water. Han Sen frowned, as a few other thoughts and theories crossed his mind. Perhaps it was because the elephant had been born in the area, but Han Sen noticed it had not been taken under and finished off. In the water, it was left alone by the fish bird and allowed to swim towards the peak of the mountain which touched the water. But before it could get there, the fish opened its mouth that was laden with teeth and took a big bite out of the elephant, then swallowed it. The elephant was bleeding profusely following the bite, but overall, the wound was mild. Then, the fish opened its mouth again. And almost to its surprise, the hardy elephant began thrashing at the waves of the upset sea. Han Sen did not expect them both to be fighting in such a manner. But regardless of what might have been occurring, the elephant was at a disadvantage. It might have been able to swim, but it wasn't very proficient with the act. And no matter how strong it was, it wouldn't last very long in the tumultuous water. Just as Han Sen thought this was about to end, though, a howl came from someplace on the mountain. There was a white turtle, the size of a mortar, swimming towards the two that were engaged in a fit of battle. Han Sen took a closer look at what was going on and noticed there were in fact 6 turtles. They had all come to assist the elephant. They were all super creatures, too. They had not opened their 10th gene locks, but their shells were sturdy. Whenever the fish bird tried to peck them, they'd pull their heads and limbs back inside their shells, the defensive properties of which seemed ample enough to protect them. The fish bird also received a few bites from the pesky turtles, amidst the rumble that was currently ongoing. With the helping hand it received, the elephant was able to reassert control over itself and continue its struggle to swim towards the safety of the mountain. The fish looked angry over the intrusion and the fact that the elephant was getting away. So, it turned into a bird once more and grabbed 2 turtles in its beak, then it tossed them into the sky. Han Sen heard 2 catcha noises, indicating their fall was not a pleasant one. Taking a look, he was able to see that the shells of the 2 unfortunate turtles had been wholly broken. The other 4 turtles thought it best that they now scram, and so they did. They returned to the mountain as hastily as they had left it. The bird was not keen on letting them and their transgressions get away scot-free, so it tried going after them. The turtles were small, though, and try as the fish bird might, circling the mountain from above, it lost sight of them. So then, it turned towards another target. It was going to go for Han Sen. Han Sen knew it was not a foe to be trifled with or underestimated, so he kept his 10 gene locks open in anticipation of its coming assault. Lotus Empress prepared herself to fight, too, while the Fish King readied itself for a departure to the sea above. But then, the strangest thing occurred. Just as Han Sen was ready to unleash a barrage of attacks upon the approaching bird, it stopped short of him and dropped 2 dead turtles on the ground before him. The bird let out a brief squawk and returned to the sea, motionless. It appeared just as it used to, when it had been following Han Sen and his companions on their journey. Needless to say, everyone was a little taken aback. They were shocked to see the birdfish had delivered 2 of its kills to Han Sen. Lotus Empress was very confused, in particular. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps that wasn't Sea Ghost after all. Lotus frowned, after issuing her best attempt at an explanation. Han Sen looked at the red bird next, and thought to himself, they can both shape-shift between bird and fish. Perhaps they're related. Maybe the big bird fish wants to take care of the little red birdie fish. He wasn't going to let the turtles go to waste, so the next thing Han Sen did was pick them up. After removing their shells, he received another 2 life geno essences. After that, he cleaned up the flesh and gutted them, then prepared them as food. If their flesh was edible, that would prove they were 2nd-generation super creatures. Sea Ghost continued trailing Han Sen and his fellows after that, but it did not attack. Under its protection, for that was what they now assumed it was, they reached the island in safety and without further incident. Why is Sea Ghost protecting us, I wonder? Lotus Empress asked Han Sen. She thought he might have an answer, but the truth was, he didn't. And not being sure of what Sea Ghost was thinking, he could not reply. So, instead, he decided to ask Baishan something. When he became a surpasser, he was sent to an abandoned shelter near the endless sea. The path they traversed was a shortcut he himself had devised and developed. Baishan told Han Sen about the Elephant Sutra and the research he had been conducting, and then asked Han Sen what he had been practicing. Professor, you cannot abandon your research. There's something really tangible behind all this. There is a meaning to your research. As for what I have learned, it is a skill of the Shui family. It is not suitable for just anyone to learn, however. If your research and development of a new hyper-geno art is a success, it will benefit humanity. I know it will. Don't give it up, Han Sen said, with a soft and reassuring voice. Published at 5th of April 2019, 9:22 and 39 seconds AM. Chapter 1309. Han Sen thought the island would be something of an unspoiled paradise, like the Garden of Eden. He envisioned it to be a place of pure splendor and untouched beauty, but that image was quickly scorched away when his eyes finally caught sight of their destination. The trees were little more than naked sticks, zigzagging from the ground without their leaves, which lay scattered on the ground, black and dead. The landscape itself looked as if it had been wholly composed of mud, where grass was afraid of growing. It was like a vulgar swampland, laden with itchy ditches and bogs that were strewn with rotten corpses. Han Sen's mind found it difficult to comprehend how a holy fruit could grow in such a place, especially one which had such sensitive and pure requirements for successful collection. Lotus Empress led Han Sen to that wretched abode as if nothing was amiss. Before long, they came across a tree that was standing short at a height of around 3 feet. The tree was growing out of that wet muddy ground, yet strangely, its roots were sparkling clean. In the midst of that ugly, wet dump, the tree was emitting a fragrance that was actually quite pleasant. It was a strange and garish contrast to the landscape that now encompassed them, but the smell was so sweet that, if you closed your eyes, you could almost forget you were knee-deep in mud. "This is the no-dirt fruit," Lotus Empress said, with a soft gesture towards the tree. Before approaching it, Han Sen looked at a neighboring tree and squinted. Then, he quickly pulled her back and away from it. Does the sanctuary's #1 jester need to play assassin to get the drop on his enemies? Han Sen said loudly, for someone unseen to hear. Lotus Empress was startled by his words, and she turned to where Han Sen looked. There, as if out of nowhere, No God Emperor was standing. No God Emperor knew she would go there to collect the fruit, and that was why he had come. He had been waiting for their arrival. It was a risky place to have a confrontation. They were near the endless sea, and leaping about could have them twisting and turning through indecisive gravitational pulls. Furthermore, there was no guarantee they could beat No God Emperor, even if they fought him on a place with proper footing. Han Sen could not summon a demigod there either. The conditions of their encounter now were poor, and there wasn't much leeway to navigate away from having one last decisive brawl with the spirit that seemed to enjoy hounding them. No God Emperor's voice boomed when he spoke. "How it comes about means nothing. Death is death, its deliverance uncaring. You think you can kill us?" Han Sen smirked. "I know I can. I know I will. Night Empress is no longer around to help you this time, boy." No God Emperor walked forward with his black sword raised, ready to strike. He didn't walk fast, just slow and steady. He was incredibly intimidating, and he knew it. He lowered the sword and pointed it towards Han Sen, the person he most despised. That was his target, there was no doubt about it. He didn't even care to grace Lotus Empress with a glance. "I didn't need to summon her to kill you, I just thought it'd be nice to see the old lady." As Han Sen entertained No God, he passed power over to Lotus Empress. Then, he started to glow and mask his life force. "Let's kill him together." Lotus Empress held the night gem in her hand. "That's okay. Look after Bauer and the professor, I got this," Han Sen said. No God Emperor did not wait any longer. He swung his sword in a sudden dash towards Han Sen, with a frightening amount of power. Han Sen dodged it with simple grace. The sword went by him, shattering a decayed skeleton that had been pinned to a tree behind him. The evasion was perfectly executed, and it made No God stutter for a moment. He had expected to kill Han Sen then and there, and he wasn't sure if his human nemesis had escaped his wrathful strike through actual talent or dumb luck. The next second, he slashed towards him again. Han Sen dodged the attack, only to be greeted by another sudden swing. Successfully, Han Sen dodged that and the next few that came in quick succession. The attacks could hardly even brush his clothes. Lotus Empress was surprised, for dodging No God Emperor's attacks was unheard of. She knew for a fact she'd have been cut down with the first strike. Han Sen was actually quite merry now. After he had opened his 10th gene lock, he stood a chance in his battle with the likes of No God Emperor. Of course, No God Emperor did not think highly of his opponent. He brushed Han Sen's newfound power off as weak and simple fuel for cowardice, in that it allowed Han Sen to run away and little more. There were others who could see through No God Emperor's attacks, but his focus was never on the power they held. No God Emperor raised up his sword and began to brew a storm of power, like the rumbling of a volcano nearing eruption. As this was occurring, Han Sen noticed a shadow rise up behind No God Emperor like a demon. Lotus Empress had taken Fish King, Bauer, and Bai Shan off the island. Now, she stood solemnly, clutching her night gem. "Is he strong?" Bai Shan asked. Lotus Empress responded by saying, "He is the son of God that ranked first in divinity's bout." Bai Shan was flabbergasted, exclaiming, "Whoa! That means he's the strongest spirit in the entirety of the third god's sanctuary. Will Han Sen be alright competing against him?" "I'm not sure if he's the strongest," Lotus Empress said, before going on to explain, "and Han Sen has only just opened his 10th gene lock. Honestly, I don't know." Bai Shan looked nervous, but that was when Bauer interrupted to say something a bit more comforting. She said, "Dad will win." They thought Bauer was just like a naive child, unable to understand the stakes and powers at play. Han Sen, back on the battlefield, clutched Taya and the Phoenix Sword. He was really looking forward to stress testing his engines and seeing what he could do with his jade skin that had 10 gene locks open. The spirit and the human, each clutching their favorite weapons, ran into each other. They did not do so with blistering speed, but there was a gravitas to their battle that was rarely felt. This was a duel of tremendous significance, and it felt like the sky was about to collapse. Behind No God Emperor, there was a demon-like shadow. It bore talons that swung towards Han Sen. Published at 5th of April 2019, 9:22 and 38 seconds AM. Chapter 13:10. The moment No God lunged forward, Han Sen did so too. The demon was a gathering force around his enemy's sword, and it instilled a fear inside its opponents. It made them feel as if there was no escape, and the next hit would be their last. Han Sen's swords were plain and did not contain any fancy powers. For all intents and purposes, they were ordinary and not special. Bai Shan saw No God's sword appear behind Han Sen somehow, giving no sound or indication as to its true course. But Han Sen, clutching his swords, was leaning forward. "Who will win, I wonder?" Bai Shan asked aloud. The two battlers moved too fast for his eyes to track, and it was all little more than a blur. Lotus Empress shook her head and remained quiet. She did not know. She saw the Phoenix Sword strike No God, which was good, but Taya did not block the attack coming for Han Sen. Fortunately, No God Emperor's attack did not connect. No God Emperor's chest was delivered a wound, which swiftly began to cascade blood. Han Sen's chest had a light wound, but it was just a minor scratch by comparison. It was mild, and little more than a scrape that oozed faint traces of blood. Han Sen was surprised jade skin could make his body so sturdy, and even attacks delivered by someone such as No God Emperor did that tiny amount of damage. No God turned around. His wound was nowhere near fatal, and he could heal with great speed, but he looked to be in shock. It had clearly been a while since he last suffered a hit in battle. Similarly, No God Emperor could barely believe that he could only leave a scratch on Han Sen's body, as he was able to damage Han Sen before. "You used the fruit to open your 10th gene lock?" No God asked. Han Sen did not answer, and instead, swiftly moved forward to attack again. Han Sen got hit due to double fly not being as efficient as it could be. But still, it was fine. If that was the extent of No God Emperor's attacks, Han Sen had little to fear, and he knew it. The flashes of steel-on-steel combat were steady and near constant, illuminating the dark island. No god emperor was unable to evade or even block Han Sen's attacks, and he repeatedly found himself being hit. When no god sword hit Han Sen, it was as if he was banging a wooden stick against a rock. Bai Shan and Lotus Empress were delighted, seeing this. But suddenly, no god emperor flew up, leaving a stream of blood as he went. He ran off. Bai Shan asked. Lotus Empress was in absolute shock over what had just transpired, as none had ever convinced no god to flee before. Han Sen was not concerned with going after him, though. After all, even if Han Sen did catch up and kill him, he'd eventually respawn at his spirit stone, anyway. He was strong, but not strong enough to break the spirit stone like the Azura Sutra had once done. The Azura Sutra could not bolster Han Sen's defense as Jade Skin had either. So that was okay. In the third god's sanctuary, Han Sen was now almost invincible. He was a true force to be reckoned with. And so, with no god emperor out of the picture, Han Sen decided to head back towards the no-dirt fruit. Lotus Empress and Bai Shan returned to Han Sen's side. So, all I need to do now is pinch it off. Han Sen casually asked Lotus Empress, as if nothing had happened. Yep. Go ahead, Lotus Empress said. Han Sen reached out his hand and grabbed it. Han Sen and Lotus Empress were both as nervous as each other, wondering if this would work. They had come a long way to get to this point, and Lotus Empress had spent a long time waiting for the right person to come along and help her collect it. With nothing happening to the fruit as he touched it, Han Sen said, "My body really is pure." Lotus Empress said, "Nice. Pull it off and bring it here." Han Sen plucked it off the branch, and just like Lotus Empress hoped, it did not rot. So, what do we do now? Han Sen asked. Lotus Empress did not dare get too close to the fruit Han Sen was holding, in case she accidentally polluted it. Could you help peel it for me? And then possibly feed it to me? Lotus went on her knees and opened her mouth. Han Sen peeled the fruit for her, as instructed. Then he squirted the juice into her open mouth. Lotus Empress looked incredibly surprised when this happened. And as she did, her body began to glow as the pores of her body emitted a white steam. Han Sen fed her the last drop of juice, and once he was done, he stepped back to watch the spectacle of her becoming completely enveloped in white steam. Suddenly, his admiration for what was going on came to an end and his face changed. He had received a call from both Moment Queen and Thorn Queen. "Sister Lotus, something has happened at the shelter. I have to go at once." Han Sen left Fish King with the others. He said goodbye to Bauer and Bai Shan, and then flew back. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 37 seconds AM. Chapter 13:11 Moving Star Shelter was riddled with bugs. It had been besieged and overwhelmed by a torrent of insects. There were ladybugs on the ground, like tanks to shelter infantry, and giant flying centipedes hovering and clogging the sky. A variety of toxic insects, of varying proportions, dimensions, and powers, were coming from all around. If there was one constant between them all, it was that they were each a mighty creature that could take more than a few hits with a swatter to down. Dry Bone King, Qing Jun King, and Blue Dinosaur were engaged in battle with the fiends. They were defending the shelter valiantly. Unfortunately, many of the buildings that filled the grounds of Moving Star Shelter had been toppled and broken into ruin. Moment Queen was currently fighting a knight that rode atop one of the bugs in the sky. And as she fought, so too did a lightning fox with 10 electrified tails. This furry creature was engaged in combat with an emperor spirit. Purple Emperor battled a blue centipede, and he arced the skies with bloody trails as he swiped the foe. Moment Queen looked up higher from where she was, and she saw an emperor clad in chitin-forged armor. He looked down on the chaos that unfolded below and smiled in wretched delight. There was a gold, humanoid super creature standing beside him. D*mit. Moment Queen sputtered out. Cup Demon Emperor had come to the shelter alongside an entourage of 4 additional Emperor spirits, each with 10 gene locks open. The host of creatures that accompanied them were nothing short of mighty, either. The Silver Fox and Purple Emperor were able to engage and keep 1 Emperor busy each. Cup Demon and the Berserk Gold General did not engage in the proceedings of the battlefield yet, though. As if they commanded the charge, they just watched and enjoyed the anarchic display down below. Moment Queen was in the midst of combat against a duo of super creatures that had both opened 9 gene locks. The rider was called Bug Knight, and the super creature it rode upon was called Toxic Bug. The swarm of virulent insects almost choked the skies with their numbers, and the host was so thick, it was as if they formed a net over the entire shelter and the area surrounding it. Those who had been occupying the shelter were stuck fighting for their lives, whether they liked it or not. All the occupants aside from the Silver Fox and Purple Emperor, that was. If things turned too awry and they either had to flee or die, only those 2 would likely be able to make an escape. Moment Queen could only hope Han Sen would heed her call and return soon, but with how fast things were going wrong and how far away her master had traveled, she believed she'd be dead alongside the rest when he finally made it back. Snowball was, of course, hiding as all this transpired. Blue Dinosaur was doing its best to withstand the punishing might of the 3 super creatures that had made it their target. Baby Ghost was still weak, despite the time that had elapsed since his suffering, but he wasn't idle. He was currently being chased around by a snake-like super creature that had 9 gene locks open. Holy Rhino was the one beacon of hope for the tired battlers that did their best to defend the shelter. It repeatedly flashed its heels across the battle's cape, doing its best to aid each of its allies. The swarm of enemies and the damage they dealt would eventually catch up with them, but thus far, the only reason they were all still standing was because of the healing the Holy Rhino was able to dish out. Kill that rhino. Cup Demon smiled as he issued the command, knowing the felling of the rhino would be enough to crush their morale and lead to their submitting. Yes. Gold General did as it was bidden, and began its approach to the rhino. Moment Queen saw him heading for their most valuable ally, but painfully realized they did not have the manpower to spare to save it. Gold General could not be stopped. Seeing the Gold General about to strike the Holy Rhino, a silver light streaked by it. Taking notice of this silver phantom, Gold General turned around to see the light zip upwards into the skies above him. "You shouldn't be here," the silver light cried out, as its form manifested in front of Gold General. "Yes." Gold General smiled. Gold General's body was bulky, and he looked heavy and cumbersome. But its appearance betrayed its true nature, which made it faster than most would imagine. Xia Qing King was the silver light, and he roared as he threw a silver-wreathed punch at the golden fist that was also headed his way. Boom! The collision of their punches generated a most spectacular, balance-upsetting shockwave across the battlefield. Xia Qing King himself was sent backwards, barreling across the ground and through a building which then fell apart on top of him. Yes. Gold General then resumed its approach to the Holy Rhino. Boom! The rubble that composed a destroyed building was sent flying all around like artillery, as a bloodied Xia Qing King emerged from the ruins. The silver light that fueled the mad spirit was growing in volume. Shoal. You better pay for my shirt you just tore. This was a special crafting of the Alliance, 60% cotton, 40% polyester, boy. Xia Qing King leaped into the air with a fist primed to knock Gold General's head clean off its anchoring shoulders. The silver light was so strong, it sent ripples through the fabric of the space they occupied. The Gold General did not feel threatened, though, and he turned to repeat his previous performance. He threw a punch to meet with the new one that was coming. Boom! The silver light was like a super volcano, spitting out a torrent of lava that could melt the hardiest of metals. And so, this silver leaped onto the gold general in a bid to ravage its body. This isn't even my final form. Xia Qing King was gasping after unleashing that amount of power, but he did his best to keep his cool and spout a one-liner like his favorite humans from fiction did. But when the silver light faded, it revealed Gold General, who was simply hovering in the air unharmed. Xia Qing King was stunned. The most powerful attack he could unleash was proven ineffective against the foe. This was something that had never happened before. Yes. Gold General's eyes blazed with the fire of murder, and he launched a punch targeting Xia Qing King's head. Alu alu alu. Xia Qing King used his silver light to deflect the incoming fist. In the midst of the collision that ensued, more buildings collapsed. Pillars broke apart and tumbled over. Pang! Xia Qing King was thrown far backwards into a palace, the impact prompting him to spit out more blood. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 36 seconds AM. Chapter 13:12 Gold General landed in front of Xia Qing King's battered and bloodied body. With each step, cracks formed on the ground, as an extra to his intimidating approach. Yes. Gold General laughed and threw a wretched punch toward Xia Qing King. Xia Qing King blazed his silver light as he quickly summoned the fumes of power that resided within him and punched back at the wicked foe that had beaten him. He used every last ounce of power he could muster, going into this strike with the belief it could be his last. With great anger for the misdeed done upon him and what could possibly happen to everyone else in the shelter, he gave it his all. Alu 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 alu. That complete release of strength led to a most magnificent display, as it leveled the palace and ruined everything around the two spirits that stood before each other. Xia Qing King would never throw in the towel, even if the Reaper had come knocking. Even if he was to stumble and fall, he'd do what he could to get the last laugh. Gold General continued to smile as he broke the silver light that came for him. Then he broke it again, as Xia Qing King punched and punched with lesser strength each time. There was a big difference between 9 and 10 gene locks, and that was the difference that separated the two. It was to be expected, though, after all, Gold General was Cup Demon's most favored subordinate. He was highly cherished and well looked after. Xia Qing King had not opened his 10th gene lock, and despite fully acknowledging the power gap between the two, he did not concede. He wasn't going to, and he never would. Even with his body broken, he wasn't going to stop. End this pathetic display. Cup Demon shouted, as he flew down towards the silver fox. Cup Demon had come to realize Little Silver was the strongest out of all the creatures and spirits that populated the shelter. And what's more, the 10 gene lock Emperor that had been going up against the furry blighter was now on the rails. The silver fox, with the repeated heals it kept on receiving, was still as fit as a fiddle. It's over. Moment Queen sighed, wondering whether or not she should try to escape now before it was too late. Moving Star Shelter had no spirit stone, so there was nothing tying anyone there. And neither did anyone have to worry a conquering of the shelter would result in Han Sen dying through the loss of a spirit stone. Regardless of what could happen next, death would be the prevailing factor. It was an uphill battle against a force containing several times their strength and numbers. They had lost well before it began. Staying there could only lead to one thing, and that was them dying a fruitless death. Death could come for her even if she did try to escape, but it was better that than the 100% certainty she would be killed by remaining. If Moment Queen was the master of the shelter, she would command those defending there to flee. And if anything happened to the silver fox right now, she didn't think Han Sen would show much mercy to her or anyone else. But Moment Queen was out of ideas on how she could remedy the situation or at the very least save the fox under fire. No matter how strong Little Silver was, there was no way he could fight an emperor with 10 gene locks open and the third son of God at the same time. But just as she saw Cup Demon approach the silver fox, something else appeared to stop the leading spirit. Moment Queen was unable to fathom who might have come to their aid so suddenly. It was a little girl Moment Queen saw, one with a purple horn, purple hair, and amethyst eyes. In her hands was her signature weapon, the bone dagger. She looked like the human girl that always used to accompany Han Sen and rarely spoke. Moment Queen had never seen her like this before, and she couldn't be sure it was Zero due to her life force being rather different. But even if it was, she didn't think it mattered too much. She didn't think Zero was all that powerful, even in this new form she was taking on. There was no way she could hope to stop Cup Demon Emperor's approach, she thought. The little girl must just want to do her part or something like that. If now was the end, it was now or never, anyway. As Moment Queen pondered this peculiarity, she saw Cup Demon Emperor frown, commanding a legion of bugs to intercept her. His command to the bugs was fast, almost panicked, yet in the face of all those insects, the little girl's resolve did not change. It was almost creepy, seeing how emotionless she was in the field of battle. She lifted her dagger as a red light began to gleam across it. The light pierced through the host of bugs before her, with its ultimate target lying past them, in the region of Cup Demon Emperor's forehead. Cup Demon Emperor evaded the red light that came for him, but somehow he hadn't. It was perplexing for Moment Queen herself to see. She had seen the spirit dodge, but somehow, the red light had still gotten him. The mantra that said the falsified sky power never missed was as accurate as ever. No way. Moment Queen was audibly amazed by what she saw. Never in her wildest dreams could she expect or even believe what her very own eyes were telling her. The quiet little girl that followed Han Sen around was able to one-hit kill an emperor such as that. With one blink and you'll miss it hit, Cup Demon Emperor's lid had been peeled. Pang! Cup Demon Emperor exploded before everyone, which led to all the bugs vanishing with him. Not long after, though, another crowd of bugs appeared. And out of that crowd came Cup Demon Emperor once more. You are strong, but you cannot kill me. The newborn Cup Demon summoned a host of bugs once more. This time, he watched her dagger closely. He hadn't been sure of what killed him earlier, so now he wanted to see. Zero's expressionless face looked as unconcerned as ever, and so she simply raised the dagger up and lobbed it towards him. Gold General accepted the order and flashed with a gold light, ready to finish off Xia Qin King. Pang! 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 Gold General punched Xia Qin King a few times, breaking most of the bones in his body. Xia Qin King could no longer stand, as he had been damaged too much. He wanted to stand and fight for the security of the shelter, but he was bleeding profusely and the lights in his eyes were starting to dim. Gold General jumped up, ready to land his feet on Xia Qin King's head and break it open like a piñata. Unable to dodge or do anything to repel this foe, Xia Qin King just watched the feet descend. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 35 seconds AM Chapter 13:13 A big white sphere appeared before Xia Qin King's eyes. The feet of his nemesis were continuing their descent, but they came into contact with the orb which plushily pushed down on Xia Qin King's face to cushion the blow. He was still alive. Gold General raised his legs once more. Even if a ball-like cushion had come to soften the blow, he thought it curious how it had not been broken by his supercharged curb stomp. After lifting up his leg, the squishy white thing returned to its spherical shape as if it had not been harmed in the slightest. The orb then began to circle around Xia Qin King, hoping to protect him from any further hits. Snowball had spent most of his time with Xia Qin King, and they had fought alongside each other under dire circumstances once before. He was worried for his well-being, and despite being a scaredy cat, even Snowball wasn't going to stand idly by while his friend suffered such terrible wrath. Snowball used to find himself getting bullied in the shelter when he first came into Han Sen's care. After befriending Xia Qin King, though, this negative treatment stopped. And ever since then, it was only Bauer who took the occasional time out to exercise her frustrations and bully Snowball. Snowball was afraid of stepping out, risking his life for others. But he couldn't bear the thought of letting Xie Qing King die when he had the chance to do something. So, with a grand mustering of courage, he shielded himself in the white sphere, ran out to Xie Qing King, and tried to be as spry as he could to protect him. Woof! 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 The furry creature's fear was greater than ever now that he was in harm's way, but he still jovially barked at Xie Qing King to let him know that he was there, and in delight at knowing that his initial rescue had been a success. But Xie Qing King was injured too badly to respond, and he couldn't stand up either. Gold General looked at the white orb with much disdain and tried to curb stomp Xie Qing King again. Snowball quickly dashed beneath where the foot was to land and blocked the attempt. The ball was pushed down a great deal, but it did not break. Gold General did this many times, and he tried stomping the white sphere multiple times in a row. As much as he was surprised, he was frustrated at his inability to break the white orb that taunted him. Again and again, he stomped on the white sphere like a raving lunatic. But still, the orb held strong. Gold General then tried something else, and he pulled out a golden spike from beneath his gauntlets. It was like a terrifying cocktail stick. As if he was going to fiercely pop a balloon, he leaped towards the white ball and drove the spike into it like a stake would be driven into the heart of an incapacitated vampire before it woke. The sphere was flattened, but not to the point it could pop just yet. Acknowledging the need for more strength, Gold General pushed down harder on the orb. Like a mist of chalk, white dust began to clog the immediate vicinity as Gold General continued to press his sharp golden prod into Snowball's snowball. After an extra loud pang sound, the orb popped open to reveal the furry little critter that had been pestering Gold General. It came rolling out the orb roughly. Gold General kicked Snowball away, as if he was simple vermin that was no longer worth his time. The kick was a rough one, though. Snowball was sent coursing through a number of concrete walls before coming to a stop, shivering on the precipice of death. The Holy Rhino immediately applied a heal on the creature, but it'd take a while for it to get back on its feet. And a restoration of its courage was another matter entirely. Gold General now walked over to the Holy Rhino and tried to kill it, as it had initially sought to do. "Stop!" A voice sounded from directly behind the general. Gold General turned to see the bloodied, broken-bodied Xie Qing King standing there. His eyes gleamed with silver, wanting to make one last effort before submitting to the cold embrace of death. Yes. Gold General threw a punch towards Xie Qing King's head, in one last bid to destroy the noggin he so much loathed. Xie Qing King was trembling with the last bit of power he wished to exhaust on his foe. He also knew there'd be no turning back now, as an attempt to dodge or block the attack would be futile. One of Snowball's eyes had been squished like jelly after the kick it received earlier, and now, with its other one half open, it looked at Xie Qing King and barked in sadness. And unable to dodge the attack, all Xie Qing King could do now was hope he had bought the Holy Rhino enough time to supply everyone with what they needed, and for Han Sen to possibly return before it was too late. Seeing the fist bear down on him, ready to finish him off, Xie Qing King looked at it with wide eyes. He wanted to see that which was trying to kill him, he wasn't going to turn away. And as he watched it come, he watched as another fist reached out from nowhere and blocked it. Gold General was as shocked as Xie Qing King was, acknowledging it was Xie Qing King's own hand that had somehow stopped the hit despite his grievous injuries. Xie Qing King grabbed the fist and smiled with a seething hiss. In my comic, *T characters like you don't survive more than 3 chapters, Xie Qing King said, as his lips formed a faint smirk. Yes. Gold General threw another fist at Xie Qing King. Xie Qing King grabbed this fist, too, and said, I was going to be nice and let you live, despite the fact you're some emperor's yes-man jellyfish. But then you go and hit my little homie over there. Bruh, you done goofed. It's time to write you out of this. I'll see you on the cutting room floor. After that, Xie Qing King's body blazed with a silver light unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed before. No. Gold General could feel Xie Qing King unleashing the true extent of his powers, and he could quickly feel that strength overwhelming his own. His hands were like chains, latched tightly around his fists. There was no escape. Gold General, in his panic, tried to do all that he could to break free. He began swinging his legs like a madman in a bid to escape. Gold General was happy that Xie Qing King had not tried to dodge his fierce kneeing, but that slight modicum of joy turned to shock and fright a second later. His knee was only 1 inch away from striking Xie Qing King's belly, but it could go no further. No matter what he tried, his knee kept stopping 1 inch short of its target. No. Gold General was terrified. Loss was something he rarely felt, and more than anything right now, all he wanted to do was leave. He wanted to leave, but Xie Qing King's grasp was too tight and forbade him from doing so. No. Gold General could not repel the power, and he was dragged closer and closer into the silver sun before him. Boom! Gold General was pulled into the silver star, resulting in a devastating explosion that turned the entire sky silver. Arg! Gold General let out one last scream of agony. A second later, it was cut short. Moment Queen herself was shocked seeing this, and she watched as half the shelter was turned to gravel and dirt by the release of that power. Everyone fell back seeing this. A giant crater was all that remained where that power had been unleashed, and at its center stood Xie Qing King. And that was all. Next, Xie Qing King pulled out a cigar and lit it. With a deep inhale and a puff of outward smoke, he said, "Oh, I know what the ladies like. And to all you who seek to push their luck like the Golden Dong did. Listen up, because you don't get to fight the author and expect to win, boys and girls." Xie Qing King gave Snowball a thumbs up. Snowball came crawling out of the rubble, wishing to give a reply. But then, he saw Xie Qing King suddenly collapse as a stream of silver blood began to pour out of him. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 33 seconds AM Chapter 13-14 Moment Queen was overjoyed for a short while. She had not expected Xie Qing King would be able to actually open 10 gene locks and defeat Gold General. But whether or not he'd live to see another day had yet to be determined. He had exhausted far too much strength and energy in unleashing that devastating hit, and it had left him on death's door. At the very least, he had helped turn the tides on the enemy and give them a hope of pulling through to emerge victorious. If that little girl can drive the final few nails into Demon Cup Emperor's coffin, we might just pull through this, Moment Queen thought to herself, as she looked on Zero with hopeful eyes. Cup Demon Emperor had been killed by the bone dagger again, but just like last time, he had been brought to life out of another bug. He had been killed 4 times by now, but no matter what Zero did, he kept coming back a few seconds later. It was as if a bug took on his appearance, life force, and everything about him. They behaved like him and even made use of his powers to the same strength and extent. Moment Queen watched the bugs intently, whenever she could. There had to be something she could learn through observation, a trick or a puzzle she could decipher, which could lead to a solution they could employ in taking out Cup Demon Emperor for good. The bugs that turned into Cup Demon Emperor did not look all that special compared to the several others that were buzzing around. It seemed to her as if any random bug of his could serve as a reanimation host. What is this power he wields? Gah! We need information if we are to solve this conundrum. Moment Queen racked her mind for a possible solution. She watched the proceedings for a while, but she was unable to learn anything. If Serpent Throne was with them, things would be considerably easier, she believed. Moment Queen wondered where it was, and recalled it was currently in Thunder Hell Shelter. Even if it was to come over and aid in the battle, it would take a good long while to arrive. There was a great distance separating this shelter from the others. Cup Demon Emperor frowned, seeing his beloved Gold General be killed. For a berserk super creature like that to be killed by a spirit that had just opened 10 gene locks, he thought it was humiliating. I need to hurry up and end all these vermin, Cup Demon Emperor said to himself, as his eyes flashed with an ominous thunder. Suddenly, countless bugs appeared, each of them turning into a carbon copy of Cup Demon Emperor. They all flew forward in a swarm to put an end to the girl that had caused him so much strife. Moment Queen's face turned grim when she saw this. She thought he could only copy himself once. But all of a sudden, there were now 6 Cup Demon Emperors coming for the girl. With the real one, that made 7. She observed each of them, noting how they were all as powerful as each other, all as powerful as the real Cup Demon Emperor. Moment Queen was worried, thinking the girl might end up getting killed. The girl had defied her expectations, but what she was faced with now was far greater than anything that had come before. But with events concerning Zero, a defiance of expectations was a common occurrence. Moment Queen almost had her socks blown off, when she saw Zero slay each and every copy of Cup Demon Emperor with ease. It truly was as if she was swatting a bunch of bothersome flies. Every time she attacked, there'd be 1 Cup Demon Emperor less to deal with. But when these Cup Demon Emperor copies died, more and more were summoned to take their places. Moment Queen was flabbergasted. Even when she was at her strongest, at peak performance before her fall from grace, not even she had achieved such wild amounts of power. Although the girl could not kill Cup Demon Emperor entirely, she had easily exerted what was necessary to do so many times over. And she had greatly suppressed Cup Demon Emperor and his plans by killing him over and over, not letting him go free to deal with other matters on the battlefield. So, how do we kill him once and for all? Moment Queen was still searching for the answer. She noticed 10 was the max number of copies he could create of himself at any given time. I may not know what power he possesses, but there is no way he can keep respawning so easily. Unless his true body is not connected to these or something. Would that mean none of those bodies are real? And if that was so, where does his true self lie? Moment Queen's mind was a tangled brush of questions right now. Moment Queen's eyes then flashed. In her mind, she recorded the precise moment a bug turned into a copy of Cup Demon Emperor. She kept replaying the sight in her mind, over and over again, desperate to learn something new or find the trick to this entire shenanigan. And eventually, she did catch something strange. She smiled, thinking she might have learned something. She said to herself, they really aren't real. They're little more than doppelgangers. Moment Queen was not entirely correct. If it was a doppelganger, Zero would have been able to kill the real one just as easily. The Ajura Sutra could destroy the spirit stone when killing the spirit itself, after all. The fabricated emperors were like pets of Cup Demon Emperor himself. He placed his power in one bug and turned it into a copy of himself. When that cup was killed, he could make another one just as easily as he had made the first. And because Cup Demon Emperor had opened 10 gene locks, he could create 10 active cups at the same time. Unfortunately, that did not matter much. Moment Queen only wanted to find out where the real Cup Demon Emperor was. Cut off the head of the snake, and the body dies, after all. Suddenly, she smiled again, saying, "Aha! I found you." Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 32 seconds AM Chapter 13:15 Moment Queen had been looking for the true spirit, but in her constant rewatches of the video she had recorded in her mind, she did notice something. With every bug that became Cup Demon Emperor, she saw another smaller bug writhe around them. It was like a little football, but its dominant color was black, and it possessed a cup on its back. It was camouflaged well, so it didn't stick out. That was why spotting it had been so difficult and it had taken so long, but whenever a bug became a cup, that little one was around it. Unfortunately, finding it was difficult, and she didn't think she could keep an eye on it alone. Before the bugs became copies of Cup Demon Emperor, the little bug that possessed a cup on its back was similar to a chimney that was emitting black smoke. It disappeared quickly, and then, the bugs that were around it would become those copies of Cup Demon Emperor. That must be it. Moment Queen watched it intently now, with her own two eyes. She was able to spot it every now and again, emitting the black smoke like a puff of perfume. And then, when this occurred, she'd see the big bugs in its vicinity transform and take on the shape of Cup Demon Emperor. She didn't take action just yet, though. It'd be impossible for her to walk up and kill it, considering how agile it was. She knew she should take her time and not be so hasty. Seeing the little girl do her thing, Moment Queen decided to teleport next to her. Then, over the fraction of a second, she went elsewhere right past her. But just before she did this, her lips swiftly moved to speak and provide Zero the intel she sought to impart. With how quickly she was going, any onlookers would only see Moment Queen hurriedly speed right past her. The Bug Knight Moment Queen was still dealing with eventually caught up to her, spitting out silk in an attempt to trap her. Moment Queen evaded everything it tried to do effortlessly, and unbeknownst to her opponent, she was still secretly keeping an eye on the little girl and her own dilemma. But more importantly, she was keeping track of where the black bug with a cup on its back was scurrying to. Suddenly, Moment Queen teleported to the black bug and used her Geno sword to stab it. Dong! Moment Queen was incredibly fast, and before the eyes of the opponent, it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Unfortunately, her sword was unable to pierce the shell of the little bug. And while that was dismaying, it was enough. That was because she had left an ugly white mark across the carapace, which worked against its black camouflage. The bug was maddened by what she had tried to do, though. Like the exhaust of a Humvee or the flue of an upset volcano, it began emitting its black smoke everywhere. Moment Queen quickly dashed away from the smoke, not wanting to hang around and find out what effects it might have on her. But the bug wasn't keen to let her transgression slide. With great anger, it made the decision to chase after Moment Queen, but it was all too late. A bone dagger had pinned it in its place. The bug squealed and squirmed for a couple of seconds, before exploding into a thick, soupy, red haze. When the bug died, all the Cup Demon Emperor copies went with it. They all went up in a puff of smoke. And then, in tandem, the enemies that had come to the shelter sought to flee the battle. In great terror and fright, the hosts that had come to conquer the shelter began running away in every direction they could. Moment Queen immediately started killing them as they went, and picked off any stragglers she could. In Cup Demon's shelter, there was a robed spirit staring at a can. Inside the can were 3 black bugs with cups on their backs. The heir of Godslayer Luo has revealed himself. My Cup Demon has died, send word. I am sure the emperors of this realm will relish the opportunity to aid me. The spirit smiled. And then, many black bugs began to fly out from underneath his fingers. In Moving Star Shelter, Snowball and Xie Qing King clutched each other tightly as they were electrocuted back to full health. They were the ones who had been injured the most, and the Silver Fox was keen, almost too keen, to help them recover. I'm groovy. I'm fit as a fiddle. Xie Qing King pleaded, beneath the brutality of the electricity he was being forced to endure. Unheeding, the Silver Fox continued shocking them both back to full health. Woof! Snowball said, in a half-squeal. Moment Queen performed a quick head count and noted not many had died, primarily through the healing distributed by the Holy Rhino and the Silver Fox. Unfortunately, the shelter itself was in wild disarray. There was little of it left following the carnage. They had managed to kill 7 creatures all in all, but the strongest of them had been vaporized by Xie Qing King. There was not a trace of its body left to be found. The black-haired Lady Zero was busy preparing food, as everyone regained some happiness in the jovial mood brought on by victory. Moment Queen stared at the girl for a while, thinking about how much she admired her. She knew the girl was the purple-haired lady. Even Dry Bone King looked at her with admiration. They were all shocked by Zero's performance that day, and how after all the time they had spent together, they had not known the full extent of what she could do. She wasn't just the near-mute cook Han Sen kept as a companion. There was something special about her, that was for sure. Across the third god's sanctuary, black bugs were individually being sent to Emperor shelters. "Goo Demon, what are you up to?" an emperor asked, while looking at the bug. The bug then displayed a video of Zero fighting 10 cup demon emperors, all at once. "Godslayer Luo," the emperor said, as he stared at Zero with a sudden feeling of contempt. "The heir of Godslayer Luo has come. I would like to see the true extent of his power. The time for revenge has come." Across all the emperor shelters, their rulers all looked to be in shock. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 31 seconds AM Chapter 13:16. It took Han Sen 4 days to return to Moving Star Shelter. By the time he got back, the fight was already over and the crisis had been averted, or at the very least met head-on during his absence and resolved in a massive battle he had missed out on. When Han Sen returned, though, he wasn't exactly delighted at the results. Before him lay the ruins and remnants of what was once a glorious and immaculately conceived and constructed shelter. And in the midst of the ruins was Xie Qing King, who seemed to be enjoying a nice, cold beer. Still, he was glad the place had been saved and his companions had pulled through. "Good job." Han Sen gave him a high five. Han Sen had heard what had transpired through Thorn Queen, especially what Xie Qing King had managed to pull off in order to kill Gold General. "I am Xie Qing King, not Xie Qing Emperor," Xie Qing King said. "I thought you were a super emperor now," Han Sen said, in hysterics. Fortunately, no one had died during the siege. An incredible thing, too, given how hairy things became. Having the Silver Fox and the Holy Rhino around to heal was a brilliant thing, and they had both proven themselves to be invaluable assets to the composition of Han Sen's primary force, despite Xie Qing King's personal feelings towards Little Silver's shock therapy treatment. The talent of healing was quite rare, overall. Individually, such creatures had a hard time surviving due to their weakness in attacking. And because of that, it was difficult for them to level up. 9 gene-lock creatures like the Holy Rhino were an extremely rare find, and it was no wonder its original owner had gone to such lengths to procure it. Saint Fan himself made sure to use the Holy Rhino a lot, too, and it had proven a great asset for him, before his death. Han Sen, Thorn Queen, and Xie Qing King were having a merry chat when Moment Queen exited the Spirit Hall, heading in their direction. Moment Queen didn't seem like her usual self, though. In fact, she was looking quite grim. It prompted the interest and concern of those talking. "Can someone tell me who Godslayer Luo is?" Moment Queen asked. Moment Queen was in the second god's sanctuary when Godslayer Luo was in the third, so it wasn't too surprising to learn she did not know much about him. "A human elite, why? What's wrong?" Han Sen thought her asking such a question was strange. Something was amiss. Moment Queen pointed at Zero and said, "I just returned from the spirit base. All the spirits there are saying she is the heir of this Godslayer Luo guy, and that they're all planning to kill her as revenge or something." Define the all that is planning to kill her. Han Sen knew this was going to happen, one way or another. Spirits were quite vengeful creatures, but none had yet learned he was the true heir to Godslayer Luo. He didn't expect this to become an issue this far down the line, though, prompted by a misunderstanding. Still, he wasn't too afraid. Han Sen was an incredibly mighty person now, and he'd do whatever it took to protect Zero, provided she even needed protection, the wild and wonderful thing she was. Moment Queen went ahead to say, "All the spirits want to kill Zero. They know we are in her company. We're on our own out here. This is bad. Well, what can we do about it?" We're not feeding zero to the dogs, if that's what your poisonous heart is contemplating, Han Sen mused. Moment Queen suggested, we go into hiding. We go underground, like, literally. We give this dump up for now. Go to the underground shelter, have a nice cold pint, and wait for all this to blow over. And what about the humans we've ensured the security of? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had asserted control and assured the safety of many shelters by this point. There were many humans, far more than the underground shelter could offer refuge to. Maybe they can go hide in that alliance place Xie Qing King likes to drone on about. Moment Queen offered. Han Sen rejected the idea, saying, no. If we lose the shelters, we might as well off them ourselves. Moment Queen said, I fear you are having difficulty grasping the gravitas of the situation here. There are at least a dozen emperors coming, all looking to plant Zero's head on a pike. She's a remarkable fighter, I'll give her that, but this is a threat that is too much for any one person to even dream of defeating. I'll help her fight, and fine, tell the humans to return to the alliance while we sort this out, Han Sen conceded. And how do you hope to stop this enemy force? It'll only take one punch off one of them to end our lives. Moment Queen thought Han Sen was overestimating his own talent. He was jeopardizing everything by being so cocky and boisterous, she believed. Moment Queen composed herself and then said, the second, fourth, fifth, and seventh son of gods are on their way. We hide or we die, it's that simple. Let them come. I will kill them all, Han Sen said, casually. Yeah, what are you fussing about? Back in the day, when I had to face a siege, I didn't have any fancy schmancy super creatures to heal. We had sticks. 2 sticks, and a rock for the whole shelter, and we had to share the rock. Buck up, girl, you are one very lucky spirit. Xie Qing King said, chucking the remainder of his beer away. It was difficult to tell if he was being serious or not. This is madness. Moment Queen had no clue what was going through their minds anymore. Madness? This is the third god's sanctuary. Have some god *mn faith, Moment Queen. I have a plan. So, for now, go and tell humans to return to the alliance. Things are going to heat up, of course, but we've weathered worse storms than this. They will not crush us, Han Sen said. Moment Queen was unable to convince them to change their course of action, so she ended up having no choice but to abide by their decision. She notified the other shelters as she was told to. Han Sen then got deep into planning out how he was going to defeat what was coming and turn the tides in his favor. He wanted to take over the entire sanctuary, anyway. Han Sen had opened 10 gene locks with jade skin, and with Little Angel by his side, slaying emperors should prove no problem, he thought. With Zero and the Silver Fox's help, he wagered he'd be able to take on 30 emperors without even breaking a sweat. Thorn Queen came to Han Sen in a bit of a rush, and then she presented the snake egg. There were cracks running along the shell, suggesting it was about to hatch. Not long after, it all came apart as a red-scaled dragon emerged, saying, "Oh yeah. I'm back." Han Sen smiled and said, "Well, you just remember to keep your end of this bargain. We made a deal, remember?" "Of course. 100 years is nothing. You are too kind." Dragon King was starting to talk more like a human now. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 30 seconds AM Chapter 13:17. Well, now that I know you're on my side, I have a problem you might be able to help me with. Han Sen went on to tell Dragon King about the coming siege Moment Queen had reported. "Are you saying the entire third god sanctuary is against us? And who is Godslayer Luo, anyway?" Dragon King asked, with widened eyes. "He was a human who slaughtered a bunch of spirits in this place," Han Sen explained succinctly. "Are you sure? How could he have triggered the ire of so many emperors if all he did was go about killing and conquering, very much like what you have done?" Dragon King thought it was quite strange. Han Sen admitted, I don't know the full story behind it, I'll be honest. But to make so many spirits and emperors hate him, he must have done something far worse than kill a bunch of pompous spirits. This is unusual, I'll confess. This. Dragon King did not believe he was hearing the truth. That wasn't to say he believed Han Sen was lying, mind. Han Sen then slowly started to say, I have heard that Godslayer Luo wields the power of Azura. Pa! Don't feed me that cowpat. I'm the only person in existence who knows the true power of Azura, Dragon King said, with confidence. Isn't it the Azura Sutra? And you're the sole one. How can you know, but not the other generals? Han Sen asked. The Azura Sutra is. Dragon King's talk suddenly trailed off. When he resumed his speech, he said, How dare you? Stop trying to trick me into telling you. This Godslayer chap couldn't have the power of Azura, because he isn't Azura. The Azura Sutra isn't even that good. Zero learned it, and all she did was go a little hyper and kill a spirit. That's what has prompted all the other emperors to take up arms and go after her. It's a little too much of a coincidence, though, don't you think? Han Sen explained further. But humans are unable to learn the Azura Sutra, Dragon King said, resolutely. Han Sen then went to find Zero and bring her before Dragon King so she could demonstrate the Azura powers she could wield. Impossible. 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 How are humans able to practice the Azura Sutra? Impossible. Impossible. Impossible, Dragon King repeated, as if the shock had thrown him into a daze. Godslayer Luo's falsified Sky Sutra is practically the same as the Azura Sutra, Han Sen told him. You're talking crap. Dragon King refused to believe what he was hearing. Han Sen smiled and said, I have a blood relation with Godslayer Luo, I am the true heir. It isn't Zero. And I have read the falsified Sky Sutra and I can confirm, 100%, they are one and the same. Dragon King didn't even say anything in response to this claim. So, Han Sen spoke again, telling him, My sister has practiced the falsified Sky Sutra, and I have seen her use it in action. The powers are the same, and now, I have a personal stake in all this trouble. The last thing I want, when she comes here to the third god's sanctuary, is for her to suffer what I am about to go through. I don't want emperors looking to bully her because of a skill she possesses. Dragon King appeared to be conflicted, but shock was the prevailing emotion. And he was feeling so much shock, he could hardly speak. Han Sen went on to say, in the Alliance, there is another race of beings. They aren't human, and they are whom we call Shura. The falsified Sky Sutra was retrieved from a tomb belonging to one of their perished kings. Dragon King finally responded, and he asked, What do they look like? These, Shura. Han Sen described their appearance, and Dragon King's face distorted. Can you tell me if there is a relation between the Shura and this stuff? Han Sen asked. Dragon King told Han Sen, I don't know why If you don't help me find a solution to this problem of ours, it's us versus the rest of the sanctuary. We're both in the same boat here, Han Sen said. Dragon King nibbled his lips before talking again. Okay, tell me what you want to know. Personally, I don't think anything I tell you will be of any service, but if peace of mind is enough, then I am here for your elucidation. Tell me what you can, then, Han Sen said. Dragon King sighed and said, Fine. Even if didn't tell you, the truth would have to come out eventually. Dragon King went quiet for a while, as if he was composing what he was about to say. Then, after a period of silence elapsed, he said, You were right. Mr. Ancient Devil summoned a demigod with a demigod Geno core, but you were wrong in the suggestion that he used us as the sacrifice. He was able to summon the super creatures and spirits necessary, but that aside, he required my help. Help? Han Sen did not understand what help Dragon King could provide, or if the summoning of a demigod even required help when he was able to do it so simply. Dragon King said, I told you that demigods will help you after being summoned. But, as with all things, it depends on their mood on that particular day. And what's more, ancient Devil Emperor did not summon a demigod for aid. What did he want, then? Han Sen had a guess in mind, but he still wanted to ask for confirmation. Dragon King said, he wanted to kill the demigod and take the core for himself. Han Sen was able to guess this, but still, hearing that was what ancient Devil Emperor wished to do was rather unnerving to hear. And what happened then? Did he succeed? Han Sen asked. Of course, Dragon King paused, and then went on to say, well, success is all relative. And what is that supposed to mean? Han Sen frowned. Mr. Ancient Devil did trick the demigod, but it wasn't him who killed the summoned one. And it wasn't him who took the core, Dragon King said. Azura. Han Sen was shocked. Yes. He killed the demigod and took the demigod Geno core. That was what formed the basis of the betrayal incident you have long pestered me about. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 29 seconds AM Chapter 13:18 Han Sen waited for Dragon King to finish his speech, but he struggled to believe the validity of the tale he had just been told. If ancient Devil Emperor wanted to fight a demigod, would it even be possible for him to be careless enough to allow a subordinate to not only stealing his kill, but take the demigod Geno core, as well? And if Azura was able to get away with doing so, on the circumstance of what could be considered dumb luck, how could he have been strong enough to turn against ancient Devil Emperor, so much so that it influenced others to betray their supposed leader, too? Furthermore, ancient Devil Emperor already had a demigod Geno core of his own. Why would he risk everything by using it to slay another demigod, just so he could obtain another? Just like the Jew Han Sen possessed, they weren't artifacts that boosted the abilities of a person in any way. Dragon King and Wuxia, up to this point, had not spoken a single word concerning the betrayal. Although Dragon King had now stepped forward to elucidate a few minor details, the majority of the mystery Han Sen had long sought to uncover still remained fogged and unlearned. Han Sen's mind was clogged with a number of questions, just as it always was. And he earnestly hoped Dragon King would be willing to give him the answer he wanted most. But it seemed as if he had overstepped his own boundaries, because he had reeled back now and quit being so talkative. He was Han Sen's servant now, though, so Han Sen wasn't going to stop prodding him for more answers. After learning the few tidbits he had, Han Sen was hungry for more. He decided to ask, how did Azura manage to kill a demigod? What did he get out of doing that? Dragon King's lips trembled and tripped over each other, holding in words that weren't quite willing to part his vocal box. He looked away for a moment, as if to consider what exactly he should say. When he was ready, he turned back to look at Han Sen and said, it's complicated. The entire thing is like a feverish dream when I remember it now. Truth be told, we weren't entirely sure whether or not it was a demigod we had actually killed. Han Sen wasn't really sure what to make of that, so he pushed for more and asked, didn't you just say you summoned one? How can you not know you summoned a demigod, when you went through the necessary steps for the summoning of a demigod? Dragon King was still remaining mum about the crux of the issue, skirting around the subject as best he could. Han Sen was worried Dragon King would buckle. It was obviously a difficult subject for him to talk about, and it was impressive he had given up as much as information as he had. Han Sen didn't want him retreating back into some sort of shell and refusing to say more. Dragon King said, Mr. Ancient Devil used the core to summon a demigod, but it was weird. What was so strange about it? Han Sen inquired. Dragon King said, Mr. Ancient Devil planned on summoning a weak demigod. He could learn the strength of a demigod by examining their altar before he committed to the summoning ritual. He had more than one demigod Geno core, and eventually, he settled on one for the sacrifice. The altar, however, was so weak that it was unable to consume a super creature that was offered in sacrifice, alive, leastways. And this weakness was reflected in the demigod himself, when he was fully summoned. No matter how weak demigods are, they must have a fitness of at least 5,000. That's right, isn't it? Han Sen asked. Han Sen had learned about demigods through the Ji family. The fourth god sanctuary's weakest creatures had a fitness level of 5,000, and that was the bare minimum. Survival in such a place, for any human, was a trial and a half. Grandpa Ji told Han Sen that even if he did manage to obtain a greater fitness number than 5,000, he should never underestimate the creatures and spirits of that place. Even if they were weak in the third god's sanctuary, they'd be no laughing matter in the fourth god's sanctuary. He was going to use our collective power and Geno treasures to kill a demigod. Even if we were unable to kill the demigod we summoned, making it bleed and collecting its blood would make the venture worthwhile. After all, it was a being that inhabited the fourth god's sanctuary we were summoning, and it was only natural for us all to be afraid and nervous with the task at hand. But when that demigod appeared before us, it was already on the precipice of death. Killing it would have been an easy job for any one of us. Whoa, you guys were that lucky. Han Sen was surprised to hear they were that fortunate. Lucky? Dragon King gave Han Sen a strange look before proceeding to say, none of his plans were of any worth, so Azura stepped forth and killed it. Then, he took his power. It was like the savage twist of a knife, and suddenly, there was division in the ranks and contention amongst the generals. A fight broke out, and it resulted in the utter ruin of ancient devil shelter. It sounds like Azura did a good, old-fashioned kill steal. I don't really see what the big fuss is about. Couldn't you guys have just talked it out? Han Sen was a little underwhelmed, learning this was the answer to the mystery he had long wished to be revealed. Dragon King looked at Han Sen strangely once more, and he told him, I said the demigod looked weird, didn't I? Yeah, weird. As in, it's weird this emperor we summoned is dying weird, right? Han Sen said. It would have been lucky if that had actually happened. Dragon King paused and sighed for a brief moment, before explaining, before the demigod died, he said something that chilled our very bones. Okay, and what did he say? Han Sen asked. He wished Dragon King spoke a little faster, as it aggravated Han Sen when every word and syllable was delivered so slowly. He said he was God. Dragon King's voice trembled to speak that final word. God. Han Sen had heard a lot about some figure proclaiming itself to be God, and he didn't think Dragon King was preaching about the big cheese of Christianity when saying this. It sounded just like the God figure Han Jinji was said to have met. Published at 5th of April 2019 9:22 and 28 seconds AM Chapter 13:19. Well, it might be normal for some demigods to refer to themselves as gods, right? It's in their title, after all. I know enough stuffy spirits around these parts that have a god complex, Han Sen said, grasping at straws for a possible reason why the spirit might have called itself God. Well, those thoughts crossed our minds, too. And thinking it to be arrogance, we wanted to kill it even more. That, however, was when the spirit said something else. When Dragon King's sentence came to a close, his face drooped into an unsettling grimace. Han Sen did not ask or prompt him to tell what was said, he just stared at Dragon King intensely. With bent vocals, Dragon King stuttered out a few words. He said, whoever kills God will be erased. Han Sen didn't think much of it, at first. More than anything, he believed the demigod that called itself God was merely bluffing. It was like a riff on the cliché of, if you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. That sort of thing. It would either be that, or I'll haunt your *SS from beyond the grave. Dragon King went on to elaborate, given the awkward silence that followed what he had just spoken. He said, again, we didn't care much for what the demigod said. Ahura had heard enough of the pompous spirit he believed it to be, and with great anger, he struck it down. This, of course, was to the grand and terrible displeasure of Mr. Ancient Devil. Me and Ahura were tight. We were very good friends. That being said, I knew where my allegiances lay, and I did not want to betray Mr. Ancient Devil. The others, for whatever reasons compelled them, did not. They were with Ahura and immediately started fighting. Ahura was the strongest out of us all, though. After he killed the demigod, that might and power were only amplified. Those who followed him believed Ahura would win. And as spirits often do, they gravitated towards the strongest amongst them, which was likely to be him. If Mr. Ancient Devil was going to lose, of course the generals would want to support the master that took his place. But that did not come to pass, and shortly after the transgression, he disappeared. Dragon King almost looked afraid, speaking this. "What do you mean exactly?" Han Sen asked. The tale was riveting, and he was eager for an elaboration of every detail. He disappeared. He vanished. He was simply gone. The prevailing belief over what might have occurred was split between two ideas: either he was taken to the fourth god's sanctuary, or he legged it and had no need for anyone else. Dragon King's speech stumbled once more, as it frequently did. After a breath for composure, he went on to say, "Aside from those of us who accompanied Mr. Ancient Devil in the hopes of slaying a summoned demigod, everyone seemed to forget Ahura's existence. He was a famous spirit, and his name was heralded far and wide. But after those events, it was like he had been forgotten about. Everyone forgot who he was. Even spirits who had known him for 100,000 years forgot the name Ahura. Neither his creatures nor his heirs recalled who he was. It was just as that frightening spirit had said, before its death. He who killed him would be completely erased. The only ones who remembered him were the generals that were there with him, but even that was only for a brief while. Even they soon forgot." Dragon King looked visibly afraid as he told this story, and he leaned closer to tell Han Sen, "Before Ahura left, though, he made me swear not to tell anyone what had transpired that day. He also wrote down the sutra on my scale. He told me to look after the people who practiced that power, and while I initially believed him to be talking about his kids, I later learned none of them had practiced his powers. I tried looking for Ahura for a long time after, but over time, the notoriety of our band began to fade, too. Even we were forgotten about, Mr. Ancient Devil included. We faded to legend, and then to myth, and then to nothing. The only difference was, we remained here," Dragon King explained. Han Sen was shocked, hearing all this. He told him, maybe Ahura was taken to the Alliance, and the Shura are his descendants. And maybe that's why they cannot enter the sanctuaries. It all adds up. If the story was true, Han Sen firmly believed that to be the most logical reason. The pieces seemed to fit. Dragon King said, "You could be right. And if you have Shura blood, you can practice the Ahura Sutra. I've stewed in the memory of this strange affair for far too long, and I think it's time I myself received some answers." Han Sen knew Dragon King had told him everything he could, and there was little more he knew. His mention of the Shura blood was curious, but it had thinned and become so light, the relation was practically non-existent. The one with the true blood relation was the Luo family who followed the Shura. Maybe I'll need to enter that Shura tomb myself and do a little archaeology if I'm to search for definitive answers. In retrospect, it's almost a shame I did not associate myself a little more with the Luo family. Given my history and spats with them, I doubt they'd let me take a peek in their big book of secrets now. Han Sen's mind wandered down the various avenues of how he might learn even more. Han Sen told Dragon King more about the Shura and the falsified Sky Sutra. After that, judging from what he was told, Dragon King started to believe Ahura must have indeed gone to the Alliance. But in regards to how that had even happened, he had no clue. Perhaps he broke through the dimension, but if that was what had happened, Azura would have found himself in the fourth god's sanctuary, instead. The demigod they had killed most certainly had some strange powers. I wonder, is Azura still alive? Han Sen asked himself, fancying an encounter with him one day. He'd have much to ask. If his spirit stone had not broken, he should still be alive. Provided the rules for spirits still applied, even when they were outside the sanctuaries. Published at 5th of April 2019 6:14 AM Chapter 1320, If Ancient Devil Emperor killed a demigod, what would he gain from obtaining a core and its blood? Minus the whole being erased business, mind you. Han Sen wondered this, reflecting on all he had been told in his conversation with Dragon King. With the magnitude of Ancient Devil Emperor power, he was the sort to have no problem ascending to the fourth god's sanctuary and becoming a demigod. From what he had heard, there would be no need for him to try something as risky as challenging a demigod in the third god's sanctuary. There must have been a great benefit or bonus to achieve and retrieve, by willingly summoning a demigod and attempting to kill one. Even the weakest demigod would be no laughing matter to deal with. What transpired after Azura killed the demigod went completely against what anyone imagined might happen. Even Ancient Devil Emperor must not have expected the results, and so that was a catalyst for Han Sen asking this. Dragon King answered, saying, Mr. Ancient Devil said spirits and creatures, and now humans I guess, could only open 10 gene locks. If you became a demigod, you were unable to open any more. He must have opened 10 of them, yes? Han Sen asked. He thought this was a given, but asking for confirmation did not hurt. Dragon King said, he did, yes. But he was driven by the belief that more could be unlocked. There is an 11th gene lock. Han Sen asked. Not quite. There is another gene lock, but it isn't one of simple progression. It operates on a slightly different spectrum, Dragon King said. Okay, and what's the difference? This was the first Han Sen was hearing about such a thing, and he was keen to learn more. Admittedly, I'm not entirely sure. Mr. Ancient Devil didn't tell us much about it, but other emperors pursued the opening of this gene lock, too. Dragon King continued, saying, Mr. Ancient Devil strived tirelessly to open it. He worked on it for the longest time, employing various different means and methods. He never was successful. The demigod method was his last resort. Dragon King did not explain what this special gene lock was, so Han Sen was still at a loss. Is no god emperor like Ancient Devil Emperor, I wonder? Is he going after this special gene lock? The dude wrecks, and he could totally become a demigod if he wanted to. There has to be something keeping him here, not wanting to ascend just yet. Han Sen mulled the oddities surrounding his latest nemesis. Han Sen returned to the Alliance shortly after the discussion was over, at the behest of Ji Ruozhen who had given him a call. Han Sen picked it up and said, Hey Dad, how's Mom? Ji Yanran's mother had been sick for a while. It wasn't an illness of any life-threatening capacity, but he still thought it polite to ask. Ji Ruozhen seemed to not be in the mood for the exchanging of social niceties, and he immediately asked, Did you send all those humans back to the Alliance? If you did, is it true? That depends. What did you hear? Han Sen asked. Ji Ruozhen explained to Han Sen, the spirits believe a child of Godslayer Luo is in one of your shelters, and now they're out for blood. Han Sen told him, Yes, I sent all the humans back. I'll get this situation ironed out, though, don't worry. And when I've resolved the matter, they can all go back. What are you planning to do? Ji Ruozhen asked. Han Sen told it to him straight, Fight, of course. You really think you can pull a feat such as that off? You've accomplished things not thought possible, so I won't doubt you. But you're certain you can pull this off? Ji Ruozhen sounded worried for Han Sen's well-being. Yes, I'm certain. Han Sen answered Ji Ruozhen resolutely, with no room for doubts or second thoughts. Ji Ruozhen said, "Good. But take care, please. Take a step back and understand the gravitas of this situation, for the entire stake of humanity's advancement in the third God's sanctuary will be in your hands. You shoulder our future there, right now. If you lose, all will be lost." "I understand it well," Han Sen said. Ji Ruozhen then muttered something inaudible before pausing. As if to compose himself, he then cleared his throat and spoke, "I said that as a president. As a father, it would pain me greatly to see my daughter be upset. Don't worry, I understand. I'll see this through to the end and come away smiling." "You have my word on that," Han Sen spoke with the intent to inspire confidence. Han Sen went on Skynet next to read the news. Reports of what was going on were everywhere. You'd have to be living beneath a very large rock on some icy asteroid in the distant corners of the galaxy to not know what was happening. Dismayingly, people thought Han Sen should quit while he was ahead. They thought he shouldn't stand his ground, and that it would be best to retreat and throw in the towel. The humans who had been sent to the Alliance were all worried for what their future would hold. If their shelters were lost, then they'd be unable to return, and their time in the sanctuaries was over. Many professionals analyzed the situation to the best of their abilities, and the general consensus amongst them was that Han Sen should leave, too. Before things went any further, though, Han Sen decided to have dinner with Ji Yanran. Throughout the meal, her lips staggered on the precipice of saying something. She clearly had something on her mind, but some phantom force stayed her from speaking. Han Sen decided to approach her from behind, knowing what she was feeling. He embraced her from behind and spoke on her behalf. "Do you believe I can do this?" "Yes, but I'm afraid," Ji Yanran said, stroking the arms that caressed her. "I would never do something that would prevent my return to your loving warmth. I will be careful, I promise. I don't want my time with you to end, ever. I might not be the strongest, and things might turn awry, but if they do, I'll run. I'll run right through the teleporter, through that door, and into your arms. You'll see me again." Han Sen leaned down to kiss her, and then said, "Plus, I want a son. I can't let myself die just yet." Ji Yanran laughed and said, "I'd rather a daughter, one that is like Bauer. I wouldn't mind a little princess of my own either. 4 or 5 of them would be ideal, I think. That would sure make for a lively household. Are you sure you don't just want to revel in the exercise of making so many children? Well, that is always fun. Oh, you have some cheek. Ouch." Han Sen then returned to the sanctuary. His companions had been on red alert, not wanting to miss the precise moment an approaching enemy could be spotted. This was not the time for sloppiness nor mistakes. A few days later, while Han Sen spoke with Xie Qing King, he saw a shadow begin to approach the shelter. It had the intimidating presence of a looming mountain that was set to swallow the earth. Boom! A giant landed atop the rubble of the ruined shelter, forming 2 craters, one for each foot. Published at 5th of April 2019 6:13 a.m. Chapter 1321, Giant God Emperor has come, child of Godslayer Luo, come forth and challenge me. The spirit's voice was unbearably loud and frighteningly deep. When he spoke, his voice boomed, and the reverberations rattled one's chest and shook the land around. "That's one big boi," Han Sen muttered, in half-jest. "Hey, BFG, how about you tone it down a little? We aren't deaf," Xie Qing King said, in immediate response. Giant God Emperor brought his head down low to meet them. It was so big, it was like a toppling skyscraper swooping down. "Can it, squirt? I'm already breathing gently and speaking quietly. If you can't handle it, shove a baton in both your ears," Giant God Emperor spoke again. Although the words were meant to intimidate, they were really just funny. He was facing Xie Qing King while he spoke, and with each stressed word, spit was fired at Xie Qing King like heavy rainfall. F***CKU. That's disgusting. Stop spitting. Xie Qing King was infuriated by the spittle downpour and sought to throw a punch towards Giant God Emperor. But Xie Qing King was little more than a bothersome fly when standing next to Giant God Emperor. Still, Xie Qing King was unfazed by this difference in size, and so he made his fist blaze, right as he leaped forward to clobber the larger spirit's forehead. A big thumping sound followed the hit, and the massive body went flying backwards to ruin what little was left of the charred shelter behind him. It was a weird thing to see. Han Sen said, "Hey, you shouldn't fight here. Look at that thing. The shelter can't take much more of a beating." Giant God Emperor stood up with a displeased grimace. He did not speak, and just immediately threw a punch back towards Xie Qing King. Xie Qing King dodged and flew up into the skies. The two then fought, eye to eye, level to level with Xie Qing King's airborne assist. There was no beating around the push or clever tactics being employed by the Alu puncher, and he was going as direct as one could be. The silver fists repeatedly went up against the giant ones with surprising, and amusing, competency. The shockwaves that erupted non-stop were rather dizzying, though. Han Sen was shocked, seeing how powerful Xie Qing King had become after opening his 10th gene lock. It had made an impressive change. And as the two battled, Moment Queen approached. She turned and looked to the skies and then watched. Moment Queen commented, "Whoa. He's the sixth son of God. You should run while you still can." Han Sen merely smiled and continued to enjoy the spectacle, as if he were watching a friendly bout. On the peak of Moving Star Shelter, 3 other spirits were watching the fight as well. One of them was robed in a black cloak. In his hand was a can. This was Gu Demon Emperor. Beside him was the all-too-familiar No God Emperor, who had become a bit of a pest for Han Sen in recent times. The third spirit was unknown to them, but he was a little spooky to see. He had a large third eye lodged in his forehead. Xie Qing King is quite impressive. It is no wonder he was so famous back in the day, this three-eyed spirit said. Age has done little to rust the grumpy old coot. If Xie Qing King starts firing on all cylinders, I don't believe Giant God Emperor can defeat him. Unfortunately, his special powers can only be used twice, Gu Demon Emperor said. He had watched Xie Qing King defeat Gold General. The felling of that creature was a Goliath task even for them, so he was well aware how strong Xie Qing King could actually be. The three-eyed spirit replied to his observations, saying, "Killing the big lug shouldn't mean too much. We have many more emperors on the way, all eager to rip this lot to shreds." The three-eyed spirit then looked around and asked, "And that aside, where is Godslayer Luo's child? That's what we came all this way for, wasn't it? Inside the shelter someplace, or what's left of it? Either that or she's retreated to the Alliance, like all the weakling humans would when put to the test." Gu Demon spoke with clear contempt for the human race. "We tried going after Godslayer Luo himself once before, did we not? Even he was too much of a chicken and clucked off. We can't make mistakes this time, and our vengeance has been a long time coming." The three-eyed spirit echoed the hatred Gu Demon Emperor was speaking with, and he looked bitter and spiteful. Gu Demon Emperor responded, saying, "I sent word to many emperors. I can only presume they're on their way, and I suspect once they're here, we can finally let the slaughter commence." No God Emperor chimed in to say, "You're all so blinded by the need for revenge against Godslayer Luo, you're failing to acknowledge the real problem we face. And that problem is the man down there. Do you see him?" The other two now turned to look at where No God Emperor was aiming his eyes. They all saw Han Sen, who almost looked relaxed as he spectated the battle that was ongoing. The three-eyed spirit asked, "Hey, there's a thought. Do you think he might be another heir of Godslayer Luo, as well? Probably not. But believe me when I tell you he'll be an even harder foe to deal with. Don't underestimate him, no God Emperor said. The three-eyed spirit said, it almost sounds like you're complimenting the boy. Sheesh, where did your spine run off to? If he's not an heir, as you say, then he doesn't have that one-hit kill power the girl does. If he doesn't have that, then we have nothing to be afraid of. Gu Demon Emperor was surprised by what no God Emperor had said, but he viewed things differently than the three-eyed spirit. Understanding no God Emperor wouldn't say what he had lightly, he asked, can you elaborate on the powers he possesses? No God Emperor said, his body hardens to become the strongest material I have ever had to deal with. I fought him, and not even my no God sword was able to bring him harm with a clean hit. What? You jest, surely. Gu Demon Emperor and the three-eyed spirit were both taken aback by what they had just heard. They knew how powerful no God Emperor was, and the power wielded by his blade of choice. They thought a resistance to its killing power was impossible. If even he could not slay that man, then he might actually be a foe to be wary of. The three-eyed spirit's attitude to his warning became more serious, and with a grim look, he offered the suggestion, I can try to break his body through the use of my own power. Gu Demon Emperor explained on his behalf, saying, his powers are very effective against physical defenses. No God Emperor then went on to say, his swords wield the powers of time and space, too. I was unable to block his attacks. Hearing this, they were in shock. Such a fierce combination was unheard of, and they viewed the man in a different light. They almost couldn't believe what they were hearing, but they knew no God Emperor all too well. They knew he wouldn't joke or make up a falsehood. The human is that strong? The other two asked in tandem. Published at 5th of April 2019 6 o'clock and 12 seconds AM Chapter 1322 The three-eyed spirit observed Han Sen closely now, paying more attention to him than anyone else. And as he watched him intently, the young man turned around and smiled. This gave him a shock. He knows we are here, the three-eyed spirit gasped in surprise. Gu Demon Emperor said, never, that should be impossible. We're so very far away, and on top of that, we've hidden our life forces. The three-eyed spirit was still unnerved by the smile he had received, though. He said, well, if he's as tough as no God Emperor has been saying, it wouldn't surprise me if he knew we were here. If anything, it gives credence to his claims. If that's true, we might have a greater problem on our hands than we initially assumed. The three-eyed spirit paused for a moment, then went on to say, Pa, and here I thought we were the problem on their hands. But Godslayer Luo was so strong, and we still forced him to ascend to the fourth God sanctuary. With the combined might and power of ourselves and the emperors still to come, there is no hope for the heir or the young man to escape death. Is Ruin Emperor here yet? Gu Demon Emperor asked. The three-eyed spirit answered, he set off 2 days ago. Then the fate of this lot is sealed. Each and every one of those people will be brutally murdered when Ruin Emperor arrives. Gu Demon was speaking with a bitter contempt for Han Sen and everyone with him. Many other spirits were slowly starting to arrive at the shelter now, all doing so in the belief they were hidden from the awareness of the shelter's occupants. Is that a spirit-fighting giant God Emperor? Are you telling me you don't know who Xie Qing King is? Why? Is he supposed to be famous? He was, 100,000 years ago. That's a little before my time, but why would he be helping Godslayer Luo's heir and the others? I don't know. He always was a bit of an oddball. A colorful ship was on its way, sailing across the broad reaches of the nearby sea to its ultimate destination. 2 ladies were engaged in chit-chat, and their names were Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress. They weren't the shipmasters, however. The captain was currently helming the vessel. Another emperor was on its way to the shelter, soaring not too far above that same blue. This spirit was riding atop a dragon, and as it went, an abundance of frightening sea creatures followed in its wake. All these creatures arrived near the shelter and remained in hiding. Nothing was escaping Han Sen's notice, though. He knew every single thing that was coming to his shelter, and despite that, he was not afraid. Snowball appeared to have just as much knowledge as Han Sen did, but its reaction was slightly different. Shivering in fear, it was cowering behind Bauer's back. Although the creature resembled a dog, it was a scaredy cat, more than anything. It was allergic to the mere concept of danger. Perhaps it was a glutton for punishment, but being with Bauer made it feel a touch safer. Despite her frequent bullying, there was something about her presence that made it feel better. Baby Ghost was not looking too good either. He had only opened 7 gene locks, so his strength was still far below all his peers. There'd be no hope of him competing with any of the spirits or creatures that had come, mouths drooling with a bloodlust. How can this nincompoop acquire so many enemies? We're doomed. Yes, we're doomed. Baby Ghost was not fond of the idea of staying there to fight it out, as he thought there was no chance of victory. His mind feverishly searched for a way in which he might escape his current predicament and live to see another day. Moment Queen's life was in Han Sen's hands, as it had been for a long time. But now, it was teetering near the space between his fingers. This was a decisive moment for them all, with repercussions that could shape the future of the third god sanctuary. She had to fight, despite the slim chances of survival. And while she had had her fair share of ups and downs with Han Sen, she was going to do all she could to see him through. She knew of the enemies that were closing in, but she also knew that was not the brunt of it. The worst had yet to come. And this was a thought that planted a seed of unsettling emotions in her mind. Despite her determination to try, she and the others successfully defending the shelter and emerging victorious was not something she could see happening. Even though Zero had an infinite vat of power, and she'd undoubtedly bring down more than a grand count of spirits and creatures during the fight, she was not invincible. Her body was still that of a frail young girl. It was a numbers game now, and the odds were stacked against them tenfold. And to make matters worse, she wasn't even there. Ever since Han Sen took her back to the Alliance, she had yet to show up again. He wouldn't keep his best weapon locked up. What is he planning to do? This is Han Sen, after all. He always has a trick up his sleeve, Moment Queen said to herself, pondering the events to come. Han Sen knew the spirits had all come for one target in particular, and that was Godslayer Luo's heir. If they did not see Zero there, he believed, they would not begin an all-out assault. If they did proceed forward with an attack, despite her absence, then Han Sen would give Zero a call so she could come and catch them all off guard. Boom! Giant God Emperor began to stumble and fall, as a sharp silver light plunged deep into his chest. Giant God Emperor had been killed, and with Xie Qing King's typical cockiness, he stepped forward to ask, "Who's next?" "Me. I hope you're ready to meet your maker." A spirit answered the call, pointing a wheel at Han Sen. "He kind of looks like the king," Flower Empress said. "Maybe, but that's not him," Heavenly Empress said. "Heavenly, where is Godslayer's heir?" A female voice sounded, from someone else on the ship. Heavenly Empress turned and gave a bow. She said, "I scanned the entire shelter, but as far as I can tell, she is not yet present. She must be in the Alliance." "Then we wait," the Empress said. "Yes," Heavenly Empress said, returning her gaze to the battleground. Xie Qing King had taken down 5 emperors himself by this point, but tiredness was starting to catch up with him. He finally needed a breather. "It's my turn to show off, don't you think?" Han Sen said, stepping forward to provide Xie Qing King with a rest. "Okay, bossman. Have fun up there." Xie Qing King went to sit down next to Bauer. He was sweating profusely, knowing he exhausted too much power in those few fights. "Who wants to fight me, then?" Han Sen had learned to say it with the intimidating confidence Xie Qing King would use. He knew it would be best to thin the herd one by one now rather than later. You're just a small human. Let me come over there and swat you like the bug that you are. Four spirits leaped out from the sidelines, wanting to squash the pompous human underfoot. Han Sen did not know why Xie Qing King could fight them one by one, while he couldn't. Maybe it's because they know I'm too hot for them to handle solo, Han Sen thought. That was incorrect, though. Han Sen didn't fight alone when he took on other shelters. He always attacked with the Silver Fox and Purple Emperor by his side. Without them there, they thought he'd be an easy target. Hence why so many Emperor spirits were so eager to take him on at once. The four spirits themselves were surprised they had all jumped forward to fight in tandem. It wasn't as if they had planned that. Let's go, Han Sen said. Published at 5th of April 2019 6 o'clock and 11 seconds AM Chapter 1323 Han Sen's attitude had fanned the flames of the spirit's hatred towards humans, whom most already despised. The four that had leaped forward to take him on all rushed forward to end him with one mighty, cooperative strike. A suffocating pillar of black smoke, a hefty boulder, a tornado composed of lethal winds, and a barrage of thin metal spikes all came towards Han Sen, ready to utterly destroy him. Han Sen was unable to turn back, since he had already committed to the fight and acted all pompous about it. Even if he did seek to flee, there'd be nowhere he could go, anyway. But he knew he had to act swiftly and carefully. Taking on four emperors solo was no joke, and although those ahead of him weren't a precomposed team, they seemed to immediately meld together and cooperate well. Undoubtedly, they had been unified through the same desire of wanting to see the human squirm. Still, there was interest coming from the audience, in that they wanted to see how powerful he was. He had made a name for himself, so he couldn't have been all talk. And they were keen to see how he'd respond to this sudden rush. And to those who had heard no God Emperor say what he had about Han Sen, their interest in the boy was tenfold. They were keen to see if he could live up to the lofty expectations established by the first son of God. Han Sen pulled out a short sword and a longer one, Taya and the Phoenix sword, respectively. When he moved, he ran towards the pointy punctures that were headed his way. When he was directly in front of them, he disappeared. He vanished in the blink of an eye. When Han Sen reappeared, the audience thought he was standing beside two emperors. Their initial glimpse was incorrect, for when their eyes came to focus on him again, they realized he had come before one emperor and wholly cut him in half. Everyone was shocked by this. In a 1-versus-4 fight, he had leaped fearlessly into the fray. Shirking a defensive formation, he jumped straight into an offense and mercilessly slew a spirit in a single strike. The other emperors sought to fall back, realizing the grave mistake they had made. But before any of them could respond, another one was getting well acquainted with the brutality of Han Sen's swords. That was 2 down, 2 to go. Thinking this bought them some time, the other two emperors began to flee as the screaming and squelching of their second fallen comrade rang in their ears. Daring to look back, they caught sight of the menace they had willfully engaged, and they saw Han Sen coming after them. As if he could teleport at will, Han Sen popped up beside the third emperor and killed him with a swift flick of his sword. The final emperor felt a chill run down his spine, and so he summoned the birth of a mountain to shield his behind. Thinking himself safe for a moment, and not hearing the sound of that stone crumbling, he turned around to take a look. Indeed, the shielding mountain had not been broken. But somehow, Han Sen was standing there, sword propped to the emperor's throat. Even if Han Sen had gone around the mountain, it didn't seem likely he could be that fast. As he thought about how Han Sen had gotten to him so quickly, his thoughts began to drift. It was then that he realized he was now airborne. When he thought about why the land below seemed so distant, he belatedly realized Han Sen had hewn his head from his shoulders and sent his severed head flying through the air. Everyone was shocked at the power Han Sen could wield. They didn't think such might was achievable, and they each and all felt a little apprehensive about their impending attack. How can a human be that strong? What if he is the heir of Godslayer Luo? His sword skills are impressive. Is that the manner of power Godslayer Luo wielded? Flower Empress asked. It is not. That human is employing space and time, the other woman on the ship said. Wait, are you saying he uses both of those elements? And he can use them both together, at the same time? Flower Empress asked again, with her mouth ajar in shock, hoping she had misunderstood. Yes, but the kills aren't 100% guaranteed like the Godslayer. That man never missed, the woman said. How do we beat that man, though? Flower Empress asked. The elements of time and space were woven into the fabric of all. Flower Empress couldn't even begin to fathom a viable solution for how they might surmount Han Sen's abilities. Soon you will find out, the woman said, before going silent again. Flower Empress was curious to learn more, but she didn't dare ask. If the Empress wished to tell her, she would have already. As such, she wasn't going to push the subject. This Empress was a strange one, after all. The three-eyed spirit said, the powers of space and time. Although that is not the power Godslayer Luo possessed, I would not say it is any worse. Fortunately, the hits are delivered by hand and do not wholly escape the watchful eye of a combatant. It is possible for an emperor to break his attack, Gu Demon Emperor said. And who might be able to do that? The three-eyed spirit asked. Him, Gu Demon said. The three-eyed spirit looked forward to see an emperor coming, riding atop a black dragon. He wielded two hammers and had come before Han Sen. The three-eyed spirit looked rather happy, and he said, now I understand. Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress weren't really sure what was going on, and what might have been so special about the new challenger that had come before Han Sen. Are you saying this emperor can break Han Sen's power? Heavenly Empress asked. Yes. His name is Ming Xing, and he too wields the combined might of both space and time. If anyone can take on the human emperor, it would be him, the woman said. Flower Empress quickly turned back to look at him. My name is Ming Xing Emperor. I have come to kill you, Ming Xing said coldly from atop his black dragon. Han Sen did not say anything, and he simply ran towards the dragon rider and disappeared. Han Sen wasn't much in the mood for talking on this day, especially when spirits were keen on recycling the same sort of rote dialogue that was supposed to be threatening. All Han Sen wanted to do was kill them and get the assault over with. Ming Xing Emperor drew both his hammers and banged the two together. When the hammers collided, a black hole formed. His hammers can create black holes, and Han Sen should be drawn into them as he goes. If he slips into one, there'll be no return, Flower Empress said, understanding the situation. Yes, that is correct. Although the black holes are only temporary, they should be enough to trap him and forever remove him from the field of play. His body will be twisted in the broken dimension, so using space and time against Ming Xing is suicidal, the woman explained, with further clarity. Published at 5th of April 2019 6:11 a.m. Chapter 1324 Moment Queen saw the black hole and understood why Ming Xing Emperor was so keen to come forward and fight Han Sen, despite the stunning display in which the human had mercilessly slaughtered 4 emperors. In the black hole, time and space were distorted. It would twist like a vortex and swallow whatever came near. If Han Sen was pulled inside, he'd be killed. The occurrences of someone surviving a black hole were rare. She wouldn't be sad if Han Sen died, but his death would result in her own. And of course, she couldn't allow that. Ming Xing Emperor was cocky and boisterous, and he loudly proclaimed, "You were a fool to employ time and space before, as I am the ruler of them." But after that, a gold blade came flying out of the black hole. It was carried by a human hand. Then, Han Sen and his ever cool, calm, and composed face were standing before Ming Xing Emperor. Impossible. Ming-Xing Emperor's face changed, and he wished to quickly cast another black hole. But it was too late for him to do so, for the gold sword had already hit him. Han Sen vanished once more and reappeared directly behind the spirit. Ming-Xing Emperor was frozen, acknowledging the slip he had made. His eyes were open wide in fright, as if they had been pinned in place. Roar! Ming-Xing Emperor's black dragon screamed, as the mighty beast felt its entire body split in two. It collapsed to the ground. Ming-Xing Emperor's body was sliced in two as well, sending him right back to the spirit stone where he first started. Berserk super creature black dragon killed. Beast's soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. And then there was silence. No one understood how Han Sen had managed to survive the traversal of a black hole, and many rubbed their eyes to ensure they had not been seeing things. Ming-Xing Emperor really had been killed, just like that. Han Sen wasn't just strong in body, his attacks were lethal, too. He had killed 5 emperors so far, with each being felled by a single strike. People started to believe they had stepped on the toes of a human who was even stronger than Godslayer Luo's heir. No other spirit dared approach this time, knowing they'd each likely meet the same grisly end that had been delivered to the others. Moment Queen herself was in utter shock by the frightening power Han Sen had demonstrated. It wasn't just the skills of space and time that were excellent, it was who he was. Every aspect of him had been honed and refined. He was a fierce warrior unlike any she had seen before. When Moment Queen was at her strongest, she was nowhere near Han Sen's level of might and strength. He was operating on a whole different field of play. How did he manage to do that? Moment Queen asked herself, as she looked at him with wide-eyed surprise. She was entirely still, having been stunned so severely. He traversed the black hole. He went into it and came out of it, Flower Empress said. Her voice was dull. The woman did not say a single word now. Perhaps this was unexpected even for her, and she too was in shock. Gu Demon Emperor frowned and said, "It is just as No God Emperor said, he is horribly strong. We will have to wait until Ruin Emperor gets here before trying again." Maybe not, the three-eyed spirit said. No God Emperor looked at him, unsure of what he meant by this. The three-eyed spirit, acknowledging their confusion, eased their wonder by saying, "Look at that colorful ship. If East Empress was willing to help, this would be an easy task. And if we all fight together, striking at the same time, we should be able to get him. I don't think she'll fight. She herself has no grudge against Godslayer Luo. And that aside, she is almost a demigod," Gu Demon said. "She owes me a favor, you know." "I'd be willing to call it in," the three-eyed spirit said. Gu Demon Emperor said, "Asking her would be a fine thing. And you're right, we might not have to wait for Ruin Emperor, after all." "I'll go and ask her, then," the three-eyed spirit said, before flying over to her ship. "Greetings, my Empress." The three-eyed spirit did not set foot on the ship, thinking it would be rude. "Board, if you wish to speak," the woman said. The three-eyed spirit stepped onto the ship and looked around, telling her, "I have a favor I would like to ask of you." "Spit it out before you drone," the woman said. The three-eyed spirit said, "That human is so arrogant. He makes a mockery of us by killing us repeatedly. He rivals the strength of Godslayer Luo, and so I would like to ask that you join us in a collaborative effort to strike, all at the same time. If you want something done, do it yourself." Flower Empress butted in to say. "I would if I could," the three-eyed spirit said with a faint and embarrassed smile, as all three of his eyes looked away. East Empress responded by saying, "I made a vow not to kill. I cannot help you, I apologize." The three-eyed spirit looked disappointed, but then she said something else. "I haven't forgotten that which I owe you. Take this, Perhaps this will settle the debt. After that, something just appeared in front of the three-eyed spirit. He grabbed hold of it and said, "Thank you so much. I will kill this human for the restoration of our pride. This is a repayment. What you do with it, and whether you succeed in killing your enemy, is no concern of mine," East Empress said. The three-eyed spirit was not hurt by these words, he just gracefully said his goodbyes and left. He returned to the sides of No God Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor. "Did she say yes?" Gu Demon Emperor asked. "No, but she gave me this. With it, we can summon everyone," the three-eyed spirit said. The two spirits looked at it and said, "It's a summoning bell. What did you do for her that warranted such a gracious gift?" Published at 5th of April 2019 6:10 a.m. Chapter 1325 The summoning bell was the entire reason East Empress had become as famous and well-respected as she had. The summoning bell must have been in the top 10 greatest Geno treasures of the third god's sanctuary. Three Emperor must have done her a great favor to be given this as a gift. Three-Eye smiled and said, "What I did doesn't matter, but now that I have the bell, we should strike." After that, the three-eyed emperor put out his hand and balanced the bell on his palm. A red ribbon had been delicately tied upon the handle. Three Emperor looked on it with a strange look, or at least, that was how it appeared to others. In truth, he was operating it. And as he did so, a number of names flashed across the ribbon of the bell. The handheld bell began to shake and chime all by itself, and each time it did, it was like a pulse. A number of names would quickly appear, slow down, and then stop. But when it moved again, more and more names appeared, different from before. There were countless numbers, and they were revealed to be the titles of the king spirits that populated the third god's sanctuary. The king spirits in the vicinity began to see a light appear in front of them. Summoning sign. Many king spirits saw it and spoke, in great surprise. It was asking them to assault Moving Star Shelter. The spirits accepted the light that hovered before them, and they were bestowed a buff. Han Sen was going to provoke more spirits to come and fight him, but before he could even issue the welcome of a challenge, he realized he did not have to say anything. A scary life force was already coming his way, and he could feel its intimidating presence nearby. Many spirits came stampeding towards the shelter, with those spirits also bringing their subordinates in accompaniment. They ranged from lesser spirits to super creatures. Han Sen thought it was strange, seeing so many spirits cooperate like so. Their numbers were frightening, too. And even if Han Sen was to survive the tide of spirits, there'd be no guarantee his companions could. Xie Qing King was already worn out, so the chances of his survival were up in the air. Still, he knew it wasn't the time for panic. Instead, he remained calm and simply said, "Save me, sister." Moment Queen understood Han Sen was going to stand firm and hold his position, despite the direness of the circumstances and the futility of even trying. But the spirits approached as if the entire attack was one large, premeditated, painstakingly crafted scheme for a conquest they had all cooperated on. Moment Queen thought to herself, "You should have left when I told you. Crying out for your sister won't help anything." Even Xie Qing King was looking glum. This was their first time to see Xie Qing King with a gloomy disposition. Their side had too few to stand strong and endure the agonizing wash of that tsunami of spirits that was to beset them. Snowball made sure to get all snug inside his white sphere of protection, while Baby Ghost began to stagger backwards, thinking, why did he ever choose to fight? Our fate was sealed before any of this fighting began. Why don't we run? Why don't we flee? The spirits were initially afraid of running headlong into battle against Han Sen. But seeing so many of their compatriots get together for a combined assault, bravery was instilled within them. They felt the tingle of courage course through their bodies, and when they moved in unison with the other spirits, they felt the desire to do it again and again until they were all rushing forward without fear. How could the Empress give 3 Emperor a summoning bell? Flower Empress asked, semi-rhetorically. She looked sad when saying it. East Empress heard her and said, I owed him one. Gu Demon Emperor watched the army of spirits run towards the shelter and sighed. He said, it is no wonder this bell is looked on as one of the most remarkable Geno treasures to ever exist. As the spirits spoke amongst each other, they were then surprised to see a purple-haired lady appear. She walked out of the shelter, as if to confront the ravenous army of spirits that were coming. This was Godslayer Luo's heir, the one they had all assembled to seek and destroy. There she is. That's her. That's Godslayer Luo's heir, Gu Demon Emperor spoke aloud. Many spirits noticed the coming of the purple-haired lady, and they knew that was the heir they had come to kill. No God Emperor and the others hadn't fought yet, on this day. Lotus Empress then appeared, as if she was leading Zero out from behind. Lotus Empress heard Han Sen gently call for help, and she lifted her night gem and turned the entire region black. Darkness enveloped the shelter and encompassing lands. All the spirits that were valiantly charging forward were shocked. It was as if they had all been blinded. It did not matter how great their vision was, for the black that took them could not be cut through by any manner of vision. Some fire element spirits tried casting fire spells, in the hopes it would help illuminate the area. But they were shocked to see nothing. The darkness seemed to coat and choke everything, and no fire was strong enough to wash the black away or even reveal the grass they knew was underfoot. Xie Qing King and Moment Queen were just as shocked as the attackers. The spirits and super creatures were beginning to panic, and they started to move about in hysteria, like headless chickens. What are you waiting for, Zero? Do your thing, Han Sen prompted her to start attacking, and then he drew his own swords. The night gem was a demigod Geno core. It confused enemies by blanketing their world in pitch-black darkness. It did not deal damage, but it didn't have to, considering the pain Zero and Han Sen were going to unleash. The only downside to using it was that the effects only lasted 10 minutes. Not wanting to waste a single second, Han Sen was keen to rush forward as quickly as he could and start attacking. He had to bring that horde down as quickly as he could. Moment Queen and the rest of Han Sen's companions also joined the fray. They ran towards the blind, panicking army and targeted the super creatures amongst them, first and foremost. The entire shelter was painted red following this. A river of blood, muddied with 1,000 mangled corpses, began to form. Published at 5th of April 2019 6:09 a.m. Chapter 1326 Screams howled from the dark, but with the Emperor spectators not being able to see what was going on within the metaphysical black that had enveloped their assaulting army, it made them nervous to see the results. Gu Demon Emperor and 3 Emperor looked frightened, suspecting the worst to have happened. The noises were squeamish and driven from agony, and they weren't the sounds of humans being mercilessly slain. What maddening power has been employed? Why cannot even the vision of our own eyes breach that black veil? Why can't we see what's happening? Gu Demon Emperor asked aloud, half rhetorically with no genuine recipient of his cry in mind. 3 Emperor had no clue either. All he could see were the curtains of darkness. No God Emperor spoke to them both, saying, they are the powers of Night Empress. I thought she became a demigod. 3 Emperor said. No God Emperor turned to look at him, speaking through clenched teeth. She did. Yet, her meddling even has the capacity to play a hand in events this long after. But it is only a remnant of her power. If she was here physically among us, it would be worse than a simple blinding dark. This darkness won't last long, however. Hearing him say this, the pair felt much safer themselves. Still, they were uncomfortable, and rightly so. The screams were unsettling, and their sources were coming from every which way. Not too far off, either. Han Sen's swords might have been believed to have been forged with redstone, for the claret that coated it. When a spirit caught sight of him coming for them, it was too late for them to react. They'd die within the second, cut down via ghost slash. But it wasn't just Han Sen going on a murder spree in the dark. Xia Qing King and Moment Queen had joined in, mowing down plenty of spirits with alongside him. The super creatures and spirits were little more than pigs or lambs in a slaughterhouse. In that suffocating darkness, numbers meant little. And some super creatures and spirits had been driven so wild and mad with fear, they lashed out at anything that drew near them. That included their own teammates, resulting in a fair amount of friendly fire being issued across the board. Aside from Han Sen and his companions, none could make heads or tails of what was going on. 10 minutes later, the darkness was lifted. When the black curtains rose, the diorama left on display shocked the hearts and eyes of all who saw it. Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress almost threw up due to the grisly sight. The entire shelter was a monument to blood and death now. Only a handful of the army had been left alive by this point, a mixture of king spirits and super creatures that were revealed to be helplessly fleeing, drenched in the blood of their fallen compatriots. Han Sen and his people were standing strong, also. Not a single member of his band of allies had been touched. Han Sen and his companions ran forward to immediately cut down those who had been left alive, finishing them off in one last ghastly display, as if to intentionally provoke the audience that had been sitting at the edge of their seats for a glimpse of what had happened before the veil was lifted. One spirit even killed himself, to spare the pain and shame. He was so afraid, he wished to return to his spirit stone by his own volition, in fear his stone would break via the power Han Sen wielded. Other spirits tried doing the same as well, thinking it a good idea. But only a few could do it in time. But this had already happened quite a bit earlier, when it was dark. Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress could not believe that the army of spirits and creatures that had been amassed had been utterly laid to waste in the space of 10 minutes. Gu Demon Emperor and 3 Emperor could hardly believe what they were seeing either. They didn't even think it was possible, and if it was, this was the sort of event one could only be around to witness once every 1 million years. 3 Emperor himself wished to flee, in fear that it was only a matter of time before Han Sen had him in his sights. Gruesome scenes were nothing foreign to him, but that mangled mess made his stomach churn. His mind started to become blank, crushed under the struggle to comprehend how such a powerful force had been squashed so easily by a human and a few of his fellows. Some spirits who did not answer the call could only breathe a sigh of relief, glad they had stayed put. Suddenly, though, a new and strong life force appeared. It was coming to the area faster than ever. It was another emperor. Ruin Emperor has come. Gu Demon Emperor called out, as if it would be his saving grace. Everyone turned to look at a gray fog, hanging in the sky. It had been unleashed by a beast he rode upon. The gray mist was being emitted by exhaust points on the creature's feet. It was a wild and wonderful creature to see, but magnificent and scary, too. You are Godslayer Luo's heir, correct? The Emperor immediately asked Zero. You and the rest of your buddies are as sharp as a bag of socks, do you know that? You've all come here through a misunderstanding, but we've met your call for wanting a fight. You're just another challenger amongst the many we have already vanquished. If you want to die, just say the word. Han Sen was no longer in the mood, and he knew the Emperor would want to try his luck. So, without even waiting for a response, he grabbed his swords and took off running towards Ruin Emperor. To show them who was boss, Han Sen knew he'd have to meet every challenge and challenger. He couldn't back down if he wanted to assert dominance and avoid a repeat of the day's events in the future. The Emperor saw Han Sen disappear, but he did not move to dodge. Dong! The Phoenix Sword's power of time and space had suddenly stopped working. And it was at that point, Han Sen realized his own body's power of time and space had been sapped away. With Han Sen's companions seeing his powers suddenly cease to work, they rallied to his side to provide him aid in the fight against the Emperor. When they tried attacking the emperor, though, even all their attacks disappeared before him. They were each in shock, all feeling as if their powers had been robbed from them. Ruin Emperor from Ultimate Mountain. Moment Queen looked as if she had been shaken to her very core, upon realizing who their latest foe was. He is Ruin Emperor. Dry Bone King looked petrified. It wasn't just those two feeling like that, either. They each and all did. Published at 5th of April 2019 6 o'clock and 8 seconds AM Chapter 1327 No God Emperor was the number one son of God of the third God's sanctuary, but that was the first rank among the spirits that competed in divinity's bout. Not all emperors showed interest in the affair. The general consensus among spirits was that the mightiest throughout the entire third God's sanctuary was a spirit called Ruin Emperor, an emperor that far exceeded No God Emperor's capabilities, as well. Ruin Emperor's greatest ability was the one that trapped the powers of his opponents. All attacks were rendered useless, and repeats were disabled. Ruin Emperor's power was something none had ever been able to beat or overcome. The ability made Ruin Emperor indestructible in every sense of the word, and it was the power-trapping aspect that defined the Emperor. Ruin Emperor, why didn't you stay on Ultimate Mountain? Why have you come here? Moment Queen asked. Ruin Emperor responded to her question, telling her, unless you want a repeat of what occurred before, stay out of this. You have done well to return to the third God's sanctuary, but I will smite you back down if you dare to meddle in this. Ruin Emperor looked over towards Lotus Empress and said, I have a great deal of respect for your mother. Although I cannot say the same to you, I am willing to spare your life in honor of who your mother is. Lotus Empress asked him herself, saying, why have you gotten involved in this? Godslayer Luo's heir must die. Ruin Emperor spoke this while staring directly at Zero. No God Emperor, Gu Demon Emperor, and 3 Emperor then leaped forward to join Ruin Emperor in battle. Moment, you dare show your face here? How typical, for you to spend your days with these wretched vermin. I will finish you once and for all today by destroying your spirit stone, No God Emperor said. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor are both here. They'll mop the floor with the human and his mates. Ruin Emperor should grab a seat. I bet even No God Emperor has what it takes to destroy each and every one of them. With their powers trapped, they are dead men walking. Mr. Ruin is the strongest in the entire sanctuary. None can stop him. The spirits that were spectating these events were beginning to forget the horrors of what had happened prior to Ruin Emperor's arrival. They were actually feeling happy and hopeful for a positive outcome for the day, despite the heavy losses they had incurred. They were particularly keen at the prospect of watching the cocky human get killed. For some, who had no history with Godslayer Luo, that was who they wanted to see suffer more than anyone. With Ruin Emperor suppressing their enemies now, they were overjoyed. Han Sen was surprised, much to his dismay. Even Little Silver and Purple Emperor's powers were rendered useless against Ruin Emperor. Even their powers had been taken away. How does this emperor achieve such a technique? This should be impossible. Han Sen frowned, almost unable to believe what was happening was a legitimate truth. Han Sen believed it to be a rule of the universe that there was no beat-all power or technique, and nothing was truly invincible. Everything had a weakness to be exploited, it just needed to be found. But even if Ruin Emperor had one, Han Sen wasn't sure how he'd take advantage of it without his powers. Not even the Silver Fox could aid him this time. Han Sen could not use his time and space powers, but he could at the very least use lightning. Boom! Han Sen summoned a lightning wreath manifestation of a hammer, his Thunder Hammer. But it shattered when it was brought down on Ruin Emperor's body. After this, though, Han Sen realized he could no longer repeat the skill. That had been trapped, too. This is too weird. Han Sen frowned. All your powers are useless before Mr. Ruin. Haha. 3 Emperor laughed at Han Sen. Ruin Emperor was not interested in Han Sen, though. He had come for the heir of Godslayer Luo, and he had done so with a seething hatred. He ignored Han Sen's transgression and merely stared at Zero. Ruin Emperor was approaching Zero, and making good on the promise of protecting her, Han Sen ran forward to at least try and prevent him from getting any closer. Ruin Emperor did not bother dodging the attacks, as he had done before, but his behavior was different. He moved his arm to block Han Sen's attempted sword strike. There was a bracelet on his arm, and when Han Sen's sword came into contact with it, his blade became stuck to it. Still, Han Sen had now noticed that despite Ruin Emperor being resistant to every element under the sun, he was not resistant to good old, plain, physical power. Han Sen's sword strike had been delivered without any associated element, and it had prompted Ruin Emperor to block with his arm. Unfortunately, the joy of this realization was cut short, for the bracelet on that arm had a strong suction. When Han Sen tried to heave his sword away, he pulled the Emperor with him, and it was at this moment Ruin Emperor tried to punch Han Sen. Han Sen saw this, and he threw a fist in response. When Ruin Emperor saw the incoming punch, though, his stern face dropped to one of sudden surprise. When the fists met with each other, even that mighty Emperor himself was sent stumbling backwards. Three Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor staggered. They could not believe Han Sen had made Ruin Emperor reel backwards. Flower Empress swiftly spoke aloud in praise of Han Sen, saying, "Whoa! Did you see that? A powerful human, isn't he?" East Empress was in agreement, and she sought to offer commentary to the spirits with her and explain what they had just seen. She said, "There are only two powers Ruin Emperor is unable to trap." "And what are those?" Heavenly Empress asked. "One is Godslayer Luo's own power. He and Ruin Emperor once fought," East Empress said. "What happened during their fight?" Flower Empress thought Ruin Emperor had battled Godslayer Luo and emerged victorious, but that might not have been the case. She was being told Godslayer Luo's power could not be trapped, after all. Neither of them won. East Empress paused for a brief moment, before going on to say, Ruin Emperor was unable to trap his opponent's powers, but Godslayer Luo did not have what it took to withstand Ruin Emperor's own strength, as well. Then what is the second power Ruin Emperor cannot trap? Flower Empress asked. Physical. Raw physical might. He can trap every elemental attack, but this ability does not hold water when it comes to physical strength, East Empress explained. Han Sen put away his swords next, and simply activated Jade Skin before unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire punches. Published at 5th of April 2019 6 o'clock and 7 seconds AM Chapter 1328 Han Sen was like a Spartan, he was a killing machine. With no other weapons at his disposal or powers he could depend upon, this was the only thing he could do. Ruin Emperor was no slouch, though. He understood the threat that he was now faced with, and he arduously tried to counter every attack brought towards him. Fists cracked against fists, as legs kicked against legs. If it weren't for the remarkable talents of the fighters, this would have been nothing more than a brutal street brawl. Moment Queen was stunned by the display. Han Sen was using his physical attacks to suppress Ruin Emperor, so much so that the all-powerful and supreme spirit of the third god sanctuary was on the defensive. How strong is he? Moment Queen asked herself once more. She had asked herself this many times, as of late. And it wasn't just Moment Queen thinking of things this way, either. Everyone pretty much was, and that included the audience on the colorful ship and East Empress herself. Ruin Emperor was indisputably the mightiest spirit of the third god sanctuary, and for a human to have achieved the strength to contest such a spirit was something that could only occur in a spirit's deepest, darkest nightmares. It signaled the dawn of change for the sanctuary. Han Sen's physical power was being driven by Jade Skin, and Ruin Emperor's powers could not trap and suppress it. Unfortunately, he was not able to use Ghost Slash. While he might have posed a threat to Ruin Emperor, his chance of ultimately defeating the Emperor and achieving victory was low without such a powerful, killing attack. Ruin Emperor was undergoing something he hadn't had to suffer for a very long time, though. Under this sudden onslaught, his face turned grim. He did not expect he would have to properly fight another human before going after Godslayer Luo's heir like he had come there to do. Ruin Emperor tried attacking in return whenever he could, but Han Sen was like an indestructible statue. He was immune to everything the spirit sought to do. He actually believed himself to be at a disadvantage, and on a long, slippery slope to loss, failure, and shame. 3 Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor moved to attack Han Sen's companions. While this happened, they thought killing Han Sen's companions would deal a blow to his morale and distract Han Sen enough for him to be thrown off guard, leaving him open to a killing blow by Ruin Emperor. It wouldn't be difficult for them to take down Han Sen's companions either, because their powers had been robbed by Ruin Emperor. The Silver Fox and Xie Qing King were defenseless, and all the 2 emperors had to do was watch out for Zero. Gu Demon Emperor had thought of a way to get Zero out of the way, too. Gu Demon Emperor summoned a number of toxic bugs and sent them over towards the ravaged shelter. He slapped his can and 3 cup demon Gu appeared, just like before. Black smoke flower out of the cups, then, composing a number of cup demon emperors. Zero was going to use her dagger to attack, but one of the cup demon emperors suddenly became bloated. It rapidly grew in size like a swiftly inflating balloon and then exploded. Zero had the powers of Azura, but her body was weak. She couldn't withstand the attack, so she had to soar off into the sky and avoid what damage the bloated cup might deal. And after she dodged, she was not out of the proverbial cup demon woods. More of those figures were approaching her. 1 cup demon Gu was able to produce 10 cup demon emperors. With 3 of them in play, that meant 30 of them could be produced. And 30 of them had been made, and now, they were all going after Zero. Zero was preoccupied with defeating the doppelgangers on her tail, as Gu Demon Emperor had planned. And that meant he was free and clear for now. The power of Azura was limited by its effective range. The dagger helped increase that range, but still, there was nothing Zero could do to aid those down below. She had quickly found herself surrounded. Ordinary spirits would have been destroyed by the oppression of those doppelgangers in a heartbeat, but it did go to show how secretly talented Zero was, in simply remaining alive in the face of their adversity. Zero tried to kill them before they all exploded like the first had done. All the cup demon emperors were 10 gene lock enemies, and Zero's body was so weak, she would not even be able to withstand a single hit from one of those enemies. The 3-eyed spirit smiled, seeing this happen. He thought Gu Demon Emperor was a genius. 3-Eye Emperor was fairly strong himself. He had to be, if he shared space and spent a lot of time with No God Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor, after all. His 3rd eye flashed with a green light, and then he fired a green laser beam which went straight into Xie Qing King's eye. The green arrow was relentless, and it went straight in with no resistance. Xie Qing King tried to block the beam, but it was too late for him. It had taken him by surprise. Xie Qing King's right eye had been broken, smashed into jelly. Blood began to pour profusely from the gruesome wound. Blue Dinosaur roared and ran to engage 3 Emperor in retaliation. But there was nothing the poor beast could do. 3 Emperor only had to look at Blue Dinosaur to send it falling backwards with a destroyed eye. Enjoying the pain he was able to inflict, 3 Emperor took a step forward and peered into Blue Dinosaur's 2nd eye. Then, boom! Another of its eye sockets was a soggy mess. Blue Dinosaur writhed around on the ground, squealing in agony. The pain was awful, but the blindness was horrifying. It tried getting up to flail around and attempt to hit 3 Emperor, but he was able to dodge with ease. Blue Dinosaur was very slow with its broken vision now, and try as it might, it just couldn't muster the speed necessary for hitting 3 Emperor. Pang! 3 Emperor leaped forward and punched Blue Dinosaur with a fist fueled by a creepy green light. The poor creature was sent flying several hundred meters away by the ferocity and power of that blow. Fortunately, Holy Rhino was still there with them. He had deployed heals to the wounded, and he was even able to fix Blue Dinosaur and Xie Qing King's eyes. 3 Emperor realized the annoyance the rhino could pose, so he said aloud, "Well, I certainly need to take you off the board first." After that, he fired a beam of green light at one of Holy Rhino's eyes. The eye of the rhino cascaded blood. But suddenly, someone appeared before 3 Emperor and obscured his vision to prevent a follow-up. Published at 5th of April 2019 6:04 AM Chapter 1329, 1329 When 3 Emperor and Gu Demon Emperor moved to fight, No God Emperor decided to join in the fray, as well. But he wasn't going to fight Han Sen's companions, he was going to assist Ruin Emperor in his duel instead. No God Emperor had come to understand Han Sen was a far greater threat to the spirits in the third God Sanctuary than Godslayer Luo had ever been. And he believed him to be far worse than the girl who appeared to be Godslayer Luo's heir, who was currently doing battle with the Cup Demons. Han Sen's powers of time and space were still trapped by Ruin Emperor. So, No God Emperor no longer had to be afraid of a sudden kill by his fearsome ghost slash. Dong! Han Sen used his arms swiftly and effectively to block a surprise attack delivered by the No God sword. His jade-like arm was delivered a fair scratch. Ruin Emperor threw a punch towards Han Sen's belly. After deflecting the No God sword, Han Sen had a short window to execute a dodge. He did so without worry. He was exemplary, and if anything, No God Emperor's decision to help out only made the situation more embarrassing for the spirits. Han Sen was able to deal with the two of them together just fine. The spirits were all frozen, watching this. They each welled up with a mixture of different emotions. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor, despite working together, were unable to defeat the human emperor. It was a human, it should have been a one-and-done affair. That is one powerful human. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor can't kill the guy when working together. Is this for real, man? Is that even a human, man? What's going on, man? I didn't think it was possible for humans to achieve such power. Since when have they been able to reach such lofty heights of might? The spirits could hardly believe what their eyes were telling them, and it began to change their perception of humans. They weren't weak if they were given the opportunity to prove themselves and grow. And in the third God's sanctuary, up until now, weak humans were all they ever saw. And seeing such weakness prompted them to keep them down through brutality and slavery. Only a few humans had what it took to take on a royal spirit. And fewer still could take on a king class. Han Sen was now battling with Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor, two of the strongest spirits in the third God's sanctuary, simultaneously. And what's more, he was showing no sign of losing. Oh my days! You're telling me that pretty boy over there is a human? Flower Empress exclaimed, almost smitten by the man. Although most humans are weak, there is the occasional smattering of strong ones. And more often than not, they can be the falling of small stones that start an avalanche, East Empress said. Have you met or seen any of these other strong humans? What about Godslayer Luo? Heavenly Empress asked. East Empress told her, no, not Godslayer Luo. There was one I knew, but that was a century ago. That human was able to kill Dark Ghost Beast. A human killed Dark Ghost Beast. Heavenly Empress and Flower Empress were both shocked, both obviously familiar with the name Dark Ghost Beast. It was a berserk super creature that had opened 10 gene locks. The beast was almost as strong as No God Emperor. The human dominated the creature. East Empress said this and trailed off, as if she was plummeting back into a fond reverie of days long gone by. What kind of human was he? Flower Empress asked. East Empress responded to her, saying, I'm not sure. And I'm even less sure of what happened to him or where he went. I recall his name to be God's retribution. Han Sen wouldn't be surprised hearing this, for he had encountered him before. He was a member of Blood Legion, with blue blood. It was no surprise, with the strength he demonstrated, that he would be able to kill berserk super creatures. Flower Empress did not know who he was, though. And so she said, I'm afraid the only person who might actually be able to defeat Han Sen would be the king. It's been a long time since we saw him, and I can only suppose he'd be calling himself the Emperor by now. I'm not sure if he has opened 10 gene locks. But he did grow in strength very fast, and it wouldn't surprise me if he had, Heavenly Empress said. Yes, where did he go? I bet you he could beat this Han Sen. I still owe him kisses, too. Flower Empress said, while spinning on her toes. Han Sen continued to battle Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor. He realized, as the fight progressed, that it'd be impossible for him to defeat them both by solely relying on Jade Skin. Han Sen fired up his Dongxian Sutra instead. Han Sen realized his Dongxian Sutra had yet to be trapped, so he could still use it. For a fight like this, Han Sen had an inkling that the Dongxian Sutra was on the precipice of breaking through and having its 10th gene lock open. Han Sen wasn't going to squander the opportunity, so he decided to abandon his initial idea of summoning Little Angel and just kept Dongxian Sutra running while he carried on battling. Those two emperors were by far the strongest there, and the minor wounds Han Sen was being dealt were starting to add up. Han Sen's back already had more than a few wounds, and No God Emperor had just delivered another strike there with his No God sword. He had finally started to bleed. It wasn't serious, but Han Sen's mood shifted. His body was incredibly strong, but it was almost scary, learning Jade Skin could not protect him forever. But that wasn't the primary reason for why his mood changed and the expression on his face differed. He felt as if he was teetering on the brink of breaking through. Unfortunately, he kept falling short, and he couldn't surpass the verge and begin the process that would open his 10th gene lock. It was like he was being held back all that time. This latest strike had now changed things, though, and it told him what he needed to do to open the 10th gene lock. What is this? Han Sen thought to himself. Do I have to get hurt for the next gene lock? Han Sen decided to stop dodging and blocking. He stood firm and allowed his body to become recipient to the barrage of attacks that were headed his way. Han Sen had been using Dongxian Sutra to dodge, but now he wasn't. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor were surprised and a little concerned when they saw the change of attitude. Published at 6th of April 2019 4:05 and 7 seconds AM Chapter 1330. Before the rhino, there was a woman with dragon horns and wings. Her skin was scaled like a draconic beast, as well. She held a cleaver, like some butcher that had crept out of Satan's kitchen. She was a strange character to see, that much was certain. 3 Emperor frowned at the sight of her, and grimaced even more when he realized he was unable to detect a life force within this woman. That was because the woman wasn't really alive. It was the Dragon Lady Chef, presented by Serpent Throne. Few people knew of the existence of Serpent Throne, and fewer still knew of its presence in the shelter and the shape it had taken on. Generally, she was the cook. She was in charge of keeping everyone fed. This was something she really excelled at, and then some. This was the first time she had elected to join a fight, but given the direness of the situation, it made sense. But this gave her a slight edge, for no one knew who she was and no one knew what her abilities might be. After all, it was little more than a doll. 3 Emperor was initially taken aback, and he wondered where she had come from. But it was an enemy of his, and he knew he couldn't dwell on that question very long, in the midst of all that was going on. So, he fired a beam of green light towards her eyes. His light was frighteningly accurate at all times, and again, with perfect precision, he nailed her eye. But for some reason, her eye did not break. The light had gotten her directly through the pupil like a bullseye, clear as day. But nothing happened. That was because it was serpent throne, and it was just a doll. Its eyes weren't really eyes, and the whole form it took on was little more than an illusion. But its form was composed through its power, and it wasn't an actual dragon lady chef. As such, the eyes weren't an actual weak point like they would be for anyone else. 3 Emperor fired another bolt of light into her eyes, but it was ineffective just like the first shot. The chef licked her lips slowly after that, as if she was sizing up 3 Emperor for the meal he might be able to provide. That wasn't in a good way, mind you. And as 3 Emperor returned her gaze, he acknowledged the way she was looking at him wasn't quite right. It was as if she wasn't staring down an emperor that had come to conquer a shelter and murder all her friends. It was more of a look that would greet a slab of meat when the chef was thinking of how it would be best prepared for the night's supper. She looked at him like he was food. A shiver ran down 3 Emperor's back, and there was no way he was going to let anyone look at him like he was dinner. He pulled out a spear and took aim at the crazy chef. Although he often ended up relying on his third eye to deal with his enemies, he wasn't bad when it came to actual combat. In fact, he was quite a remarkable fighter. He used his third eye to keep track of her now, instead of firing laser beams. The third eye was a marvelous gift, and he could sense where she was planning to go with acute accuracy. The vision from that eye was not unlike the slowing down of time. He could register and read everything in the environment as if it was all in slow-mo. Of course, this was just what his third eye could do. His body was unable to respond with a speed that was greater than the average emperor. And sometimes, due to getting mixed up with the timings brought on by his third eye, his body could not keep up. Regardless, 3 Emperor did not think the woman possessed a strength that was even remotely comparable to someone like no god emperor. As such, he was ready for the challenge he thought she'd bring. Dong! 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 3 Emperor had jumped forward with his spear, ready for a fight. But with a few swings of her intimidating cleaver, the zany chef was able to block each and every strike. It was a surprise to be sure, and an unwelcome one at that. Still, it did not concern 3 Emperor too much. "Is that all you've got, you kitchen cretin?" 3 Emperor yelled, as his third eye shone menacingly with its green light. That light was then replicated at the tip of his spear. He lobbed it, and as if it was a heat-seeking missile, it guided itself through the air in a bid to strike Dragon Lady Chef. Dong! The chef had been unable to dodge this, and it struck her through the plushy flesh of her arm. She was just a doll, though, so there was neither any blood nor pain for her to experience. 3 Emperor repeatedly stabbed her in a variety of different ways, which left her body scrawled with countless marks. But it was as if she was letting him do this, and an unsettling concern was growing in the pits of 3 Emperor's stomach. She stood where she was, not dodging and not blocking. She allowed herself to be struck. And spookier still, she then began to mumble undiscernible words as she fingered the cleaver in her hands. Moment Queen witnessed what was going on, and she looked gravely worried when she saw the doll being the recipient of so many strikes. Although the Dragon Lady Chef was very strong, she'd eventually break and die if she continued letting herself to be beaten like so. 3 Emperor saw her mumbling, but he tried to remain focused on bringing her down. She was creeping him out enough as it was. So, next, he decided to tear her wings to shreds. A second after doing that, 3 Emperor's spear pierced through her heart. He repeated this another 3 times until the spear was driven all the way through, coming out her back. The chef that had been mumbling all that time then said, "Dear Dragon Eater, allow me to present to you the most delicious food." 3 Emperor wanted to stab her throat next, in the hope that would get her to stop talking. But in the next second, she was staring right back at him. The menace in her gaze frightened 3 Emperor and gave him a bit of a scare. Then, a dragon manifested inside her mouth and flew out. It flew towards her cleaver, which prompted the kitchenware to change. The cleaver was adorned with the mark of a dragon, and following 3 emperors' notice of this, he heard the sound of such a beast groan. 3 emperor had no clue what was going on, but he wanted to stop whatever was happening before things became any worse. He pulled his spear back out and pierced it through her throat. Grilled meat, a typical draconic delicacy. The chef finally started moving, and she spoke with a bone-chilling tone of voice. Published at 6th of April 2019 4:05 and 4 seconds AM Chapter 1331. 1331 The chef finally made a move, but it wasn't in the way 3 emperor predicted. Rather, she moved her empty left hand. The hand burst into a limb of bright fire. Swiftly, she looked as if she attempted to grab hold of 3 emperor's head. "Pa! You think you can catch me with that miserable speed?" 3 emperor, who had managed to avoid her reach, spoke to her with great disdain. Still, the chef looked incredibly powerful. And it was just her speed, in 3 emperor's special vision, where she looked very slow. 3 emperor readied himself to dodge a potential repeated try, but he suddenly felt as if he couldn't move. He was shocked, and in great wonder why this was, he looked down. And that's when he saw it. A giant fork had pierced through his entire body. He had been skewered with a dinner utensil at complete unawares. 3 emperor had no clue when the fork had appeared. But he knew he hadn't the time to mull this over, for he was as helpless as a chicken wing propped on a skewer above a barbecue flame. And then he realized, she hadn't attempted to grab his head, at all. She had just moved to grab the fork, and he had misinterpreted her move. This had been a costly mistake. She grabbed the handle of the large fork, the prongs of which had firmly pierced through 3 emperor's meaty body, and summoned a fire to envelop it. The flames themselves looked particularly hungry, as they began to creep upon 3 emperor's clothing and ravage the spirit. The flames settled on his flesh and began to sizzle and sear his body. He began to give off a wonderful aroma that tantalized the senses of the nose and got one's mouth drooling. Arg! 3 emperor began to writhe on the prongs of the fork in pain. It was agony, feeling himself get roasted alive in open flames. No matter how much he squirmed, he could not free himself. The best he could do was flail with his spear in hand, trying to strike the devilish chef. Then, the sound of a hungry dragon groaning was heard. Before he could respond and see where it might be coming from, his head was immediately assaulted with an ice cream scoop. Dragon Lady Chef scooped his third eye right out of its socket. The chef performed the action with sickening calmness. She was gentle and unconcerned, and she treated 3-2-eye Emperor as if he was an ordinary slab of meat she had to prepare for dinner. One hand held the large fork, and the other held the utensil of choice. More often than not, the cleaver. Getting him to a nice golden color, Dragon Lady Chef then began the carving process. She peeled his skin and his flesh off with perfect precision, regardless of how much the roasted emperor tried wriggling around. This disgusting spectacle had drawn the attention of quite a few by now, and it made everyone ill. It was horrendous to see, and yet Dragon Lady Chef did not even blink once throughout the entire process. For some gut-wrenching reason, this seemed ordinary for her. Xia Qingqing watched her perform and then thought about the food she had frequently produced for him. When he tried to imagine the well-being of the ingredients she had used in past meals, he wanted to hurl. Two-Eye Emperor wanted nothing more than to die. The pain was excruciating, and he couldn't stand it a single second longer. All he could do was writhe around, drowning in the agony and tears. But the chef continued doing her thing, lopping and slicing all the perfectly cooked meat she could. She didn't seem likely to stop until there was nothing left but his bones. His cries rang loud across the expanse, growing in volume. Eventually, he could be heard echoing down the valleys for miles around. Spirits could respawn, yes, but it wasn't as if they forgot how their deaths came about. It would come as no surprise if they were to learn Two-Eye Emperor never recovered from this ordeal, and he'd be scarred forevermore. This was not something someone could ever forget. Han Sen, while this was ongoing, was still focused on the fight with No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor. He wasn't doing as well as he had imagined. No God Emperor hit him over and over, drawing more and more blood each time. It was like he was accepting a lashing. Ruin Emperor beat him until he was black and blue, seemingly enjoying every single punch he could deliver. Han Sen was up against the two strongest emperors in the third god's sanctuary. While he was perfectly capable with dealing with them, he had submitted to accepting all the pain they could deliver. Jade's skin was strong, but it was not indestructible. Gritting his teeth to withstand the beating, Han Sen did not let the pain affect his mind. He hissed, "Yeah, that's right. Beat me. Beat me like you beat your fat wife." Han Sen wanted this because of the tantalizing feelings he received as he was being hurt. Most attacks never made him feel this way, but through the pounding given by those two strong emperors, he felt remarkable. He had to feel like he was going to be torn in two, and it took the sort of pain No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor could inflict to make him feel this way. With 10 gene locks of jade skin, not even an emperor could kill him, despite the free pummeling he was offering them. It was rare to receive such strong attacks repeatedly, and remain alive and well. No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor were able to cycle through a variety of different methods to make Han Sen feel the pain he wanted to feel, and they focused on what hurt the most. And while this was good for them, they didn't know this was what Han Sen wanted. Onlookers believed he was getting wrecked and destroyed by the two emperors, but little did they know Han Sen wanted it this rough. He was cherishing every second of the pain. Han Sen's Dongxian aura had maxed out, but he still hadn't been able to open his 10th gene lock. But on this day, while receiving the pain they inflicted, he felt his cells become invigorated. There was activity and excitement in his body he had not felt for a long time. He thought his cells were as small as they could be already, but after the 10th gene lock finally broke, they became even smaller. And those shattered cells looked incredibly special, beneath the light of the Dongxian aura. Han Sen felt as if the entire world was different now. With Dongxian aura this way, the entire world seemed foreign and fantastic. It felt new. Han Sen saw everything in a completely different light. He could observe the smallest detail of the smallest thing in the environment. He could study blades of grass at a molecular level. This vision he now had was almost scary. Nothing escaped his attention anymore, and he himself knew no details would go unnoticed. Han Sen made a comparison in his mind, likening it to the sight of a beautiful woman going at it with another man. Other men would only see the shape of a beautiful woman, but he could not only see every pore and imperfection on her skin, but the bacteria that existed on her. With Dongxian aura like this, the entire world looked primitive. I can see through everything. Is that what the true meaning of the Dongxian Sutra seeks to imply? Han Sen felt as if he had broken through something most remarkable, and while it was brilliant, it made him feel as if he wasn't human anymore. Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor's attacks now looked extremely strange to Han Sen. Their bodies were no longer solid. Their movements came with a flurry of colored dots around them, which Han Sen had trouble understanding right now. He believed them to be representations of power, or maybe even the smell of the emperors. In Han Sen's vision, it soon became clear they had also been built this way too. He could see right through them, as if they were just vectors and wireframe polygons. If I break the structure of these beings, what would happen? Han Sen thought to himself as he looked on them. Han Sen reached out to No God Emperor, who was now little more than binary code given physical form and shape. He reached out and tried to break him. With the 10th gene lock of the Dongxian Sutra open, everything felt different. The coursing of power in and around him felt tangible, and it all provided him a strange, yet wondrous sensation. In Dongxian aura, his own body became a sequential structure of sorts. This was what he saw himself as, all except for his hands. Before his hands came into contact with No God Emperor, the spirit's no-god sword was bearing down on Han Sen's head. Han Sen brought his hand up as a barrier to brace against the sword. No-god sword also looked like a sequential structure to his eyes now, but one that was different than his own. Everything around had a sequence structure, but everything was individual and unique. The sequences all ran separate to one another, but when seen all together, they seemed to run in perfect harmony. When Han Sen's fingers unfurled and closed back down on the no-god sword, his hand was able to break one of the sequences. The process, to Han Sen's newfound vision, was like the tipping of a domino. And when that first sequence broke, the others quickly followed. Others saw things the same as always, but what they saw still wowed them and had them look on at something most incredible. In Han Sen's hand, they saw the no-god sword crumble to dust and scatter to the wind. Everyone around, no-god emperor and ruin emperor included, looked at what had occurred in audible shock. Each and every one gasped, not thinking such a thing was possible. They thought Han Sen was going to die soon, submitting to their constant pummeling. Yet despite all that, they saw a man who had nearly been broken rise up from the ashes like a phoenix. They watched him grab his aggressor's sword and break it. And of course, no-god sword was not just any ordinary sword. Chills ran down all their spines. Han Sen could hardly believe it either. He was still bewildered by the rush of how things had changed, following the opening of the 10th gene lock. It was nearly scary, what was going on. Now I know how Dongxian Zi was able to break through the vacuum, Han Sen said to himself, as his own mouth gasped at the realization. Ruin Emperor then followed up, swinging his fist towards Han. Senator Han Sen grabbed his fist and broke the sequence he could see, which nearly obliterated his entire body. Cracks in his very form had quickly webbed their way across him. Then, as if the action had been effortless, the cracks widened and collapsed. Ruin Emperor crumbled into dust, just as the sword had. Silence. Total silence. Everyone was silent following that, struggling to comprehend the fact that the all-supreme Ruin Emperor had been killed through one punch. And that punch had been so powerful, the spirit had crumbled into little more than ash. It was all over. The spirits now knew there was no hope for them to remain there, and so they all began to flee. They scarpered back to wherever they came from. When Ruin Emperor died, Han Sen and his companions got their original powers back, too. No-god Emperor looked at Han Sen with a face drained of all color. He too wished to flee, as he had once done before. No-god Emperor tried teleporting away, but Han Sen was quicker on the draw. He used Ghost Slash. Impossible. No-god Emperor himself then suffered the same fate, turning to dust as his sword and Ruin Emperor had. Han Sen's companions did not spring into action, as might be expected, upon the return of their abilities. Instead, they each just remained still, like statues. They looked at Han Sen as if he was a monster, not their strong and righteous leader as he long had been. And eventually, their eyes turned to Han Sen's hands. To them, they were magic hands. With all the spirits running off, it was expected of them to chase after the spirits they could. But so grand and baffling was Han Sen's deed, they forgot to go after them. It had slipped Moment Queen's mind entirely. What in the sanctuaries was that power? Flower Empress asked East Empress. Ruin Emperor and No-God Emperor were the strongest spirits in the sanctuary, and despite facing them both simultaneously, Han Sen had managed to one-hit kill the both of them. Honestly, I don't know. For the first time in a long time, I don't know. East Empress actually looked frightened as she spoke, and her lips trembled to utter her response. Heavenly Empress then found herself having to ask the obvious question. Can any spirit beat him? Is there anyone left we can call upon? Yes, there is. The king. Flower Empress quickly proclaimed, convinced the spirit of her sleepless nights was just out there somewhere. She did her best to convince herself he was their last hope, and one day he would re-emerge, ready to defeat Hans Sr. I hope you're right about that. If you're not, and there truly is no other, spirits of the third god's sanctuary are in danger. We could very well face extinction, Heavenly Empress said, half-entertaining Flower Empress strained belief. The news of Han Sen being able to one-hit kill Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor in a duel against them both was heard throughout the third god's sanctuary. No one knew what the power Han Sen had employed was, so others came up with a name for it instead. Super Spank. Spirits called it Super Spank, for he had slapped No God Emperor and Ruin Emperor to death. Many spirits were worried now, for they knew there was no competing against Han Senator. If he came for their territories, there'd be no hope of resisting. And when the news reached the Alliance, no one believed it. A few hundred spirits and creatures had amassed to attack Han Sen's shelter, and having laid waste to such numbers, Han Sen had also then gone on to kill No God Emperor. Humans did not know about Ruin Emperor, but they did know about No God Emperor through Divinity's bout. They knew how terrifying he was, and the thought of Han Sen felling him with ease seemed like a stretch. While people were quick to disregard the news at first, it soon became clear it was no lie. And what's more, the news was heard through the chattering of spirits, and there'd be no reason for spirits to lie about this. If anything, repeating the story was doing them a disservice. No God Emperor Super Spanked to death. Good, bad, he's the guy with the super spank. The one emperor to rule them all. Han Sen did not return to the Alliance yet, though. First, he wanted to conquer the entirety of the third god's sanctuary. After Night Empress aided Han Sen and Lotus Empress by killing numerous emperors, and after the events that had just transpired at Moving Star Shelter, the third god's sanctuary was now at its most vulnerable. Han Sen was unstoppable, and the remaining spirits knew this. None would dare get in his way, and so they all obeyed Han Sen and provided him with their spirit stones when he started making rounds. Before what had just occurred, they would never obey a human, but Han Sen was too intimidating. And to them, he wasn't just a mere human like the rest were. He had a unique reputation of terror. Areas that had not been controlled by Han Sen yet discussed how they might fight back and revolt, but they all secretly knew it would be futile. Han Sen took a break after a while and went to the spirit base as a Super King spirit. It had been a while since he last played the part of the king. Inside the 9th spirit base, a few spirits were discussing amongst themselves. Six Arm, did you hear about the human and his super spank? What a silly question. Of course I have, it destroyed both Ruin Emperor and No God Emperor. The human has been expanding the reach of his territory following that, hasn't he? I wonder what powers he practiced to be able to do what he did. I have heard some spirits have tried to resist him and have refused to pledge their allegiance to the man when he came to their shelters. Needless to say, they were quickly struck down. He's merciless. If it goes on like this, he'll soon end up claiming the entirety of the third god's sanctuary. You worry far too much, far too soon. It won't be as easy for him as he thinks. He is a human, and those who accompany him are spirits and creatures. He treats them well, but when he claims a shelter, the spirit that previously owned the place is put under a contract with one of his close allies. There is no such thing as an invincible foe, powers have a limit. There must be some way we can fight back and break him. Undead Emperor and the King still haven't tried their hands yet. Undead Emperor never dies, and the King has an incredible amount of power, or at least he did, last we saw him. If he had 10 gene locks open, he might be able to win. Don't jump the gun just yet. I'm sure it will still take the King some time before he opens his 10th gene lock. You and I both know the King is vastly different than most spirits. He is delightfully unpredictable, and it would not surprise me if he already had opened his 10th gene lock. As they spoke, a new island appeared at the spirit base. The King's spirits looked over to see who was coming, and it was the person they had just been discussing, Han Senator. Of course, they wouldn't recognize him as such. The king's spirits drove their island towards Han Sen and asked him, "The king, have you heard about the human?" Han Sen took a moment before responding, thinking to himself, "Well, duh. That's me, you numpties." Of course, he was far politer to them than that when he spoke. And wanting to have some fun, he smiled and told them, "That is why I am here. I need to open my 10th gene lock as soon as possible, so I can kill him." The spirits were enthusiastic, hearing this. They immediately said, "You can break Super Spank. I have skill negation. To fight and destroy the boy, all I need is my 10th gene lock to be open," Han Sen said. "How do you plan on opening it?" "You can't take too long," a king spirit asked. "I need to fight to open it, and I need all sorts of spirit geno points," Han Sen feigned. "I have water element. I can give you those points so you can kill the human," one king spirit offered. "Yeah, I do need some. It would be wonderful to receive some of those." Han Sen was thrilled, for he had played them like a fiddle. This was exactly what he had come to do, and they had fallen for his bait, hook, line, and sinker. It was normally difficult to gather king spirit geno points, and he could only receive 1 point for each kill. Plus, the last time he had come here, king spirits tended to avoid him. They didn't like his pompous attitude, and neither did they like the fact he'd always one-hit kill them. Now, they thought they needed him, so their tunes had changed. King spirits began to line up, one after each other. They were all dying to give him their geno points so he could challenge Han Senator, and the offerings weren't measly either. They often gave more than just a handful. This was the 9th spirit base, so the king's spirits around often possessed 900 geno points. Maxing out the figure to 100 would not be too difficult for him. "I have thunder geno points. I will give you as many as you need, but please kill the human." "Me, too." The queue was a messy one, as spirits impatiently wished to provide the king all the geno points they could offer. "I will take your earth geno points. There is no need for more fire. But I also need someone to help me practice in combat." As Han Sen watched his king spirit geno point tally steadily increase, he was exuberantly happy. Every now and again, Han Sen came to the spirit base to collect a few points where he could and practice combat. He had never been beaten, for he utterly annihilated all his challengers with the greatest of ease. It was for this particular reason the spirits believed the king would be the person to beat Han Senator, and before long, his king spirit geno points were maxing out, one after each other, element after element. Han Sen was now able to maximize his efficiency with wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. He wasn't as effective with them as he would be if he was a professional that trained with one element exclusively, but he was nothing to laugh at. The reason Han Sen wanted to collect and better his elemental powers so much, though, was because of his desire to hammer out new, complex hyper-geno arts. And that was what was great about humanity. Han Sen was in a fine, cheery mood, but the spirits around weren't. They had no idea Han Sen was the king and the king was Han Senator. He initially feared encountering Sky King or the Lady with Serpent Throne, but fortunately for him, they did not show up. If they did, he believed they could expose him. They had seen Han Sen don the appearance of the king when he activated Super King Spirit Mode. That being said, they had 10 gene locks open. And once Han Sen's Super King Spirit Mode opened its 10th gene lock, the chance of having an awkward encounter with them was far higher. As long as he kept away from them, and they could not see the king's appearance, Han Sen wagered he'd be fine. Han Sen hoped they had never even heard of the king, but that might have been unlikely. At the very least, he hoped they didn't like spending time in the spirit base. He didn't think many people would believe them, though, even if they did try to expose the king as being Han Senator, it was a stretch to believe, and it'd be his word against theirs. Plus, it wasn't as if they could challenge him. He had maxed out his geno points, too. Shortly after, Han Sen had managed to claim over 1 million miles of land for humans. Unfortunately, there were hardly any humans in a position to handle the shelters and land, so he had to allow spirits to remain alive and serve as stewards for the time being. The spirits were right in this assumption. When they feared Han Sen's takeover, they guessed he would need to keep the spirits alive to handle matters. And aside from saving humans, he couldn't actually take over and rule the third god's sanctuary. It just wasn't feasible. Spirits gained power at a decent, steady rate. But humans had always been slow in the third god's sanctuary, and although things were better now, they'd still take a long time to gain what was necessary to start ruling the lands Han Sen had claimed. Han Sen was currently resting in a shelter. He was asleep, but he was roused from his slumber by the detection of someone near. Someone not very familiar to him had entered his private garden. With Han Sen's heightened senses, he knew that person had to be powerful if he had only now just been noticed. God's retribution. It was God's retribution, one of the 13 members of Blood Legion. God's retribution seemed to be at ease, and he sat down gently, saying, "Super spank." "Ha! That's a good one. I got lucky. And besides, I didn't name it that," Han Sen said, unsure of the relationship that was supposed to exist between them. "I've heard it's your goal to take over the third god's sanctuary," God's retribution said, with a smile. "Well, you've heard right," Han Sen said. "I wouldn't do that, if I were you," God's retribution said. "It's fortunate you're not me. But tell me, why?" Han Sen asked. God's retribution looked over to the pool of water and told him, "Blood Legion knew about super geno points, and we've been killing super creatures since long before the existence of them became common knowledge. We didn't inform humanity about any of it. Do you know why that is?" Han Sen was not surprised they could gather super geno points with the strength they had. They were far stronger than average humans, after all, and it'd be baffling to hear them say they had never killed one before. Han Sen was curious about what the man was looking to tell him, though. So, he played along and said, "No." "Why?" God's retribution explained, "Humans are actually the invaders of this place. By coming to the sanctuaries, humans broke the balance. Typical human behavior, really, like parasites. Although there is an abundance of resources, creatures, and spirits here, we slowly break the balance established in these realms. Before, when humans were unable to slay super creatures, things were already bad. After their slaying of those became common, we hit a slippery slope. The ecosystems of the sanctuaries are suffering." Han Sen frowned and said, "Creatures can nest and shoot out more babies, can't they? Do you know how many years it takes to produce an egg? And if you do you know how many eggs have been broken since your lie? 2 centuries down the line we are currently treading, humans will be fighting each other for super geno points." God's retribution was genuinely concerned, and it appeared to grieve him to speak of these matters. After a lengthy pause and sigh, he went on to say, "And a lot of that has to do with you. You're a remarkable person, I must tell you. But you're speeding up this process, a process that will only lead to ruin. If you continue doing what you're doing, this will happen faster than it did for the first god's sanctuary." Blood Legion didn't tell anyone on purpose. To avoid this from happening. "I'd consider that noble, if it wasn't also selfish," Han Sen said. God's retribution responded to the slight, explaining, "We were delaying the inevitable. We knew it was only a matter of time before the existence of super creatures and life geno essences were found out, and we just wanted to make these ecosystems last. You've heard it before, surely, but humans really are horrible creatures. Their mistreatment in this sanctuary was a well-needed humbling. Everywhere else, we're parasites, invading one place until it's sucked dry, before multiplying and bringing the same fate elsewhere. Take a look at the first god's sanctuary and you'll see what I mean. What a sorry sight that place is, in recent times. There must be something we can do to alleviate the issue, surely," Han Sen said. God's retribution said, if humans insist on becoming part of the cycle, adjustments can be made. But like I said, we were delaying the inevitable, and whether or not we can truly be a part of things in the sanctuaries and coexist with the current laws, I can't say for certain. He went on to reassert his meaning by again saying, humans have upset the balance of the sanctuaries. The first God's sanctuary is bad enough as it is, but you are making things worse. You said that already. But what if I decide to continue down the road I'm currently headed? What would you plan to do about that? Han Sen asked, needling God's retribution to learn as much as he could about what he wanted. I won't stop you. The trail you blaze is your own, but with how people see you, you should set a better example. If your heirs are one day killing each other for a measly scrap of flesh, you can't roll in your grave and say we didn't warn you, God's retribution said, then turn to leave. Han Sen thought he'd be threatened, and he readied himself for a fight. With his strength now, he was keen to stress the limits of how powerful Blood Legion members truly were. Han Sen did not expect him to immediately say his piece and then leave. He thought the encounter had been rather strange, and his perception of Blood Legion had been altered somewhat after it. He thought Blood Legion was an evil, slightly scary organization, but they were obviously concerned for the overall trajectory humanity was headed on. Blood Legion cared about the environment like the people of Greenpeace. And the thought of those two organizations sharing similar goals was something he was struggling to comprehend. Go to the fourth God Sanctuary. I'll be waiting for you there, and when we do next meet, let's hope it won't be as enemies. God's retribution swiftly left after saying this. Han Sen now understood these were his parting words, and the only chance they'd have to speak before his departure to the fourth God's sanctuary. This was God's retribution's goodbye. He must be making a mockery of me, Han Sen ultimately thought to himself, following the strange encounter with God's retribution. He made it sound as if he was doing it for the children, but Han Sen thought it was a ploy of some sort. He thought he had been lied to, and that there was an ulterior motive behind his words of concern. He thought he was being a hypocrite or a Pharisee, like a person that attends vegetarian rallies but still goes home and enjoys a good steak. He had been told that Blood Legion didn't want others to kill super creatures, as it would upset the balance. But Han Sen knew they must have had to kill a lot of super creatures themselves to maintain the strength their members had achieved. What they were doing was pretty much what Han Sen himself did, he thought. Han Sen was never entirely truthful about how he went about things, but at the end of the day, much of what he did was for the betterment of mankind. He was still leaving things in good shape for others, who would one day carry the mantles he himself established. He was paving the way for others, whereas Blood Legion were only concerned with themselves. It was true, Han Sen hadn't thought about the long-term, negative effects and what things might be like for the next few generations, but it wasn't as if Blood Legion had the concerns of such eventualities at heart either. Blood Legion was different, too. Their lineage and the strengthening of their next of kin was different than how ordinary born and bred humans were reproduced. Having an heir was a priority and chief concern for the members of Blood Legion. God's retribution had tried to disillusion Han Sr., they make themselves sound so righteous, but deep down, they're as dastardly and wicked as can be, Han Sen thought to himself. While God's retribution might have had his own interests at heart, some of the things he mentioned really would become legitimate concerns in the future. If Han Sen did kill creatures at a rate quicker than they could reproduce, things really would be a struggle further down the line. The flesh of creatures was needed, and if there weren't any creatures left to eat, things would be dire. Han Sen rubbed the temples of his head in thought, over the state of things. He still wanted his primary focus to rest on bringing the third God's sanctuary to its knees. He needed to save humanity and allow his mother and Ji Yanran to enter the third God's sanctuary without worry. But to do that, he had to ensure he could do so without killing too much of the local population. He couldn't mass murder creatures as he saw fit. If humans became the majority, that would be quite worrisome. It truly was like an invasion, now that Han Sen thought about it. In the little time they had access to the sanctuaries, they had done a lot. Even Han Sen was willing to admit humans were greedy, he himself included. Some were greedier than others, but it was an inherent trait of mankind that humans were greedy things that always wanted more. During the interstellar era, everything was a resource and every resource was wanted. And the spending of resources always outpaced the influx of resources, too. With a desire for ownership of worthless items, silly hobbies and such, a lot of resources were wasted. The resources taken didn't all go to the long-term betterment of mankind. And it seemed ironic to think the more civilized humans became, the more waste would be produced. Civilization seemed to equal lavish expenditure that only came at the cost of the planets that were ravaged for the necessary components to feed and keep the flames stoked. Han Sen thought man had become so in love with greed, they had forgotten themselves and found only appetites. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen turned off his phone and had a meal with his mother. If Han Sen turned it on, it'd undoubtedly be ringing 24/7. And the buzz of constant messages and notifications would shake the foundations of the building. When he defeated No God Emperor, all the factions wanted to cooperate with him. They all wanted to help Han Sen manage the shelters he had procured. Of course, they cared more for themselves than they did for a genuine cooperative venture with Han Senator. They'd earn a lot for themselves by having joint ownership of a number of shelters. This also played a part in why Han Sen chose not to return to the Alliance for quite a while. He knew he'd be hounded by fat cats and corporate jellyfish day and night, also they could line their own pockets with further unnecessary amounts of cash. Han Sen was going to just let the Ji family handle the issue and save himself the trouble. Ji Ruozhen had even come to tell Han Sen, "You have to let some of them go." The Ji family did not want to take over the third god sanctuary exclusively, as that would almost make them seem like a dictatorship. The sanctuary might then be viewed as a police state, forever under the watchful eyes of Big Brother Ruozhen. They'd be hated. Ji Ruozhen wanted Han Sen to give many of them up for distribution amongst a number of different companies and corporations, as well as families. He would lose a lot of potential money that way, but he would earn a lot of friends, in return. It looks like I really can't take over the third god's sanctuary myself. It sounded like Godslayer Luo might have been able to, but it seems he conquered even less than I have, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen didn't want to give up what he had earned, though, and he then said to himself, "Fine, if I can't claim ownership of more as Han Sen, then I'll just have to take them over with a different name." After a while, Han Sen stopped his ventures of expansion to focus on something else. He wanted to go off in search of Geno treasures that could increase his self-Geno points. He needed to open his Super King Spirit's 10th gene lock, after all. Ji Ruozhen, in the meantime, ran through his contacts, trying to determine the best partners he could cooperate with. A month later, Han Sen had achieved 1,000 self-Geno points and managed to open the 10th gene lock of Super King Spirit Mode. It only increased the power of Super King Spirit Mode across the board, and there were no new, special traits earned. Super King Spirit Mode was very plain, but that was part of the attraction. It made you far stronger, and that was it was that simple. The greatest benefit of it now, though, was that he could remain in this form forever. There was no longer an annoying timer he had to adhere to. After opening his 10th gene lock, he decided to pay another visit to the spirit base. When Han Sen entered, though, he was unable to find any other islands. Han Sen chalked it up to there not being many spirits with 10 gene locks open, so as a result, there weren't going to be many to find there. Han Sen drove his island around for a while and eventually saw another spirit. He didn't reveal himself, though. Only seeing one, he just turned around and left. After that, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary and went back to conquering lands and claiming territories alongside the spirits and creatures in his employ. This news was relayed across the Alliance once more, making people even more hyped for the prospects of proper settlement in the third god sanctuary. The spirits were all cooperating, and they no longer resisted. On the sly, though, they still pleaded for Undead Emperor to help them out and defeat Han Senator before Sky Mountain. Undead Emperor began leading a grand host of spirits and creatures to bring an end to Han Sen's reign. Han Sen, will you fight me? Undead Emperor asked, with a tone as chilling as a winter's grave. Of course I will. Han Sen raced towards him, airborne. Undead Emperor was given a lot of information about Han Sen by the other spirits, so his expectations had already been realistically set. The spirits called upon Undead Emperor to help slay Han Sen due to his undying body, but just like always, the results shocked them. The previously thought to be indestructible body of Undead Emperor was utterly annihilated by Han Sen's slap. Mankind had won that round, as well. And after Han Sen claimed the mountain, humanity began to celebrate another job well done. But all of a sudden, a light shone in the sky high above. The ground began to shake, quake, and rumble. Tears formed across the region, through subterranean explosions. It was like a coming apocalypse, and it frightened the onlookers. Aside from where Han Sen was, the land was churned into utter ruin and carnage. The mountains around collapsed into themselves, sinking down into black pits. Eventually, only Sky Mountain remained, surrounded by abyssal depths. The humans that saw this felt a great chill. Where the encompassing regions went, they had no clue, but the only relief they could feel was the belief they had been spared somehow. There are words written across the black reaches that surround us, a person called out. When the people turned to take a look, they read it out. It said, "We fight in 3 days. Yours sincerely, the king." Everyone looked at the chasm with worry. It was a sinister way to send a message, and even though they had full confidence in Han Sen, they couldn't help but feel afraid. Han Sen was their only lifeline. If he was defeated, things would go back to how they once were, as nobody else could carry his flame. The news that the king had challenged Han Sen was all over the third god's sanctuary. While this greatly excited the spirits, humans were less enthusiastic about the concept. If a human like Han Sen was defeated, progress in the third god's sanctuary would revert back to zero. Mankind would lose their entire grip on what they had obtained there thus far, and would most likely be treated even worse. And with the spectacle that accompanied the invitation, of entire lands being sunken, the fear of Han Sen losing grew. They started to believe Han Sen did not have what it took to defeat the king. The 3 days passed by quickly, and all that while, humans worried. But now, the day for that fateful fight had come. On the day of battle, Han Sen ventured to the peak of Sky Mountain and stood proudly. He waited there for the king to show. Although humans were tinged with a bit more worry than the spirits, they were all excited to see and hear what the result would be. Eventually, a body that looked like the king arrived. And after that, the area turned black. Nobody could see or hear a thing. A second later, everything returned to how it was. When they looked up again, they were all shocked at what they saw. Han Sen and the king were gone, neither of them could be seen, and the mountaintop had vanished as well. The trail of a battle was found, though, one that extended all the way to the endless sea. Although no one had seen the battle unfold, the markings of what had occurred looked bad. It must have been a brutal tussle. When the wake of combat reached the endless sea, none dared traverse the place. The gravity issue was bad enough, but the tsunamis that raged were frightening. 7 days later, the rage of the endless sea was quelled. Although nothing of the fight could actually be seen, it was hailed as the most epic and legendary fight ever performed by a human. The Alliance decided to call it the final fight. But no one yet knew who won the battle. The Alliance said Han Sen had won, but the spirits said the king had won. The battle had stopped, and Han Sen and the king established a contract. There were 3 core pillars of the contract. It stated that humans who were sent to spirit shelters were allowed to return to the Alliance. Han Sen would also provide spirits near absolute freedom, as long as they did not venture past Sky Mountain and left those lands alone. To the east of Sky Mountain was land solely belonging to mankind. Spirits were not allowed to go there. A lot of factions agreed with the contents of the contract, and it seemed like the best of both worlds. At the very least, it meant every surpasser had been freed. Han Sen had also secured 1,000,000 miles square of land for humans to occupy and live freely in. The Alliance was worried that if Han Sen died or had to leave the sanctuary, they would lose everything he had secured. As a result, they greatly agreed with the terms of the contract. The king became a hero to the spirits of the third god's sanctuary. When Undead Emperor was killed, all hope was lost. And yet, the king did not shy away from the battle. He went up and battled Han Sen alone. And hearing humans were no longer allowed to go past Sky Mountain, they were delighted. Some people believed the king might have actually been the elusive dollar, but few agreed with that theory. Spirits did not believe the king was a human, and humans did not believe dollar was a spirit. Han Sen knew the contract had no power, though. When he ascended to the fourth god's sanctuary, it would be rendered nullified. He only hoped the terms could be respected, going forward. So, Han Sen used this opportunity to bring Ji Yanran and his mother to the third god's sanctuary. His mother was sent to a place in the human lands, whereas Ji Yanran was sent to a shelter that belonged to the dominion of spirits. But because of the terms of the contract, Ji Yanran was allowed to return to the Alliance and let Han Sen know where she was. Then, Han Sen was able to go there and bring her to where it was safe. Han Sen gave the pair a bunch of life geno essences to give them a head start. Han Sen did not aid the other humans much, though. He wanted them to become strong by themselves, for that would be true strength they'd be earning. Han Sen's subordinates became guards for shelters, but they wouldn't join any battles. Han Sen brought a few of the people he knew back to the underground shelter, too, unbeknownst to some. Han Sen let his mother handle many things there, while he took the time to focus on what was necessary for him, if he wished to reach the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen also wondered over what Dragon King had told him, about the special gene lock that might or might not exist. He had opened the 10th gene lock on 3 of his abilities, but he didn't feel anything remotely close to what Dragon King had described to him. Han Sen wished to figure it out before ascending, which aligned with the Alliance's desire of wanting him to remain for a while, too. When Han Sen returned home, he received a letter. Much to his surprise, it had been written with an actual pen. Han Sen opened the envelope, and soon after, he began to tremble. Han Sen recognized his father's handwriting due to the vast number of family documents and possessions he had collected and perused over the years. The letter he had received had been written and sent by his father, there was no room for doubt. It was easy to fake someone's handwriting, but the content contained information only he and his father would know about. And near the end of the letter, he read something that was most shocking. When Blind Man provided Han Sen the cauldron, there was a pill inside. He claimed it was a gift from his father, and his consumption of it was of absolute importance. He was told to eat it before becoming a demigod, due to its ability to aid him in unlocking something. This gene lock was not associated with the average 10 gene locks, and he had been told it'd be of great benefit for when he finally did become a demigod. Han Sen had the sudden thought that this was connected with the mystic gene lock Dragon King had told him about. The letter concluded with a profound apology for his absence, and how, as much as he wished he could not come back. After finishing the letter, Han Sen's mind was in a bit of a jumble. He believed it really had been written by his father, but it wasn't as if Han Sen missed him dearly over the years. Traditionally, all the best cowboys had daddy issues they'd need to confront and work on, but Han Sen never felt a longing for his father. He had learned to become very independent, and he was used to being alone, and often enjoyed the solace that came with it. Even if the pill was given to him by his father, he wasn't going to just take it because his parent had returned from the grave to tell him so. He still wanted to look into it more, through his own means. But the letter also mentioned there was a way in which you could find out whether that lock had been opened yet or not. And finding out was not difficult. So, wanting to conduct the test, Han Sen asked a few spirits to be of service in this endeavor. In the letter, it was said the 9-life cat pendant had to be used as an apparatus of sorts for the test he was going to conduct. After a lengthy search, he was unable to find any spirits who had opened this lock. Han Sen couldn't bring himself to perform the test on himself either. So, he summoned Moment Queen and asked her to prick her own finger and draw a drop of her blood across the 9-life cat pendant. After the blood fell upon the cat's mouth, it seemed to then get absorbed. The pendant was solid, not unlike a gemstone, but somehow, it absorbed the blood as if it were a sponge. Then, a little later, the 9-life cat turned blue. The remnant of the blood it had soaked it had also turned blue. A little while later, the red blood that had turned blue, turned back to being red. This was just as the letter said would happen. If Moment Queen had opened that special lock, then the blood would have stayed red the entire time. But Han Sen wasn't going to leave it like that. Tests had to be conducted a number of times before the results could be considered reliable. So, he went out and performed the same exercise with a variety of different creatures, spirits, and humans. It was very reliable, and the same response was received each and every time. The blood would turn blue, and that was that. Even Queen's blood was like this. Han Sen decided to try it himself. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood descend onto the pendant. He expected it to turn blue, but much to his surprise, it seemed to remain red the entire time. Han Sen was not sure what to think at first, but he eventually told himself, "Does this mean I have opened that lock? But when did I do that? Is there something wrong with this pendant? Did I do the test incorrectly?" Han Sen went out in search of others to reconduct the test. The results he received were the same as before, and Han Sen's blood was the only blood that stayed red upon the pendant the entire time. Another lock, huh? Is it referring to the life door? Han Sen recalled the feeling of unlocking something when he opened the life door. But ever since that day, he had not noticed anything different. He didn't think it had aided him, at all. If the 9-life cat was indeed performing correctly, though, there was no other possibility. So, I've opened that thing by accident. That's great. It means I don't even need to take that pill. Han Sen paused, pleased with himself. Then, after a brief bob of his head, he continued on to think, if I give this to someone else, then, who should have it? Han Sen wasn't sure if the pill was safe, so if it was something harmful, he didn't want it to bring grief to someone that was dear to him. But if it was something decent, he didn't want to give it to a random nobody, either. It was quite the conundrum. Han Sen returned to the underground shelter and fetched the dusty cauldron. He called over Little Angel, Little Silver, and Thorn Queen. They sat at the table and wondered what Han Sen was planning to do with them. Han Sen placed the cauldron at the center of the table and slowly revealed the pill he had kept inside. Thorn Queen frowned, indicating she had no clue what it was. Little Angel looked at it but did not show any emotion. Perhaps she was uninterested, Han Sen did not know. The silver fox looked ready to eat it, but someone else was faster. Bauer was on Han Sen's shoulder at the time, and as soon as she saw it, she leaped down onto the table and gobbled it up. Han Sen looked very nervous, hoping nothing bad would befall his baby. But after Bauer ate it, nothing occurred. She shivered a little, but that was it. Han Sen had tried the pendant test with Bauer earlier, but her blood had turned blue. A while later, he decided to take another pinch of her blood. This time, when the blood dripped onto the pendant, it stayed red. Han Sen stared at his 9-life cat for a while longer. It confirmed to him that the pill was genuine and that it would have helped him open the special gene lock. The nature of that lock, however, was a different question entirely. He paid extra attention to Bauer following this, but he did not notice any changes in her behavior or abilities. It was exactly the same thing that occurred to Han Sen himself, following his opening of the life door. "I'm glad you're okay," Han Sen told her, with much relief. He hadn't wanted to endanger her. Han Sen then spent most of his time practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra. He had settled on becoming a demigod once he opened its 10th gene lock. He wasn't worried about his absence in the third god's sanctuary. He had done the best he could, with the ploy of crafting a contract signed by him and the king. He didn't think the spirits would violate the contract once he left. The territory he had established for humans was only 1 million miles squared, so it wasn't all that much, anyway. And besides, Han Sen had a number of super creatures and emperors that would remain when he was gone. They'd help protect everything Han Sen had done, and Queen and Qin Xian had become exemplary surpassers in the time that had passed since their coming to the third god's sanctuary. 1 year later, he finally managed to crack open the last gene lock of the Blood Pulse Sutra. When the 10th gene lock opened, it made his body far tougher. It wasn't particularly brilliant in any individual capacity, but it was good to have it finished. He didn't mind it being underwhelming for himself, as his desire for advancing the Blood Pulse Sutra had shifted in recent years. His focus with it, much like the members of Blood Legion, was to ensure his heirs would be stronger. It wasn't for himself, it was for the future generations of his lineage. And once that was done, he didn't have much else to do. He was going to become a demigod, but he was in no immediate rush to. He made sure to spend a lot more time with his mother and with Ji Yanran after this. The fourth god's sanctuary, the world of demigods, was completely different than all else that had come before. Old man Ji had told him it was just the beginning. Han Sen had received the bulk of what he knew about the fourth god's sanctuary from old man Ji himself. He wasn't going to underestimate the realm he would soon be stepping into. The fourth god's sanctuary was still a world of creatures and spirits, but they started very much like humans did there. They started from scratch. The shelters there were all individual and separate from one another. Each shelter had a demigod Geno core, and to conquer a shelter, one had to claim the demigod Geno core. After a human became a demigod, their own demigod Geno core would increase in strength the more Geno points they collected. Unfortunately for humans, they now also had to play by the rules spirits did. If spirits sought to invade a shelter a human possessed, they could claim the human's demigod Geno core as humans did their spirit stones in previous shelters. Demigod Geno cores generated different types of powers. Old man Ji informed Han Sen he'd be stronger than the average starter demigod, but he also made sure to warn Han Sen not to overestimate his abilities. He'd still be very vulnerable, stepping into that world. The demigod creatures that had Geno cores would be lethal for humans to try to do battle with. The powers of a Geno core were wild and unpredictable, as well. They came in all varieties, and if your attention lapsed, you could be killed by a Geno core without even knowing how you died. Han Sen listened to old man Ji intently, but ultimately, how he'd start off was down to luck. It'd be a roll of the dice. Most humans used evolution pools to ascend a sanctuary, and the same still held true for entering the fourth god's sanctuary from the third god's sanctuary. Becoming a demigod was easy for humans. But few humans could become a demigod the proper way, and going there without maxing out their Geno points and making sure they were the best they could be would ensure a swift death. Even humans who maxed out their genes were susceptible to the fickle nature of fate. Unfortunately, luck still played a large role in their ascendance to the next sanctuary. Mankind discovered sanctuaries 200 years ago, but even after all that time, there were only 100 demigods. Like the Xian Men successor he once encountered, Han Sen wanted to traverse the 10 steps of the Holy Door. But his success there would also subject him to the picky throes of luck, when he came out the other side and spawned. But as long as he didn't wind up spawning next to a strong creature or spirit, he figured he'd be okay. When he did leave for the fourth god's sanctuary, though, he wasn't sure when he could return. As such, he made sure to spend as much time with Ji Yanran as possible. They went to a lot of places and experienced many new adventures together, to forge lasting memories that would accompany Han Sen after he made the jump. If he was unable to find a shelter, he would be unable to return at all. After another 4 months elapsed, though, he was ready. He prepared himself for walking up the fabled stairway. After a fond farewell to his friends and companions, with whom he had accomplished much, it was time for him to go. And when it was, he took off towards the endless sea mostly alone. The spirits weren't aware that Han Sen was leaving, so they were going to remain in order and adhere to the contract. With things still like that, he had now done everything he could for the humans of the third god's sanctuary. Han Sen brought the silver fox, bower, little angel, and golden growler with him. While he was unsure at first, he also decided to bring Moment Queen. He would have liked to bring others with him, but they'd die if they could not withstand the searing flames of the steppes. Han Sen had decided to bring Moment Queen with him because he still had reservations regarding her goodwill towards humans. He still believed he had to keep the leash on her, to avoid her doing something evil once he was gone. The stronger Han Sen was, the stronger the fire would be, too. His companions were sure to have a hard time following him up. He didn't even plan to bring Bower or the silver fox with him at first either. But they suspected what he was going to do, and nothing he did would remove them from his company. Han Sen thought if the Xian Men successor was able to bring a skeleton up with him, then he wouldn't have too much trouble bringing his super creature companions. Little Angel and Golden Growler were staples of Han Sen's collection. They had always been with him, and he wasn't going to leave them behind now. They had 10 gene locks open as well, anyway. Considering their abilities, even with sentimentality out of the picture, he really wanted to bring them with him. Han Sen gave out the rest of his beast souls to his mother and Ji Yanran, so they'd have a fair amount of decent gear and weaponry to get a head start in the third god's sanctuary. He also tasked Xie Qing King and a few of the others with keeping an extra eye out for those two, to ensure nothing bad would befall them. With the underground shelter and the life geno essences they had been gifted, though, it didn't seem likely they could be bullied. Blurg. Han Sen fell out onto the grass, coughing blood. Bower was as cool as ever, and when she came out, she did so with a graceful drop on top of Han Sen's head, pushing his face into the bloodied soil. Han Sen was immediately starting to regret bringing Bower, the silver fox, little angel, golden growler, and Moment Queen with him. He couldn't imagine what the pain was like for them, to brace and stay composed on their ascension through the fire. The fires Han Sen had to endure were of a greater intensity than what Xiang Yin and the Xian Men successor had dealt with. The lecherous flames they suffered were far weaker, and despite Han Sen once fearing the steps those two had trodden, he now thought they had gotten off easy. And that aside, Han Sen had brought 5 people with him. This only boosted the intensity. He had felt as if the fires had been deliberately testing him in their wicked glow, like wretched demons taunting him to fail under the pressure of those he had selected to bring along. Fortunately for Han Sen, he was able to employ the powers of Super King Spirit Mode, Jade Skin, and the Dongxian Sutra to pull through. He'd have most certainly failed had he tried to mount the steps without those abilities to boost his resistances. On their way up, he started by trying his best to keep everyone calm, composed, and alive in the ascent. But there was little he could do when the true strength of the fire kicked in. It soon became clear to him that the only one he could truly protect and guide up was Bower, and the others would have to succeed by themselves. Han Sen was able to keep Bower shielded from most of the fire, but the flames had properly incinerated the silver fox. By the time he was through, he had become an egg. Little Angel and Golden Growler were in a similar position, now evolving. Han Sen was unable to protect Moment Queen at all on the way up, and while she had managed to become a demigod, the fires had taken a toll on her. She was grievously injured, and it seemed as if there'd be little she could do for a long time to come. It's fortunate I did not decide to bring anyone else. If I had, the fires would have surely killed me, Han Sen said to himself, feeling glad he had made it. Han Sen took a look around, after that. He was in a field, one that was as plain as could be. A single wide expanse with no notable geography or landmarks to consider. He picked himself up and exerted much strength to do so. He was incredibly heavy, and it didn't feel natural. The very air seemed to tingle and hum with energy, and the atmosphere around almost felt tangible. Even the gravity felt remarkably higher there. It was lucky his body was as strong as it was, and so it didn't inhibit him. Unfortunately, his clothes had been entirely scorched away by the fires. He was nude in the field, and although it was a touch awkward, he was at least relieved there was no one else around to see him that way. Han Sen, Super Body Super King Spirit, Ultimate Level, Demigod Lifespan, 500 Evolution Requirements, none Geno Points, none Demigod Geno Cores, none. Han Sen did not know what the ultimate tag meant, but he was pleased that his lifespan had another 100 added on top, bringing the number up to 500. Han Sen already knew there would be no more evolution requirements before coming to the fourth God's Sanctuary. Even in the Alliance, there were no further evolution pools. It didn't seem to matter much where you went after this, even if your Geno points were at the max. Han Sen caught sight of some odd shrubbery nearby. The bushes had thick leaves, and not wanting to remain naked, he brought Bao over to help him make some clothes. After crafting some makeshift clothing, he suddenly heard the chittering of an insect. It was a grasshopper, and it was making a squealing sound down in the grass. Han Sen gave it a scan and noticed its life force to be obscenely weak. It didn't look like a demigod in the least. And although it initially gave the impression it was just a common insect, it kept on squealing. As if to taunt Han Senator, he decided he was going kill it with Ghost Slash, and nab himself a few early Geno points. But before he could attack, he felt a pain come onto his right eye. Han Sen moved his hands to cup the afflicted eye, but then, another sharp pain began to pierce his left one. Han Sen swiftly started to look around and scan the surrounding vicinity for something else that might have been attacking him, but he could not see anything. The absence of danger he could visualize was strange, but his gut was most assuredly telling him something was wrong. The grasshopper then scrambled away, disappearing someplace in the grass. Han Sen could no longer feel its presence, but eyes still felt as if they were in pain. So, Han Sen used Dongxian Aura to search. But strangely, he could not make out anything. Arg! An agonizing pain suddenly pierced Han Sen's throat, but shortly after, it spread to his stomach. A cold sweat began to roll down his face, which was now twisting under the agony he was suffering. Han Sen decided to use jade skin, which gave him that crystallized luster. Following its use, even all his organs were turned to shimmering crystal. Han Sen could still feel the stabbing, but at least jade skin was enough to deny him the full experience of that pain. Han Sen then sought to examine himself with the 10 gene locks of the Dongxian Sutra open. After examining himself, Han Sen was able to notice the presence of something small and unnatural residing in his stomach. It was a gray silkworm, of sorts. If he did not have Dongxian Aura, he would have assuredly not been able to find it. The head of the silkworm was very much like a needle, and it was undoubtedly the source of the pain Han Sen was experiencing. After more examination, Han Sen discovered it was not a creature, though. Instead, it was the grasshopper's demigod Geno core. From this bug, Han Sen was able to detect and learn the sequential structure of the grasshopper. The grasshopper came out of hiding once more, and it peered at Han Sen through the blades of grass. Not wanting to risk a single thing, Han Sen knew he'd have to kill it the first opportunity he had. He immediately cast Ghost Slash towards it. The grasshopper was cut in half. When it was, the bug inside Han Sen's stomach died with it. Ordinary creature soil lotus killed. No beast soul gained. Bronze Geno Core received, Dust Bug. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Han Sen placed the dust bug on his finger. The Geno Core was so small, he needed the Dongxian aura just to see it. Dust Bug, Earth Element Bronze Geno Core. Making effective use of this Geno Core would require a certain level of proficiency with the element of Earth. Bronze was the tier of this Geno Core. There were 4 ranks of Geno Cores in total: Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Gemstone. People occasionally whispered the rumor of there being a Geno Core that superseded even the extremely rare and exotic gemstone quality Geno Core. The details of what it might have been were scant, but the rumors never died. And if the mystical cores did exist, it was believed no human had possession of one. Han Sen had many earth element Geno points, so he could use his Dongxian Sutra to make use of the dust bug. However, this was not Han Sen's Geno Core. It belonged to a creature that had been slain, and now it was forever locked in its current state. There was no room for its power to grow. If Han Sen had a Geno Core he could actually call his own, its strength and power would grow in accordance with his own body. Han Sen tried controlling the bug, and he quickly understood how it had hurt him earlier. The dust bug was so small, it had undoubtedly slid beneath the notice of almost everyone. It could easily cut its way through the body of a creature or person without drawing attention to itself. Han Sen was also starting to understand why Old Man Ji had told him not to underestimate a single creature he'd encounter. The grasshopper was only an ordinary class creature, and yet it had dished out that much damage. What's more, it had made its own life force appear even less than it was. He knew he'd have to be careful, and danger could find him at any moment. With things being this way, he understood why the survival rate for humans in the Fourth God Sanctuary was so low. It was no wonder that only 100 humans were currently surviving in the Fourth God Sanctuary and making a living which would allow them to go to and fro from the Alliance. Most people who made it to the Fourth God Sanctuary didn't seem to live long enough to make it home. There was always the possibility that there were many humans living in the Fourth God Sanctuary, who were just unable to find a way to return home. But even so, it seemed impossible for there to be many in such circumstances. Attempting to return to the Alliance from the Fourth God Sanctuary required the same thing as in previous sanctuaries. They would have to either conquer a shelter or find one that was uninhabited. Of course, doing that was far more difficult in this realm than it now was in the others. There was a sickeningly low number of shelters that were owned by humans in the Fourth God Sanctuary. Their numbers were few, and the chance of finding them was extremely small. Han Sen wasn't concerned with securing passage home just yet, though. He scanned the surrounding vicinity and told himself to collect 100 ordinary Geno points, first and foremost. He wanted to get a Geno Core he could call his own. He had learned from his discussions with Old Man Ji that if he managed to collect 100 Geno points, his body and power would generate one for him. So, aside from the increase in strength, there was a tangible bonus that now prompted his urge to hurry in the collection of 100 ordinary Geno points. He also wanted to do things in the proper established order. Han Sen didn't want to skip around and try to take shortcuts like the ones that had benefited him greatly in his early days in the Third God Sanctuary. It was too risky to do that in this place, so all he wanted to do now was knuckle down and knock out as many ordinary creatures as he could find, one by one. It was not unheard of for many supremely talented creatures and spirits to receive a Geno Core right off the bat, following their traversal of the 10 steps of the Holy Door. Han Sen had hoped he'd be considered talented enough to receive one, but he was mildly irked when he emerged in the Fourth God Sanctuary with empty hands and just a face full of dirt. But at least he had managed to slay the soil lotus and earn himself the dust bug fairly quickly. He didn't bring the cruel bottle, just in case it was destroyed in his ascendance. Either that or it had become the cruel sand. Han Sen looked at the body of the soil lotus and licked his lips. A grasshopper wasn't the most appetizing creature, but it was his first kill in the Fourth God Sanctuary. He made a fire, cooked it, and ate it. It didn't taste too bad. Soil lotus has been consumed. Ordinary gene +1. Han Sen heard the announcement play a number of times. He tried sharing some with Bauer, but she didn't want it. Han Sen ate the entire thing himself, and walked away with 8 ordinary geno points. Not too shabby for his first meal. Ordinary geno points seemed to have a much greater effect in the realm of demigods, it seemed. Already, he felt himself becoming much stronger. I need to find a safe place I can hunker down in. Out here, in plain sight, it's too dangerous for me. Then Han Sen took off in a direction, hoping to find someplace he could use as a den. For the duration of his travel, he tirelessly scanned the environment all around him. He didn't want to risk another chance encounter with a grasshopper like the last, or even worse. And for a long time, he didn't see anything. Whether that was luck or the field was just a quiet place in general, he did not know. But when he ascended a hill and got to the top for a clearer view, there still wasn't much he could see. Plain, verdant expanses, as far as his eyes could see. He could have flown to go at a faster pace, but Han Sen didn't fancy doing that. It was too risky, and there was a high chance he could be spotted. Until he was familiar with the region, stealth would be his main mode of travel. After an intense, continued scan, though, Han Sen finally caught sight of something. It was approaching. He threw himself into the grass to hide, and then he focused his vision on what he had seen. At first he felt relief. It was a sheep, one that was as fluffy and as cute as the most darling sketch could bring alive. It had 2 black, twirling horns, and it was a plump little thing. It looked adorable, actually. And it looked docile, too. It didn't appear to be aggressive. Of course, having learned his lesson, Han Sen wasn't willing to underestimate the creature. Its cute appearance could merely be a mask of deceit. Hey you! What are you doing down in the grass? The mouth of the sheep moved, and it seemed to actually speak. Han Sen looked around him, thinking it had been a coincidence. He thought maybe someone had approached and was talking to him, but he could see no one. The sheep really did seem to be talking. What are you looking at, bub? I'm talking to you. The sheep's eyes rolled, indicating it was annoyed by Han Sen's lack of response. I was just, resting. Han Sen sputtered, as he dragged himself back onto his feet, patting away the soil and blades of grass that still clung to him. The sheep seemed to smirk, and then, it said, "What are you?" Actually, you know what? I don't care. Just tell me the powers you possess. If I think you'd make a valuable asset to my herd, you can come and graze with us, bub. Han Sen's face twitched in shock, unsure if this was some strange dream he was experiencing or not. People had told him that the creatures in the 4th god sanctuary were crazy, but he didn't think they would be this flavor of crazy. I have a lot of different powers, Han Sen started by saying. Associating himself with a sheep would be strange, but this was a chance for Han Sen to be part of a crowd, he believed. Strength in numbers was a legitimate concept, after all. If he could become an ally of the sheep, the current dangerous circumstances might not be so grave for Han Senator. The sheep seemed peeved by the vague response he had received, though. Han Sen caught this, and he wanted to fix the mood between them. So, he boldly proclaimed, I can destroy stuff. With the 10 gene locks of the Dongxian Sutra firing on all cylinders, it wasn't exactly a lie. The sheep grimaced, and with disappointment slumping its limbs, it turned to leave. Don't go yet. Talk to me. Han Sen wanted to learn what the sheep had expected of him. A weak *SS creature like you probably doesn't even have a geno core. I need someone special, bub. I need someone who can heal or support others. Finding a random creature that can take pleasure in destroying stuff is easy, and I can assuredly find one stronger than a scrawny kid like you, bub. The sheep then ran off. Han Sen was confused by this, and so he turned his head to ask Bauer, "Did I just get insulted by a sheep?" "Yes, Dad. I told you to eat more," Bauer said. Han Sen could hardly believe he had been condescended to by a sheep. Han Sen could tell it was an ordinary creature. But he could also tell it was as good as an ordinary creature could get. "Brother sheep, don't go. I was wrong. I'm good at healing," Han Sen yelled, going after the woolly mammal. It was rare to find herbivore creatures, so Han Sen didn't want to miss the opportunity to follow the sheep if the rest of its herd were of the same kind. He'd have the benefit of being in a herd, and he wouldn't have to share the corpses of creatures they slew. "You can heal, bub?" the sheep asked, turning around to see Han Sen panting in the chase. The powers of healing were rare, and the sheep did not like Han Senator. It never expected him to possess the powers of healing, and the sheep had only said what it said to hurry the dialogue along so it could leave. "Yeah. Where I come from, they call me Dr. Sexy." Han Sen puffed up his chest and danced his pecs. The sheep did not believe Han Senator. Suddenly, one of its horns departed the seat against its head and went twirling towards a nearby bush. A squeal sounded from the undergrowth, as a rat had unwittingly found itself impaled. The rat struggled to get itself free, and when Han Sen went to take a look, he saw that the rat was actually being held in place by a scimitar. Han Sen was surprised. The black steel scimitar must have been the sheep's geno core. "Okay, Dr. Sexy. Show me what you can do." The sheep gestured towards the rat that seemed to be dying. Han Sen then knelt down beside it and started the healing process that he had learned from the holy rhino. Perhaps it was because he was in the fourth god's sanctuary, but it took an uncomfortably long time to heal the creature. "Well, I can't lie. You really can heal, but whiskey, tango, foxtrot. Why is it so slow?" "Ugh, it's fine for now. Come on, bub," the sheep said. Han Sen followed after the sheep and came to a forest with many creatures in its eaves. Han Sen saw a big black bird staring at him with pinprick eyes that almost burned holes in him. There were 4 creatures with 6 legs that had to be as big as tanks. And on the left, there was a spirit sitting against a tree. In front of Han Sen, there was a beast that seemed to half resemble a boar. Its rear was just a mangled mesh of bones, though. The creature was mainly black, but its eyes were red, like bright rubies embedded in coal. It was as big as a train compartment, all in all. If he had to guess, he'd go out on a limb and assume that fearsome beast was the leader of the motley crew. "It looks like meat's back on the menu, boys," the spirit shouted, eyeing Han Sen like he was food. The sheep did not answer the spirit, and merely spoke to the boar. "This is the man you've been looking for. He doesn't even have a geno core. What's the point?" That same spirit said rudely. The boar looked at the sheep, and the sheep quickly said, "He's weak now, but he can heal you. He will only improve and become stronger." The beast looked at Han Sen and groaned. The noise he made was hefty, and Han Sen could imagine the power it possessed even from that. "Hurry up and heal him, bub," the sheep said. Han Sen then noticed a wound on the boar's chest that was bleeding profusely. Wanting to impress and not disappoint, Han Sen hurriedly simulated the powers of the holy rhino. He got to healing the mighty beast, but his performance was even worse this time around. The process was slower than it had been for the rat. Han Sen guessed it was because of how powerful the creature was. He imagined it had to be primitive class, at the very least. The spirit started laughing until he was out of breath. When he found composure, he wheezed out, "Paw. You call that healing?" "Haha." The sheep blushed and told the spirit, "Any healing is better than no healing." The beast Han Sen was healing did not say or do anything. He ignored their bickering and just focused on accepting the healing and trying to rest. The healing process was going to take a while, and Han Sen was able to have a home amongst the collective. All he had to do for them, each and every day, was tend to the wounds of the boar. Although Han Sen was not interested in being a healer, he was able to learn a lot by residing amongst them. Han Sen learned a lot from the sheep in his time with them. He was in a portion of land called Jade Hill. It was a relatively tame location, and it was free from the presence of strong creatures. In fact, the posse Han Sen had joined up with was the biggest there. The sheep and the six-legged beasts were ordinary creatures. The spirit was only squire class. Han Sen thought it best to stick with them, but on the second day of his time with them, the boar he had been healing went off to drink water and never returned. When they went out looking for him, all they found were its bones. Its blood had dyed the entire waterhole red, and when Han Sen saw it, his face turned a ghastly shade of gray. He thought he might get the blame. But this didn't appear likely, for when the rest found the boar's remains, they all just ran off in fear. With the black beast having been killed by something, they did not dare remain where they were. Whatever had killed it had to be extremely fearsome. Han Sen ran alongside the sheep, thinking it best to stay close. The sheep ran as fast as it could and traversed a great distance. It no longer needed Han Sen's company, so it wasn't going to wait around for him. But much to his surprise, Han Sen was able to keep up. The sheep said to him, "The boss is dead. Do you still want to follow me, bub?" "Sure. Where are we going?" Han Sen did not mind going with the sheep, since he seemed to know the land a lot more. "He'd be a powerful ally. We're going to find another boss, bub." The sheep continued sprinting for a little while, before turning its head to Han Sen and saying, "Don't worry. You'll be safe with me." The sheep brought Han Sen to a little hill, and there they followed behind a primitive creature. The creature was a green snake, and the sheep told Han Sen it was stronger than the black boar they had previously been following. The sheep talked their way into becoming members of the group, and they were both accepted into the fold fairly easily. But that same night, the snake had its head lopped off. When they woke up the next morning, only its head remained. They hadn't a clue where its body had been taken. After the snake was killed, all the creatures began running off again. Han Sen sought to stick with the sheep, and the sheep was accepting. The sheep told Han Sen that things would be okay, for he knew another powerful creature whose team they could be a part of. Han Sen, still wanting to know more, followed after the sheep. In regards to what happened next, Han Sen felt a little strange. What was going on had to be far more than a mere coincidence. That next boss was killed, and over the next 10 days, they ended up in the service of at least 6 different bosses. Each boss was killed within 3 days of the pair coming into their employ. Who keeps killing these bosses? What could they possibly want? Is this phantom menace coming after me? Han Sen wondered. It had happened far too many times for it to remain chalked up as a coincidence. Whoever he and the sheep decided to follow would die. Every time they joined up with a new creature, it seemed like they were handing out a death sentence. But the lands about did not have humans, and if someone wanted Han Sen dead, it made the most sense for that enemy to be a human. And if they wanted to kill Han Sen, why would they go after the creature first? If this enemy could kill the creature they followed with that much ease, then that same enemy could kill Han Sen with even less trouble. Are we really that unlucky? Han Sen asked himself, longing for normalcy and steadiness with some hardy company. Even the sheep was starting to become depressed. Fortunately, news did not travel and the creatures did not gossip. Han Sen and the sheep would be branded the boss busters if word got out that they carried this awful death sentence around with them. The sheep rested for half a day and eventually said to Han Sen, "There is one last primitive boss we can consult, bub. Hopefully, his health and his head will fare better. Let's go to him and see if we can find some stability." "Sure," Han Sen said. Han Sen had followed the sheep for quite a while now, and he had come to know the area quite well. If the two did have to go their separate ways, Han Sen thought he'd survive just fine on his own. Han Sen also thought the two could just go off and make good by themselves, but the sheep was true to its calling. It really wanted to follow others, and since there was only one boss left to see, Han Sen thought he might as well accompany it. But Han Sen was growing more and more concerned over the constant slaying of primitive bosses. He didn't want this queer enemy coming for him, too. The boss they met next was a monster with 3 horns protruding from its head. The horns were large and gnarly, disfigured like tree branches that had endured far too many winters. As for its body, it was not too dissimilar to that of a cow. The sheep was a smooth talker, and again, they were accepted into the service of the horny cow. The sheep was worried this boss would end up as a hunk of chuck roast, just as the rest had. That same night, he mumbled to himself repeatedly, saying, "Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die, bub. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please, don't die, bub." Han Sen was worried, too, but he had come to like the sheep. It was quite humorous to watch. The creatures that followed the 3-horned beast weren't particularly special, and they were actually the same type of creature that the big cheese was. They were all horned cows. Han Sen thought it was slightly strange that only he and the sheep were different from the rest. The sheep had to be the slickest talker he had ever met, and his social skills were off the charts. Han Sen couldn't imagine trying to talk his way into being happily accepted into a crowd such as that. And while Han Sen hadn't earned anything from his time with the sheep, he had instead learned. He had come to know quite a bit. This group was more tight-knit than the others, and they stayed much closer together than the other groups. Han Sen himself was only 30 meters away from the boss. And since he had a clear line of sight on the boss, Han Sen thought it would be best to watch him with Dongxian aura. If an enemy approached, his focus would reveal the enemy that had hounded them. It can't be just bad luck, can it? Han Sen half-asked himself once more. At midnight, Han Sen detected strange movement nearby their leader. A second later, the creature's head was hewn off. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to see who had done the deed. And when he saw who the murderer was, he was surprised to see it was someone he was quite familiar with. It was nighttime, but the glade was brightly lit beneath the gracious glow of the moon. Han Sen witnessed the slayer of the 3-horned beast, and he noted how familiar its killer looked. No way. Han Sen saw it was a woman with dragon-scaled skin, draconic horns, and wings. She was wielding a cleaver. Before Han Sen became a demigod, he had eaten the food she had prepared for him each and every day. She looked exactly like the spirit chef the Serpent Throne had been mimicking. While Serpent Throne had generated a sentient doll in her image, this was the real one. This was her, live and in the flesh. After she lopped the beast's head off, she picked up the creature's carcass and went on her way. She was the size of an average human, but she was able to carry the entire lifeless body of a beast that had to be at least 3 times her own size with great ease. She went away at a brisk pace, too. And when the gathering of lesser creatures saw the head of their leader oozing blood into the soil, they started freaking out and running away. The sheep woke up, roused from its deep slumber by all the commotion. And when its eyes fell across the bloody head, just like the rest, it wanted to spring back to its feet and race off. But Han Sen grabbed the sheep by its tail to stop it. Unfortunately, it paid no heed and simply kept on going. Han Sen was unable to hold on to his tail due to the speed he was going, and the sheep kept crying out as he went, "I'm going to die, bub. I'm going to die." Although he had grown fond of the fluffy thing, Han Sen couldn't be bothered with tracking it down. Instead, he was keener on examining the severed head. Now that he knew what was killing the primitive creatures of the land, he didn't feel the need to run off. With his prior connection to the spirit, he didn't fear her so much that he'd flee the area like the rest. The chef was able to slay primitive creatures with ease, and knowing that, it was obvious she wasn't going to waste time hunting down ordinary creatures he was equivalent to, anyway. Han Sen imagined an analogy, appropriate for the chef that she was. In his mind, he compared her to a world-class chef who was proficient at preparing the greatest cuisine that a most magnificent restaurant could offer. To settle for ordinary creatures would be reducing herself to being the dishwasher. Han Sen would be another wretched plate to clean, in her eyes. And the less she had to clean, the better. As such, he believed himself to be safe staying in the vicinity, if he didn't bother her. Han Sen examined the cow-like head and lifted it up. He was going to cook what little of it he could, in the hopes of earning a couple of primitive Geno points. And as much as he would have liked to go after the chef, he felt he didn't need to just yet. That wasn't on his agenda, for the time being. And even though he once had the chef for a doll, that wouldn't guarantee the real spirit would be friendly to him. After what he had witnessed with Three-Eyed Demon, Han Sen would prefer keeping his distance for a little while, in case he found himself getting grilled and carved like a turkey. Seeing how she one-hit killed the three-horned beast, Han Sen knew he had no chance of fighting her. If he approached her, and she wasn't friendly to him or Bauer, their chances of survival were pretty slim. Picking up the head, Han Sen fancied starting a fire so he could cook it. The entire time he was following the sheep, all he was able to eat were plants. Fed up of pulling grass out of his teeth, Han Sen was on cloud nine at the prospect of sinking his teeth into delicious meat again. He was familiar with the area now, too. He and Bauer went into a nearby forest with the head, and he cleaned and prepared the head with his water abilities. The cow's head was ridiculously juicy, and the aroma of its sizzling made their bellies groan with hunger. Of course, the last thing Han Sen wanted was to draw the attention and ire of other hungry mouths that might be lurking in the area, so he made sure to mask the smell so they could remain hidden. Bauer was drooling at the sight of the succulent meat, and she chewed on the air with a restless mouth, in ardent anticipation of the meal that awaited her. "Can I eat yet?" Bauer couldn't help but ask. Han Sen did not have any spices with him, and if the meat was still raw, it wouldn't go down like the treat he wanted it to be. So, he told her, "It's almost done. You need to learn some manners. Don't look like you've come down with a fever while you're waiting for food. It's not like this is the first time you've eaten some of Daddy Cool's cooking. Bauer does have manners." "Yep. See?" Bauer sat up straight then, wanting to give the illusion she was a grown-up woman with some semblance of elegance. But when the scent of the meat tickled her nostrils once more, she practically started drooling. As if possessed by a ghost, she began leaning towards the meat. Han Sen couldn't blame her, though. He himself was staring at the meat like a starved, angry wolf. Before it was fully cooked, Han Sen began to carve a few cooked slices of meat off the head. Then, he hastily served them to Bauer and himself. "Dad, this is good," Bauer exclaimed, as they both gorged on the delicious meat like pigs. It was like a Turkish grill. The head had quite a bit of meat on it, more than Han Sen expected. But still, the pair was hungry for more. Bauer was so hungry, she sucked on all the meat-stripped bones she could. Bauer ended up eating the most, and disappointingly, Han Sen didn't receive any primitive Geno points. It wasn't surprising, though, given it was only the beast's head. That's not to say nothing of worth was earned. The three horns had resisted the fire for the entire duration of being cooked. They looked like they'd make useful tools or weapons. With jade skin, Han Sen poked the horns and noted how sturdy they still felt. They looked like they'd make for hardy tools, indeed. Since Han Sen was practically naked in the fourth god's sanctuary, he settled on using them as weapons for the time being. The horns were hard, but if Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra to remove them from the head, they'd surely break. So, Han Sen settled on using jade skin to dig them out completely. The skull was cone-shaped, and the parts he broke off looked to make a fine handle and handguards. The way the horns were shaped and serrated, they looked as if they'd make good sword breakers. And since they were lethally sharp, they'd make decent spears, too. And it was at that moment, Han Sen suddenly felt something approach. He turned around and there she was, the chef, cleaver in hand. She was a mere 10 meters away. Han Sen, upon seeing the chef, thought to himself, has she returned for the head? But she'd have to dig into our stomachs if she wanted it back. And that would be no trouble for her. Oh, the head. We thought you had no need for it, so we ate it. Han Sen began stepping back, bringing Bauer firmly back into his arms. Han Sen knew how strong she was through the Serpent Throne's replication of her, but this was the genuine her. This was her as a demigod now, too. If he could, Han Sen wanted to avoid a fight. Immediately, he took off running. He knew she enjoyed feeding the entity Dragon Eater, and not wanting to take a chance of getting spit-roasted for a midnight snack, he thought it best to scram. Han Sen had a fitness level of 7,500. If he wanted to rival primitive creatures in strength, he'd have to get that figure up to 10,000. With her being able to topple mighty primitive creatures in one swing, though, three-horned beast king included, he'd need to be even higher. Fighting her was the last thing Han Sen wanted to do. The Dongxian Sutra allowed Han Sen to see through the entire world, but he didn't think it would give him much of an edge against an opponent who was that strong. The gulf of power that separated the two was too wide. Han Sen did not yet have a Geno core either. He was able to guess she probably had one, but its exact nature was a mystery. Making use of his Phoenix techniques, Han Sen committed to the act of flight. Surprisingly, the chef was unable to keep up with him. She was strong, but evidently sluggish when it came to agility. Just like any other primitive creature, she could not keep up with Han Sen. Han Sen thought to himself, did she just become a demigod? The man that was dead, slumped against the entrance to the underground shelter. If he was there during her reign, then she couldn't have been in the fourth god's sanctuary for longer than 100 years. Perhaps she has been unlucky all this time, and has been unable to gain strength. Han Sen's deduction was not too far from the truth. When she first came to the fourth god's sanctuary, she was placed in a very dangerous area where she could not do much, and she had been trapped. When the time came to escape, she barely made it out alive, and only in the past 2 years had she been able to start getting stronger. Han Sen kept on running until he stumbled across a thick bundle of wool on the ground. It was the sheep's butt. The sheep spun around with a mushroom in its mouth and said, "Hey, I've been looking for you, bub. I thought you were dead. Come dine on this, I've even flavored it with soil for you. Once you've chowed down, we'll go see another boss. He's a good distance away, but he should be strong." But Han Sen had been running like the wind, and he currently had no time to discuss anything. He simply ended up yelling, "Run." If the sheep was unfortunate enough to remain, and was later claimed by the chef, he'd become a well-grilled hunk of mutton in no time. When the sheep saw what was tailing Han Sen, though, the solace of the shrooms quickly evaporated. And in absolute horror, he froze. "Come on, man. Run. Move." Han Sen yelled at the sheep, seeing it refuse to budge. Suddenly, the sheep began to kowtow. And it pleaded, "Please, spare my life. Spare me and I will become a servant. I will do everything you command me to. I will live for you, and you alone." Seeing the sheep beg like that, Han Sen couldn't help but freeze, too. But Han Sen didn't think begging from the dirt would do him much good. He wagered the sheep would still end up cooked, forked, and eaten, one way or another. He ended up being mistaken, though. It had slipped Han Sen's mind that the sheep was a silver-tongued cretin that could talk his way out of a paper bag. "Stop him. Fear not, milady. I will not let him get away." The sheep leaped before Han Sen and launched one of his boomerang-like horns towards his friend-turned-target. This sheep will do anything to survive. Where'd his faith and morals get off to? Han Sen struggled to believe the sheep was more obscene than himself, but alas, it was true. This was a betrayal, as cut and dry as one could get. Seeing the sheep's horn heading his way, Han Sen brought out one of his own horns to try to deflect it away from him. But despite using a pinpoint-precise ghost slash on the incoming projectile, it was not enough to break it and quell its violent approach. The impact knocked the flying horn away, but it was like a heat-seeking missile, and it rebounded mid-air to retarget Han Sen and resume its deadly approach. D*MN, that thing is like a homing rocket. Han Sen pulled out a second horn, planning to use Yin-Yang Blast to destroy the sheep horn. He knew he had underestimated the power of the sheep's genocore, but he had only seen it in action once before. And things only got worse when Han Sen tried to use Yin-Yang Blast to take it down. The projectile absorbed his Yin power to propel itself towards him at an even greater speed. Han Sen had slowed down considerably to deal with the sheepish traitor. It had given the chef the time necessary to catch up, and now that she was in range, she pulled out her fork of doom. She lobbed it at Han. Senator Han Sen managed to evade the fork, but another sound filled his ears. With a pang, a crystal bowl had trapped him. Boss lady, it is done. The sheep was now like a dog, groveling obediently. The chef ignored him completely, though. Instead, she approached the bowl that domed the area around Han Sr. It's time to bring out the big guns. She's just asking for a super spank. Han Sen gathered up a blistering orb of Dongxian sutter-fueled power in his right hand. The chef approached Han Sen with her cleaver in hand. Just as Han Sen was about to retaliate with super spank, he heard a chilly voice boom from the skies. Did you kill the primitive creatures? The chef stopped and looked up into the sky. Han Sen lowered his hand and also looked up at the phantom figure that was now addressing them. When his vision cleared, he could see a male spirit hovering high up in the air. His eyes were fixed on the chef, and his face bore an expression of distaste. Han Sen thought to himself, poor you, bub. You pledged allegiance to the chef, and now she's going to get her *SS handed to her. You chose the wrong side, pal. Who are you? The chef asked the spirit. You killed my creatures, you horrid hag. And you roam these lands without knowing who I am. I am the leader of Jade Hill. These lands you tread belong to me. The spirit paused briefly. He continued to address the chef, his words simmering with restrained anger. You killed my creatures, and that means there's a price to pay. You will cough up. The spirit summoned a book in his hands. It was a book that was adorned with a number of strange scrawlings, symbols, and patterns. He opened the copper-like cover and began to draw with his fingertip. Due to Han Sen being trapped beneath the bowl, he was unable to see exactly what the spirit was drawing. Beneath the glass encasing, he could not make use of his Dongxian aura. A second later, though, he was done. And with a blinding font of light, a beast came out of the book. It was a 3-meter-long creature that had emerged from the page of that book. It cried out and then flew down towards the chef. The spirit looked far stronger than the 3-horned beast king the chef had slain earlier, so there was every chance she had met her match here. The chef frowned and threw up her left fist, and from out of nowhere, a fork appeared in her hand. Each prong pierced through the meaty hide, flesh, and body of the beast that was bearing down on her. With the creature stuck firmly in place upon her frightening utensil, the chef began to swing her cleaver at the beast with her one free arm. The beast, however, despite being lodged firmly upon her fork, did not seem to feel any pain. It still tried to attack the chef, flailing helplessly, but it could not reach her. The chef continued to swing and swing, slicing up the spirit's newly spawned creature like a giant sushi roll. You are good, but you are also dead. The self-proclaimed boss of Jade Hill spoke calmly, but his tone was heavy with serious gravitas. The boss of Jade Hill returned to his book and began conjuring something else. The chef, disposing of the mutilated creature on her fork, raised her kitchen utensils once more. She was ready to fight and destroy anything that dared come close. When the next creature was summoned, she destroyed it. And this was how it went for some time. Creature after creature was thrown at her, and before long, she could not keep up with the pace at which these creatures were summoned. The sheep, having seen this, began running away like a hare on fire. Han Sen was shocked at the spectacle, and he knew he was in for a lot more surprises in the fourth god sanctuary. This spirit's Geno core was obviously a book, and he wondered what others might possess. It also made him more eager to find out which Geno core he would receive once he got one, and it spurred him with an even greater desire to max out his ordinary Geno points as soon as possible. The chef isn't looking too good. He's drawing way faster than she can exterminate. It's a little cheap of this boss leader guy, if I'm to be honest, Han Sen thought to himself. In the fourth god sanctuary, if a spirit was unable to take down a shelter, they'd be unable to respawn. If the chef did not already have a shelter to call her own, she was in danger of being vanquished completely. She was in danger of death, an absolute one. Knowing she could not keep up with the pace of monster spawns, she tried a different tactic. She leaped up into the skies to get up close and personal with the boss of Jade Hill. The boss conjured a bird and stood upon it as the chef approached. And then the bird began to retreat, further and further away as the boss of Jade Hill stuck to his cheap tricks of summoning creatures to attack the chef who was now doing her best to get him. The chef had battled her way through legions of creatures, and there were surely far more to come. She was in a bad spot, and the chances of her actually getting close enough to defeat the boss were looking slim. I don't think she's going to make it. It's a shame, but I suppose now is the best opportunity one have to get away. Han Sen, watching the corpses of slain creatures rain from the sky, tried punching his way through the crystal bowl to escape. Unfortunately, despite using jade skin to punch with all his might, there was not even a single crack rendered upon his cage's surface. Why is this bowl so hard? Is it a Geno core, perhaps? Han Sen ventured a guess. Han Sen was going to try breaking through the bowl with Super Spank next, but then, the bowl suddenly flew back up towards the chef. Now that Han Sen was free, he wasn't going to question the blessing. He took off running as fast as he could. Killing a spirit would not provide him with a benefit, after all. He ran in the opposite direction that the sheep had fled, knowing it was best for him to avoid the traitorous fiend. And as he left, he could hear cries, roars, and the general sounds of a fierce battle high in the sky behind him. That's not to say he cared much for the trouble he was leaving behind. He was just happy to get away. Han Sen needed a Geno core more than anything, right now. Everyone appeared to use a Geno core to fight, so that put him at a grave disadvantage. Han Sen didn't think it was very fair. Because he had come to learn of this region well, Han Sen took off in the direction of a large mountain. A primitive toxic tooth used to live there, but it had been killed by the chef shortly after Han Sen and the sheep joined its employ. At least now the area was clear. The valley he traversed was home to creatures named jade snails. They were slow and weak, but their Geno cores and beast souls were good. Wanting to level up and increase his strength, Han Sen fancied taking a bunch of them down. There were a dozen jade snails occupying the valley, but because they were all so slow, they weren't going to be much of a threat at all. Their Geno cores were the shells upon their backs. Although they could not be used to harm Han Sen, they offered the snail an incredibly high level of defense. Even primitive creatures would have a difficult time breaking those shells open. Han Sen planned to snatch one of their shells and live inside it. That would be much better, and safer, than if he were to use a tent. Han Sen wanted the snail beast souls the most, though. The sheep had told him they were an armor type. Han Sen and Bauer were still dressed in leaves like cavemen. Obtaining one of those beast souls would be extremely beneficial. Han Sen noticed a few of the giant snails moving about near the gentle stream that flowed through the valley, and he thought that they looked like a bunch of houses on the move. The shells were white, which added to the illusion and looked fairly pretty, too. Han Sen approached one of them, which prompted the creature to retreat inside its shell. Han Sen was targeting them because of their docile, non-aggressive nature. It was a shame he had to pick on such gentle creatures, but given the circumstances, he didn't have much of a choice. The one bad thing about the snails, though, were the toxins they unleashed. They were slow, yes, but the sticky trail they left behind was wretchedly poisonous. If another creature consumed the sticky secretions, it wouldn't be long before the toxins ravaged their body and they'd die. If this happened, the snails would then go and eat the fallen creature. Han Sen knew about all this, as it was information given to him by the sheep. And not wanting to waste any time, Han Sen swept toward the snail and unleashed a powerful ghost slash at it. A big metal sound rang across the length of the valley, and unluckily for Han Sen, his brazen swipe had not even left a single scratch mark upon the shell of the snail. Ghost slash could teleport and befuddle opponents, but this trick did not increase its damage output. And there'd be nothing he could do to improve it, on the fly. Han Sen wasn't going to use his fists to strike the shell either, because it was poisonous. So, Han Sen drew out his horns and tried striking the shell with jade skin activated. And because the horns were like spears, Han Sen decided to use a skill he hadn't used in a long time. He employed the use of drill head, to try to drill into the snail's fortification. It was a successful approach. A plume of white dust erupted from where Han Sen started drilling into the shell, and he managed to lodge his horn a fair way inside. The snail had clearly felt it, too, for it cried out in pain. Then it began trying to roll away while it was still inside the shell. Han Sen leaped away just in case and then flipped over to the other side of the snail. Taking aim, he began drilling through the other side before it completely escaped him. The other snails in the area had taken notice of what was going on, by now. Some began to sloppily wiggle their way over to support their brother against the human aggressor, while others tucked into their shells and rolled over. But thankfully, Han Sen was far faster and quite a bit stronger than the jade snails. The genocores couldn't protect the snails from Han Sen, so that pretty much rendered them hopeless against him. Han Sen eventually killed the snail he had started on, but right after it died, the shell shattered into bits. Ordinary creature jade snail killed. No beast soul gained. Geno-core destroyed. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Even if Han Sen was able to kill those snails, their shells seemed likely to break. Maybe I'll just keep going to nab 2 beast souls instead, then. We can't stay naked any longer, Han Sen said to himself, before targeting another snail. When he approached it, though, he stopped. Then, he thought of something else. This ingenious idea prompted him to leave the valley. After a period of waiting, hidden just outside the border of the valley, all the snails eventually relaxed. They all came back out of their shells to move towards the fallen snail and eat it. Without any more time to waste, Han Sen summoned something. Han Sen summoned the bronze Geno-core dust bug. Watching the snails eat, Han Sen figured he could fill the dust bug with the element of earth for a hearty stealth attack. Once he had prepped it for use, the dust bug took off flying towards the slimy things. It flew fairly slow, but there was nothing Han Sen could do about that. It was a small and hard thing, and it had a lot of cons. That was to be expected, though. After all, it was only a bronze-class Geno-core. But Han Sen thought the few positives about the dust bug were all he needed. He could make do with the negatives, since he was only fighting near harmless snails. The snails did not have the Dongxian aura, either. With dull senses, they could not detect the dust bug slowly flying towards them. Eventually, the bug touched down near a snail and hopped onto one of their gooey bodies. The snail quickly retreated into its shell, feeling something foreign suddenly touch it. But it was too late, for the dust bug had already dug its way inside the body of the snail, as if by magic. The shell wasn't going to help the snail here. It was just like what happened to Han Sen before, in which an excruciating amount of pain was dealt, all from the inside of the snail's body. It was literally being killed from the inside out. The bug was very small and rather weak, though. It took the dust bug 2 hours to completely kill the jade snail. Ordinary creature jade snail killed. Beast soul gained. Bronze Geno core received, jade snail shell. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted to receive both the Geno core and the beast soul. Han Sen threw away the leaves that currently clothed him and summoned the beast soul. A clean, white armor covered his entire body. The only thing missing was a helmet. But even without that, Han Sen found himself pleased and satisfied with his new armor. "Daddy, I want one, too." Bauer pulled at Han Sen's leg, as if begging for a set. She was sick and tired of the leaves and pricking twigs that made her skin itch. "Don't worry, I'm going to get you one." Han Sen used his dust bug to take out another snail. 10 hours passed, and when Han Sen slew his 8th jade snail, he managed to obtain a second beast soul. He gave this to Bauer. Han Sen wasn't planning on killing any more than he had to, especially after collecting everything he had been hoping to get. The ratio of Geno core collections far outweighed that of the beast souls, though, for Han Sen had managed to obtain 7 of them. Unfortunately, they were all bronze class, but although they were as small as beans at first, they could be pumped up to the size of a house, if they were given a bit of power. Just like the dust bug, they were all of the earth element, too. Han Sen used his horns to cut up the snails. He would obtain a hearty amount of Geno points by eating the vast amount he had killed, but he wasn't entirely sure whether or not they were edible. They were toxic, after all. And in fear of this poison, Han Sen made sure to give each slab of meat he cut a good washing. He scrubbed them fiercely and cleaned them up well, but even still, he did not feel safe cooking them up. When the meat had finished sizzling, Bauer looked as hungry as she did the night before. But this time, Han Sen stopped her trying to grab a bite. He had to make sure they were safe to eat first. Han Sen used his horn and stabbed one of the slabs of meat. Then, he chucked it onto the grass a distance away. Then, in a nearby bush, Han Sen made himself comfy. He was going to watch it intently, sitting in silence. A while later, a basketball-sized bug made an appearance. It scurried over towards the meat Han Sen had placed. It was called a snake bug, for its head and neck could elongate. Its jaw was said to be fiercely powerful, and with its teeth, it could snap and chew through steel with ease. The sheep told Han Sen he'd have to be careful if he encountered one, for they rarely let go once they had bitten into something. Furthermore, their fangs injected a lethal poison into their prey. Han Sen wasn't planning on fighting it, though. All he wanted to do was test if the jade snail's poison would damage the snake bug once it had taken a bite. The insect launched its head like the firing of a hookshot. Its teeth sunk into the succulent meat and began to winch back like a chain. Bauer took notice, and she thought it was a theft of great insult. Fortunately, she did not do anything hasty. And as the snake bug gobbled up the slab of meat, it suddenly began to convulse violently. It rolled onto its back and twitched in a ghastly fashion, as blisters and boils began to pop up across its body. It started to lash out and writhe around amidst the agony it was suffering, but as it did, the boils and bubbles burst to release disgusting, smelly, slimy juices. Han Sen was shocked at the sight, and he thought it to be a rather revolting scene. The snake bug inflicted poison on others, so it should have had some resilience to the poison of the jade snail. And yet, the fact that it had reacted like this spoke volumes about the toxicity of the poison the jade snails wielded. Eventually, the snake bug stopped moving. It had died. Ordinary creature snake bug killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Consume its flesh, gains 0 to 10 ordinary Geno points randomly. Han Sen was surprised it counted as a kill. He returned deeper into the valley where the jade snails resided and noticed many more had appeared. They were all busy in the process of consuming their slain brethren. Han Sen chased them all away. The meat of the snails shrunk quite a bit after being cooked, so Han Sen was able to fry a lot to take with him. By the time he was done, he had cooked up 200 kilograms of meat. Han Sen packaged it all up and prepared to move off someplace else. Killing ordinary creatures was not a difficult thing to do, he believed. All he had to do was be careful when dealing with their Geno cores. Hunting primitive creatures would undoubtedly be difficult, and the need to achieve a fitness level of 10,000 was most certainly no joke. But now that he had all that poisonous meat, he had more than a few ideas about what he might be able to do. The sheep was true to its nature. It liked following others, particularly leaders that were stronger than itself. There was, however, one creature even the sheep was not willing to go near. That creature was a very angry being, and merely venturing past the edges of its territory would have it wanting to kill you. Han Sen brought his meat there to see if he could kill the creature that the sheep feared oh so much. If he was able to kill it, he ran the chance of obtaining a Geno core and a beast soul. The creature was a bona fide primitive creature, too. Such treasures would make for some good gear. Furthermore, the creature was said to be fiercely guarding a Geno plant. If Han Sen was able to slay the creature, the plant would then belong to him. Holding 200 kilograms of poisonous meat in his arms, he placed it down near a portion of the ground that was split and around 2 meters wide. Han Sen peered down into the pit he had selected and noted how black it was. He then dropped the meat down the hole. He was surprised to hear how long it took for the meat to hit the deck. Han Sen then turned around to run. If he killed the beast he had come for, the announcement would surely play. But as he moved away from the ground, he caught sight of a white fluffy animal. Much to his disappointment, he had encountered the cheap, double-crossing sheep once more. "You cheap sheep! Oh, I'm having mutton tonight!" Han Sen yelled as he ran towards the sheep with his horns drawn. The sheep knew he had gone too far the last time they met, and it wasn't likely Han Sen was the sort to let bygones be bygones and let him off the hook. And just as Han Sen caught up to the woolly prat, Han Sen called out, "Cheap sheep! This is your judgment day." The sheep knew he couldn't outrun Han Sen, and so he quickly threw himself onto the ground in a kowtow position. He pleaded, "Spare my life, please." Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine, and he thought to himself, "You asterisk shoal. You tried to kill me. You can't weasel your way out of this one." Han Sen was planning on striking the sheep down, then and there. But just as he was about to, something red appeared in the grass. Han Sen was taken aback. He thought the slippery, worm-tongued cheap sheep had played a magic trick on him. Looking at the red figure that had just appeared on the plain, he noticed it was the chef. Unfortunately for her, she looked to be in very sorry shape, and the red color was the blood that soaked her person. Pang! The chef collapsed on the ground. Han Sen could breathe a sigh of relief, knowing she wasn't a threat. But he also smirked a little as he thought about getting revenge on her. Han Sen pulled out his horns, ready to finish her off. But she managed, with great strain, to look up and mumble a few words. She said, "Han. Jean. G." Han Sen immediately withdrew his weapons and bent down near her. He raced to ask, "What did you just say?" She quietly repeated what she had spoken, pauses and all. Han. Jean. G. Han Sen now knew he had not been mistaken, hearing what she said. He then recalled the man who had died slumped against the entrance to the underground shelter. After examining the person, Han Sen and his companions had discovered a pocket watch on him. There was an old photo inside, featuring an unknown middle-aged man and his father, as a child. Han Sen had asked his mother who the man was, but she did not know who it was either. Now that she had spoken the name Han Jinji, Han Sen thought to himself, what connection does she have to Han Jinji? Might she know who the man holding my father was, the same person who was dead outside the tree door? Han Sen wanted to ask her more questions, but she had passed out. Han Sen wished to wake her up, but before he could do anything, he felt a frightening presence approaching quickly. It was the boss of Jade Hill. There were many beasts following him, like a swarm of locusts. Han Sen picked up the chef and began running. He would have happily killed her earlier, but there was the possibility she held valuable information. He wasn't going to let her die now. If he failed to get her to safety, he wouldn't learn more about his father or find out anything about that photo. Even if she didn't know a whole lot, Han Sen was eager to follow even the most meager trail of breadcrumbs he could find, if it meant securing a lead around the mysteries that surrounded his father. Han Sen ran off like a madman, with the chef on his shoulders. Unfortunately, he was unable to go at a pace quick enough to shake off the tide of beasts behind him, and the wretched spirit who commanded them. After running for a while, Han Sen's eyes traced a sheep running in the distance. He imagined the fluffy fiend had managed to get away while he was busy examining the chef. It was a slow creature, though, and it wasn't long before Han Sen caught up with it. "Bossman bub, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want," the sheep pleaded and begged, as its little legs carried it as fast as they could. "Stand right there, then," Han Sen shouted. "No can do. Are you blind to the army that's chasing us, bub?" The sheep wasn't willing to follow the command and simply kept on running. F***CKU. Han Sen said, keeping up with the sheep. Across that emerald expanse, the sheep was leading the chase. Han Sen was directly behind it, while a massive swarm of creatures chased at a good few paces behind. "Stop right now. No. Stop. No." Han Sen knew he wasn't going to listen, so he exerted more energy to try to outpace the sheep. The beasts were catching up, too, and they didn't look as if they were going to get winded anytime soon. The sheep, seeing that Han Sen was about to overtake him, summoned its horn and fired it towards him. Han Sen, seeing the boomerang come for him, employed his phoenix techniques to swoop across and over the sheep. The sheep was not very proficient when it came to combat, and after leaping towards it, Han Sen grabbed the sheep by its neck and lobbed it at the swarm of creatures behind. "Go make him your boss," Han Sen shouted out. Han Sen believed the sheep might actually get the job done. After the sheep was launched towards the self-proclaimed boss of the Jade Hill, Han Sen saw the boss raise his hands towards it. The sheep immediately pleaded, "Boss, don't kill me. I'm coming to serve and obey you." After the sheep called this out, the boss frowned. He wasn't impressed. He grabbed hold of the sheep and cast it away like a stone. Han Sen, seeing cheap sheep earn itself another boss, hoped someone or something might suddenly appear to kill it. Strangely, nothing happened, and the monsters continued to chase him. Han Sen was just testing it out, though. He didn't think the death of leaders was some sort of curse or ability cheap sheep inherently had, but he was curious nonetheless. So, he had no choice but to continue running. The oppressive atmosphere propagated by those behind him was incredibly strong, though, and Han Sen could not keep up at the rapid pace he was going. He knew he'd not be able to escape, no matter how long he went for, so, he gritted his teeth and launched himself back towards the boss of Jade Hill. Han Sen was thinking to himself, "Come on, don't stop me. I just need to get a little closer." The boss of Jade Hill's beasts would be difficult for Han Sen to tackle mano-mano, and if he found himself bearing the brunt of one's attack, he could find himself in a similar condition to that of the chef. If Han Sen could just about reach the boss, he could use Super Spank to deliver enough damage to kill it and end the threat for good. But Han Sen had to physically touch his opponent with his hand to use Super Spank. Getting that close was a dangerous feat, and it was a stunt he wasn't entirely sure he could pull off. Han Sen was still a good distance away from his foe, and the tide of monsters was already headed his way. With the chef in one arm and a horn in the other, he stood strong and broke the wave. He managed to slay every creature that dared to come near him. Why am I so unlucky, huh? No one has come to help kill this guy. Han Sen was disheartened. The boss of Jade Hill looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. The human had achieved the power of a primitive creature, but he had no Geno core. The boss had initially only wanted to kill the chef, but he couldn't allow a human like that to run rampant. He had to make Han Sen his target now, as well, and not only the chef. Han Sen's jade skin had a high threshold of stamina, but he had been running for a long time already. Having exhausted much of his energy, Han Sen knew he couldn't keep on fighting the onslaught of creatures that were spawned to impede him. As he had seen with the chef previously, the boss could generate creatures continually, almost faster than he could kill them. If he kept this up, he'd become winded and fall. How am I supposed to get out of this? Han Sen asked himself, looking around for a solution to his woes. The boss of Jade Hill was too far away from Han Sen, and with the barrage of monsters that kept on coming, it didn't look likely he'd reach the spirit. Things were different in the fourth god's sanctuary, and there was a perpetual sense of unease. The atmosphere and gravitas of every situation were heavy, and this was only tripled under the threat of those creatures. And with everything being so strong, the powers he might have once used to sunder mountains in the third god's sanctuary could only manage to split rocks here. A weak, new demigod to the fourth god's sanctuary did not have to encounter a creature or spirit to meet a grisly end. Han Sen wagered the atmosphere itself could choke the life out of them. Han Sen had a few AoE Hyper Geno arts that could hit multiple opponents at once, but they wouldn't be of much use here. And again, that was mainly because he lacked a Geno core to call his own. He had to use his body to fight, just as it was. As such, his attacks had to be singular, too. I can't turn back now. I must do this. Han Sen then decided to take off running towards the split earth. He had wanted to poison the creature that resided within, but now, provided it hadn't yet died, he thought it might be possible to enlist its aid. Han Sen bought himself time by breaking the bodies and cutting the throats of all the creatures that came close. But when he killed one, the body would explode into a whiff of black smoke and respawn. Han Sen's arm was dealt a scratch at one point, but jade skin proved sufficient to withstand the light fumbles he made. He didn't even end up bleeding. He was still a good distance away from the split earth. He regretted running as far as he had, for it now proved rather difficult to return. The boss of Jade Hill was getting peeved, as this transpired. He was annoyed the beasts were unable to do Han Sen harm, so he cast even more powers into the pages of the book he wielded. Then, the bronze book turned to silver. Han Sen's mood turned grim upon seeing this. It was a Knight class spirit, and that meant his Geno core had probably turned silver class. Silver Geno cores would create far stronger enemies and generate a threat Han Sen might not be able to overcome. And to coincide with this, the boss's temperament looked disturbingly ill. When he drew with his fingertips, he drew carefully and concisely. He wasn't scrawling across the pages wildly as he had been. He was now more deliberate. Han Sen saw a silver light beam from out of the new and improved book, and it spawned a silver-winged ape creature that was able to fly directly over to Han Senator Dong. Han Sen punched the ape with a mighty release of energy, which had it stumbling back 10 meters. This guy must be primitive. Han Sen frowned. The boss of Jade Hill continued to draw, but Han Sen noticed the trickles of sweat that were rolling down his forehead like a number of beads. Clearly, the repeated casting of these greater creatures was taking its toll on the spirit. After summoning 4 of those apes, he stopped. Han Sen was in a bad situation, and he had to use jade skin to equalize his fitness with theirs. Han Sen had to deal with 4 horribly powerful apes and a tide of regular creatures, all by his lonesome. Han Sen used jade skin and his phoenix techniques, trying to use these enemies for cover. He didn't make use of super spank, though, for he was afraid he'd spook the boss into running away if it found out what Han Sen was capable of. And Han Sen wasn't in the mood to make lasting enemies either, so the threat of the self-proclaimed boss had to end there and then. Han Sen wanted to fight the boss right then. Exerting his strength to take down the apes was a waste of both time and energy. He was starting to incur wounds, too, as the brutal hits delivered by the apes were making him bleed. After a long fight, Han Sen felt a strange power begin to well up inside his body. It felt as if his very cells were being empowered by jade skin. Han Sen was enthused, feeling this. He was feeling the same sensations Old Man Ji had once described to him. Is my Geno core generating? Han Sen asked himself with gleeful surprise.